Trying to do something a little different every day this week. Today we're going to level up you guys. Or I'm going to do my best to help y'all out. We're breaking down viewer gameplay today. Monumental. Whoa. I'll take it. How you doing, Reese? Courtney, welcome. Courtney, do you want to be the first one to volunteer as tribute? You want me to look at your gameplay? If you are not Onyx and you would like to level up, you are eligible. No pressure. Tactical, how you doing? Please? Okay, cool. Let's start there. Prax, you're welcome, man. Threat Seeker, welcome. Sev, how you doing, man? Welcome. No. I would take a ranked game. Do you play ranked? So I'd be looking at ranked gameplay. 4v4 arena, competitive playlist specifically. And spending 15 minutes at a time. Scott. My God, we're not fucking leaving, are we, Scott? 18 months. Welcome back. Good to see you. YouTube is it even live? I hope so. YouTube is live. All right. How rates? It was fun. It was fun. For what it was, You play ranked. Okay, perfect. What's your rank? Yeah, so the plan today is we do that. I'm going to be looking at viewer gameplay and helping my viewers level up to Onyx. So ideally, anything that we break down, even if it's not you, is relatable. And you can apply some of it to your own game. We try to have some fun with it. And then I was also thinking we've got year-long highlights from Lucid and Formal. Their most viral clips of 2025. I kind of want to watch and react to. That might be good YouTube content. Did we gym? Of course we did, bro. Yesterday and today, and then tomorrow as well. I had a solid gym sesh today. Here. Did you gym? That's the question. Threat Seeker. Willing, how you doing? Carrot. Well, long time no see. I like how you tune in for the educational broadcast. Carrot, I see what you're doing. Back right on time. How you been? In ultra wide? What are you talking about? How we doing, Bedrock? Neo, welcome. Michael, welcome. Love to send my gameplay, but I don't have it captured. No, so I'm going to do theater mode. Basically, there isn't really a requirement. I would say the only requirement that I'd like to put in place is that you're sub to the channel. Paid, whether it's a YouTube membership or a Twitch subscriber. And then I will grab a theater game, whatever you're comfortable with me looking at, and then we watch 15 minutes. And then on to the next, and on to the next. Your games are embarrassingly bad. So we can try to find something that you're not, embarrassed about too much. But the objective is for us to all hopefully learn something together. But yeah, I guess you'd be putting yourself on display a little bit. And you got to be okay with me potentially ripping into your gameplay. And just talking bare shit to the whole... No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I'll try to be... depending on who you are and what you can handle. Tailor it to you. Diamond 2 is approximately the 50% mark. That's where you're at. Rank-wise. Wait, what's up? What's better than average? I would say, yeah, anywhere in Diamond is probably where you get above the average rank. I don't know, honestly. I'm in my own world. You like the music? Let's go, Souls. What do you think is the... I assume Platinum, in anywhere within Platinum, is kind of the average. High Gold to anywhere within Platinum. Yeah, so to look you guys up on Theater, what I would do is I would follow you using my coach account. This is an account I use for coaching. I haven't done any coaching in months now. We've been completely dry on the coaching. I think we've been too focused on scrims, but safe to say all that knowledge carries. So it'll be a fun, not necessarily experiment, but learning curve for me, I think, to spend some time with you guys and break down some of your gameplay. But I would add you to Game Bar or follow you. I'd follow you. So let's start with Courtney, if you're okay with it, Courtney. If you want to drop your gamer tag in the chat, and then I would follow you and then just look at your past games and we could pick one together and then start there. You know, and if you're hating it, you can just tell me to get out. Feral Kittens, what's up? Would love to throw your hat in the ring. D3, D4. That's perfect. That's perfect. CS smiles. Okay, so copy. I might hit the replay button. That's not what I just copied. Okay. What the... Four, 3, 5, 3. Okay, so I just followed you with CoachWay12, and then I go to my friends, and I try to find you. Are you online right now? Did you get that? It should appear. One thing you have to make sure that you do if you want me to be able to view your gameplay is make sure that you're... I'll show it in settings in a second, especially if it doesn't work for us. There's an accessibility setting you have to turn on. It should be on by default, but some people have it locked. So match history. And there we go. I can see your ranked games. So basically, if you go to settings, accessibility, and then down at the bottom, match-made games and non-match-made games should be set to share if you want me to access both your custom and your ranked games. Match-made is your ranked games, right? So just make sure that that's on. That's like properly selected or whatever. And then we got to figure out how to navigate the menu. See how I just lost you? So this will take me hopefully not too long to get the hang of. I remember that we figured out how to always have kill feed on screen. And that was pretty dope, right? If we get kill feed, it's going to make it easier to understand the game for everybody. Any tips? I hit Onyx, but I feel like I throw in a lot of situations. I can't keep track of spawns. Yeah, I mean, I can't guarantee that I'll get to all of you guys, right? So we're gonna kind of go just one viewer at a time, and then try to keep me on like a bit of a leash here. Like I'll set like a 15-minute timer, and then we just get another viewer, and then hopefully, if it's not you, hopefully you're learning vicariously through somebody else. Or if you want to jump in the ring, then ideally you're a subscriber and patient while we figure this out. Like I need to run some new ranked first. There's a lot of BTB. Yeah, I mean, step one to getting better at ranked Halo would be to, make sure that you're playing some ranked Halo. Okay, so that's not normal, right? What's this? This is like when we played FFA. Okay. These are the FFAs that we played. The sweaty FFAs that we played. I see a ranked Slayer. Well, no. Yeah, step one would be to play more ranked. 21-24, a really close game of Strongholds on Lattice. I don't watch a lot of Lattice. But do we like this? We lost this by 3 points. Went a little bit negative. I think that's a solid option. Should make some kind of queue? Potentially. Neo, thank you for the resub, brother. Help me get 1,600. It says get to Onyx. Damn good Halo. Either way, bro. What are we? I wanted to start by saying, let me help my viewers get to Onyx. Not, you're already in Onyx. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. Thank you for the sub, brother. Welcome back. Do that one and only that one? Well, okay. I think it's a good option. You got a 10 and 8 performance on CTF. It's not bad either. Let's, screw it. Let's give it a try. Let's watch a little bit of it, okay? I'm going to see what I can do with 15 minutes. I don't know if there's a lot I can do with 15 minutes, but, let's try to watch some Halo. So I put a timer up, and then we'll see how far we've gotten by the time that happens, Installation, how you doing? Good to be here, brother. What's the plan? BJ, I'm looking at gameplay. I can look at your gameplay too, if you would like. I'll take a game from ranked in theater mode. Any players who aren't Onyx and are trying to get to Onyx, if it's something that's important to you, then I'll take some time and we'll look at one of your games and then talk a little bit about, what you could improve on, what went wrong. All right, step one. Every single map that you play should have an opening strat in mind, right? Intentional opening strat to start the map out. Let's see what Courtney does off the rip here. One thing I want to make sure that we have is a kill feed. I'm not sure it's going to be here, so I might take a second to find the kill feed. Because this might be the same as I do see a kill feed. Toronto Gamer? Oh my god, we're diving in the hill. Getting kills off the rip. Hopefully that kill feed stays. Did I see last shot hit 3,000? I'm not surprised. I didn't see it, though. No. Okay, I mean, so open to the map. I think a really big thing to consider is, like, what your opponents are going to do, where you're going to hit them. I don't know how, like, micro I should get with everything, because the more that we nitpick, the more that we're kind of, like, losing valuable time, I guess. But, like, you know, just quickly jumping up here and then making sure that your reticle is ready for the potential fights you would have to hit. See how we're, like, very focused in this moment with just playing towards sniper? They are spawning in blue. The angles they could hit are here. They could hit here, right? So I want to see more just, like, more use of your eyes and your reticle positioning off your opening strat to catch players the moment they pop out of potential angles and reaction shot them first, right? That preparedness is so important. So right off the open strat, your reticle should be, you know, in areas anticipating where they're coming from. You could even play through, like, in this map, in the open strat, I generally just kind of play for the fight, you know? Like, I would go straight out and play for a fight here, or I come this way, maybe jump to this and fight. Look at how they 4-hit here. We 4-hit left. That's a big thing, too, is, like, you're trying to keep in mind not only, like, having, like, good preparedness for where fights are, but if you don't see anybody, that tells you a lot about the open strat of your opponents, right? So off the rip, I'd be checking these angles and I see nobody. So I'm thinking, like, oh shit, they 4-hit A, right? Like, either they're playing very slow or they're all over here right now. And I'm also noticing that my team is all hitting out this left side of the map. So, like, this is all really important stuff that you should be thinking about. Where's my team off my spawn? Important angles off your open strat. You reload too much. Yeah, that's something too. But, like, see how right now we're all sort of beelining towards sniper. Like, what information have you gathered off this one open strat, right? And when we were playing FFA together, you know, you're wondering, why is it that you're not beating me in 1v1s, right, Courtney? Like, we had a lot of little 1v1s that, you know, maybe went south. I think a big part of winning a 1v1 is just your preparedness. The earlier you're prepared for a gunfight, the better a chance you're going to catch me off guard and take me out. But this way that we're moving right now, I can't see anything, right? I don't know if these guys are on A. Like, if I would already suss this out, and then I would turn. Slide jump is a good tech for this, right? If you slide jump when you move, you can turn and keep your momentum and get a full visual on the environment. You should be catching, you know, the location of these guys and getting some sort of a lay of the land as you make these rotations. This is cool. We're outputting good damage here. I always try to, like, be very considerate with how I use my scope. If I don't need to, I don't often pull it out just because you can get D-scopes. So just, I mean, not that this is a big moment. I think you're fine staying within, like, peak range of every fight. And then hip fire, I think most of the time I would use for a gunfight that I can, just to avoid getting thrown off guard by being in my scope, you know? And we sort of dive in. I think it's good that we get a reset in the hill. I like the kill that we pull off, like, with helping our team off the open here. So ultimately, I think we did, like, a solid job as far as, like, our 25%, right? We did damage to 2 players. We killed 1 player. I think we could definitely prioritize our high ground a little bit more here, right? Yeah, stay high up. Definitely don't want them capping the hill. They should not be capping the hill for free, but you have resources here that you haven't used before you drop. So I think leading with a bank nade off the bridge would be a solid idea. Taking a different angle from up above would be a solid idea where you would still have your high ground. You could potentially use this to cut the sight line on mid and, you know what I mean, rain down fire from above. So you don't have to full commit to the drop right away, but somebody does have to get in the hill because there's no world where this guy should be getting a cap for free, right? So we definitely don't want that. But I'd say use your resources, prioritize your high ground in a situation like this. Keep in mind that thrust is available as well. Like, we could always, you know, drop on the thrust specifically. And if you drop on the thrust, then you're going to have more options to evade later, right? So little things like that are going to help you. You also have teammates that are very focused on this one guy. See how, like, 3 of us are all here, all looking at one? So also understanding, like, where are your team relative to you? What are they prioritizing? And do I need to care if my team cares about it? So, like, the moment that you drop and everybody's looking at this guy down low, like, technically speaking, he's not, like, once one of your teammates dive, he's not really your priority anymore. Everybody else is your priority to keep your team alive. So it's a combination of, like, you know, prioritizing your high ground, but also noticing what your team is doing, because we all drop together and we all focus on one guy together. This could literally just be you right here, because they saved the hill. If you're sitting here, you're just unloading into everybody for free from good positioning, right? So a lot of opportunity. Yeah, so, you know, a lot of different ways we can kind of tackle it, but I think what it all starts with is just being intentional off the open as well, understanding the angles that your opponents could hit you at, and making sure that we're getting as much of a visual on that as early as possible so we know what we're going to have to worry about. Wants to get more Onyx. Yeah. Okay. Get the repulse. Be a B here. Oh no, and then caught off guard. Did he just like split spawn in blue? The spawns can be pretty tricky on this map. And you always want to have like some good awareness about where your team is relative to you. So we have one on our right off our spawn, one on our left, in blue. In gunfights like this, when he's a one-shot, just be as patient as possible. The more that we try to like, not necessarily like spam or get in sort of like a panic mode, throwing on our beatdown, throwing on our nade, these are all very committed animations that will leave you vulnerable, right? So in this situation, the moment I drop, I see two things. The guy's a one-shot, he's got a repulse. So he could repulse me if I get close, and he's also one-shot. All you have to do is just keep a solid distance so that he doesn't have any sort of beatdown opportunity, and just take your time with your shot here and make sure he dies with just your shot. I wouldn't worry about any other resources, wouldn't worry about a beatdown, wouldn't worry about a nade. Just, you know, suss out whether or not you have advantage and then play within that zone immediately, being patient. It's okay if you take some damage here. You can afford to. He's going to die. But see how we let him repulse us, and then there's like a panic nade, panic beatdown, panic nade, right? So those are a lot of committed animations that actually give him an opportunity to kill you. So take your time, I guess, would be the situation. He's a one-shot. He's got a repulse. Just be patient. Know his options and focus on your shot. Real quick, every time we get a kill, you want to be paying attention to kill feed, which we do have on screen here, right? There's like a couple trades that have gone down on the board. You're alive. You got a teammate behind you. You guys have no perimeter on the map anymore. Your teammate died in C. Your teammate who was in blue died. So technically speaking, nowhere in the perimeter is fully safe right now. There could potentially be an enemy in blue. There could potentially be enemies in red, right? It's kind of an awkward situation. Best thing you can do is sit in a corner, prioritize your shields, and look for your team. Where is your team located? And start thinking about spawns, right? Because you can't do too much else to influence the map in this moment. So I would sit, I would think about spawns, and think about whether or not we have an anchor on any of this area of the perimeter. If I don't see any teammates in this area of the perimeter, then I'm going to approach it with caution, with my reticle ready. We're going for the BR here, but not thinking about those spawners. We died. You always panic. So if you're aware of that, that's good, right? Like step one would be, okay, recognizing that this is like a habit that I have. What can I do in the future? I mean, it's very simple to just say, okay, be patient. But I guess like try to assess your opponent's options, and that should give you confidence. Like when you see an opponent that's one shot, that should sort of give you the confidence to know that you can take your time, you know, a little bit.
We've captured Alpha.
Hopefully. I guess we'll try to learn together what the best way is to... I think step one is like understanding what those habits are and recognizing when there should be like a red light that goes off when those habits present themselves, right? Because then you can start to think about how to change it.
Stronghold Alpha lost. We've captured
Okay, cool. That was 2 dead.
Your
Teammates pushing up through ice here. You've got some good damage on mid, and they're now spawning in C with that rotate. Look at that split, right? Because nobody has an anchor on blue here. They're actually kind of splitting in both directions. What do you think is the general objective for this map, chat? Like, if you were to play this map in matchmaking, what do you think you would want your team to control? How do you think you want the setup to be on a map like this generally?
The enemy has captured Bravo.
enemy team score.
You wouldn't have seen the repulse that fast? I look for it kind of right away, but that's fair. That's a good thought. Like, try to notice those things, right? Like, try to notice the tail, trail that comes off the back of a Spartan when he has a thruster, right? Like, the earlier that I catch that, the better I understand my opponent's options and how to play around my opponent's options. I would see the tail coming off of him and be like, oh shit, he's got a thrust. A, B, and then C is too easy to cap. So, yeah, so the general strat that I think I would fight for, especially in a lobby at this level, is let's just keep it simple and go for A, B. I feel like those two hills sort of well complement each other. B is a hill that you really want to make sure you're always controlling. Like you have like capped, right? Because capping it is so risky. So if you have a cap on B and you've got some coverage over top of it, preferably I would say anchoring this area of blue, then it makes it very tricky for your opponent because they have to like commit themselves to this open space and risk their lives to cap it. Like we see this happen in competitive all the time. It's so difficult to cap this, right? So I would say if you're not sure where to put yourself and you've got A and B, I would just sit here and anchor here. While you're in this position, you're influencing spawns away from blue and forcing them over to C, so they have to do all the footwork to come out and to get from, to get across the map. But if we're standing here, we're not actually like anchoring anything, they could spawn blue, they could spawn C, and that was what happened in this situation. So kind of quickly recognizing when you have your advantage, when you see the kills go down in the kill feed and then repositioning yourself to a spot like this, it doesn't mean that you block the spawn. Keep that in mind. Like, players could still spawn here depending on other variables on the map. So you want to kind of like have your wits about you. You sit here knowing, okay, they're probably going to come from C, but I'm not going to be surprised if somebody shoots me on the left-hand side. I know I can just step out and cut the angle, drop down low, kind of, I have some options if I'm standing in that general zone, which you can go back and check. Prefer A and B with someone in tower, someone A, someone top mid. Yeah, so like you could, something like this. You could have someone in A at the boxes, yeah, kind of watching the flank for ice. You could have someone top mid. I think that's a solid option as well. Solid top mid is a very flexible position where you can contribute to the flank through ice. You can drop down and kind of like jump over mid and like finesse. There's a lot you can do at top mid. So I'd say some sort of coverage like that. The most important anchors being here and being somebody on A to just ensure that you get the localized spawns. The rest of the players can kind of flexibly roam within that zone, right? But if nobody has an anchor on blue or on A, then that's where things get kind of questionable, right? So I think that to be the biggest priority is like, do I have anybody in blue right now? If I don't, okay, shit, they're going to start split spawning in there. So that's kind of the thing that you want to be thinking about. Have to have someone in the back corner of lab to block that spawn. Yeah, but so what I would say is like, instead of having somebody always kind, because if you're sitting here, you can't do much to contribute to the setup, right? Like you can sit like farther forward and then that still doesn't really block it. The biggest thing I would say is like generally have, let's go have
Halo right there. That is just
damn good Halo.
My God.
Gold 1. Okay, thank you for the feedback there, Courtney. That helps. We're talking about a lot of things that probably go beyond what you would need to worry about at your level, but hopefully some of this is beneficial.
This is the way.
Face of a ghost. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
This is the way.
I think the biggest thing is to just be aware of the possibility of that spawn splitting every once in a while, right? So if generally like we have some sort of a control of this full hemisphere of the map, they should continue spawning at C. But if we start putting pressure towards C, like let's say if somebody's standing here and he's shooting them, that's when the spawns get kind of weird, right? If somebody starts pushing towards I, somebody's standing like here, then they probably won't continue spawning in that chain to C. And you got to have that awareness that like, okay, they could pop in behind us. So I think hold these general positions, but just have that layer of awareness in the back of your head where you're not surprised if one splits out. Because sometimes a split spawner is an advantage for you, right? Like sometimes pros will split one player and know they're doing that on purpose so that they can take advantage and kill that guy. And then he goes back to the rest of the spawns with the team, you know?
Enemy team.
Fair. We're catching you all off guard here, right? Like I preferably want to watch a game where you don't think you're playing your best ever because, that's not often going to happen. You're not always going to be playing your best. This is a really big moment here to recognize, by the way, Courtney. Always have an awareness of the kill feed. And I think specifically in the moments where multiple players die together, that's a big shift in what's happening in the game and your decision making, right? So like, I like that you cut the angle there. That was good. You almost kind of hit the G slide. We have one dead on the feed. You got intel on the guy on your left. We're all kind of huddled together here, but we do end up getting kills. So kill feed's going to pop up like multiple. I would be careful with your nade use in general, right? I feel like nades should be used either preemptively before the fight begins so that when you're in the fight, you don't have the risk of the animation compromising you, or you're using your nade. If you're mid-fight, you're using it from a safe position where you have options and outs, right? So like if we begin a fight, or if you have like a guaranteed advantage to allow that, we already did 15 minutes. It's going to be tough, right? So it's like, if you don't have any guaranteed advantage, you see the situation? We're full shields, both of us. You're down low, he's up high, he's got better positioning than you. We haven't shot him at all yet. We're one shot down and we're going for a nade throw. So like right here, yeah, okay. Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is recognizing it though, right? We're not in good positioning. We're very risky. If he repeaks us, that's 1-2 extra shots that he's getting on us just for this nade throw, right? So I would say stop using the nades unless they are a preemptive nade before the fight's even begun, where they're not ready for you, kind of pre-nading, right? Or if you have a significant advantage or good positioning to throw it. Otherwise, I would say prioritize just keeping your gun up, keeping your gun ready to back him off and make it easy for you and your team here. Use your nades in a safer position. You shoot him back, though. Good shots to back him off. And then try to notice the kill feed after this exchange ends, right? We've got 2 dead, 3 dead. That's a big moment in the game, right? We should be capping the hills and trying to find that 4th player. We can kind of like move in a more aggro, more exposed way because we know it's 4 of us up, 3 of them dead. We've got freedom to get the setup that we want and to force the spawns that we want later. So if our objective, let's say it is to cap A and B, then I would leave C, play towards blue, and go fast as I can to ensure that that C spawn opens up, and that's where they end up.
We've captured Alpha.
Hey, Bruce, what's up, man? How you doing?
Stronghold Bravo lost.
So they're still spawning in blue. That's really the big thing about this is, so one of our teammates is pushing C as well, which is creating that influence. But if we're not quick to make our way towards blue, then we don't block the spawn, and they'll continue to team spawn and align across each other. So it's a combination of things that are making it happen. But you also only need 1 person in the hill. Did 2 players in the hill cap it? I should know this. I think only like regardless of how many players you have in the hill, it caps the same speed. But if I see more than 1 person in the hill, I just trust that they've got it done, and I worry about the spawners in the back because I know that we have no coverage of this anchor. So I would just keep playing forward, anticipating more potential fights, right? The way spawns like to work is team spawns have a high priority. If you're like the highest priority is enemy positioning, right? If there's no enemies to change where your opponents spawn, then it's going to team spawn. So in this situation, because we're located here and nobody is pinching the other side, like let's say you have a teammate pinching the other side, then the spawn will flip. But if nobody's coming into pinch, then all the spawners are basically just going to form in a line behind this guy. Boom, boom, boom. And just like keep coming until somebody pinches the other side. There it is, in a line, right? Until somebody comes to the other side of that spawn to block it and flip it somewhere else. So keep that in mind. Is like if you're challenging anything and there's a big wall between you guys and one bad guy, one enemy comes out a door and nobody's coming in to pinch that, then they're just going to keep coming out that door. Like basically endlessly until we get, an actual push to break it and flip it.
Your team scored.
Had an MM game against Frosty, Lucid, and Hunter, and almost won. Well, who was on his team, Michael? Hear about last shot? King is faster with 2. No, King of the Hill should not be faster with 2. King of the Hill is 1 person in the hill, as far as I'm aware. Am I tripping? If you double stack a return and flag, that is faster. That's for sure. Everything else, I think, might not be.
The enemy has captured Charlie. Sniper inbound. Stronghold Alpha is down.
Oh my god. Nice try. Yeah, some of these fights, I think some of your fights, you make them a little bit more challenging than they need to be, So maybe, like you said, that sense of panic that kind of sets in when you encounter an opponent. Take your time. I would start grounded, right? Like, think of jumping almost like thrusting in Halo 5, where, like, he who jumps last generally wins in a gunfight. Let's go, Alex. Thank you for the $5. If I can help you guys out, we can hopefully get some sort of quality content out of it, then I'm doing it right, Alex. I want to keep changing it up, and today I figure we just break down viewers. Yeah, so, like, start grounded, right? If you jump into a fight and you lead with a jump, that's a situation where you can, like, early jump. But generally, I would say start grounded and play towards geometry. So, like, when you see this guy, he throws a nade at you. If you, like, sometimes the best way to dodge a nade is not to try to dodge it by avoiding, is try to walk forward past it, if that makes sense. In this situation, I can tell based off the way he banked that if I just walk forward, that nade will not hurt me at all. See this?
Oh, that is just good Halo right there.
Let's go, bro.
Damn good Halo.
My God, 8 months. Welcome back. Much love. Thank you for the kind words, man. So I think what happens is, like, our opponent chows us and he'll do things, and I feel like your reaction is to, like, jump or nade or, you know what I mean? Like, do like a drastic movement. But you can keep it as simple as possible. Stay grounded, focus on your strafe, and literally just shoot him while walking forward, and you could literally perfect kill this guy before he even gets his gun back in his hand, right? Like, he's fully compromised. So I would say try to notice as often as possible the way people throw their nades and just patiently walk past them, patiently dodge them, do the bare minimum without overdoing things. Because what happens is we jump straight up, and now we're the easy target and the disadvantage. And when you're jumping straight up, you have no control over how to get into cover, how to finesse this at all, right? So we've given up a lot of power in our engagement. And then now we're reloading in the center of combat. So the way that you played is like grounded, walk past the nade and walk towards the wall. So the reload is behind the wall, and then come out with your gun ready to finish the fight would be like the perfect, I guess, version of this. Walk it past, shoot him the entire time, get the reload, peek him, and he's dead. would be like a general route. Even if you're peeking this side, you can even go for a nade from behind the wall, right? You've got the left-hand advantage. You've got a lot of freedom if you have a wall involved in a fight. Yeah, so it's like that's the right idea right at the very end with the nade, but we're already taking too much damage, use too many like kind of committed movements. Kruvu, no one else that I know, no pros. Kruvu's pretty good. But it sounds like a team's like stacked against last shot for sure, Michael. See, this spawn is crazy, bro. Like the game just gave you a freebie. So this spawn will happen even if look where he is, right? So that's also why you don't really want to have a player sitting so far back in blue as an anchor here, because what's the point? It doesn't exactly fully block the area. You might as well have the player in a location where he's contributing to gunfights across the map. Like sitting like here, I usually would prefer, because you've got options to hold some sort of a setup. And if somebody does spawn, then you're not like shit out of luck. You know that that's a possibility. You can dodge it, right? So yeah, a lot of jumping in the fight for sure. But yeah, like this is just a perfect example of like, you know, how prevalent this spawn area is, even if the enemies are somewhat nearby. Why this is happening is because there's enemies blocking everything, right? You've got a guy in C. You've got a guy who's in B, kind of near tower, which is an important spawn point as well, and it's very close by, so the game feels unsafe, right? Your only available teammate is the gunfight in front of A, so this is kind of the only, like, open quarter of the map from here over to A boxes is probably where your team's going to end up, and that's just based off the enemy's positioning. Keep in mind that you can't spawn in ice in any of this area. The only spawn point on ice, I believe, is, like, right here, next to this pipe. So that's a big part of the reason why the spawns are tricky on this map, because there's a large section of the perimeter that has no open spawn points. That's an R2 spot. Yeah, I mean, sure. Like, what pros will do is they'll know they got a powerful spawn when they spawn here, right? Because they'll spawn and they'll be like, shit, my team's, like, across the map. So I know that my team's probably getting, like, pushed out in some way, or, you know, like, I split spawned here. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. So they will spawn here, but then play cautiously. And, like, because they know that their opponent might know that they're spawning here type thing, you know? They try to take advantage of those opportunities. Good day. Good cutoff right there. We have A already. One big thing I would be trying to keep in mind is like, okay, where is my team? We killed somebody on an opening. If we're coming out into open space here, I want to have a good understanding of, okay, 2 dead. Cool. That's like 3 dead temporarily there, right? We already have A captured. When I see that, I'm thinking, okay, we got to be playing towards B ASAP. You could play out here, but I'm coming out here, like checking my angles, ready for the potential of C, and then maybe cutting forward and assisting my team to ensure they get bottom mid from a location where I'm like cutting angles or something like that, or getting up to top mid and supporting them that way, is being really quick with these openings. So see how like we have a tendency to sort of run. We're in the open angle now. If somebody's sitting here, which he's not, but like if somebody's right, boom, boom, I'm shooting you. If I'm like coming out of ice, I might get a whiff of you and you haven't seen me. So really making sure that we're super disciplined with all of this open space and our angles as we rotate around the map. Okay, see our team is on our right-hand side. That will tell us that the enemy's coming from C, which you seem to have some knowledge of. Okay, this is good. I like this coverage. Our team is collecting B. We want to make sure that they get out with B, right? Because we're not getting any time unless we get B. This is not good, right? So, like, we failed on the push. You have to always kind of be flexible with your knowledge and, like, understanding of what your role is in every moment in the game. Your team, who are making like strides at B, didn't complete the capture. I would probably very quickly notice and pivot and try to ensure that we save that or get a kill for free on somebody who's trying to reset the hill. Something like that. You know, that's your opportunity here. Because both of us are focused this. Or what we do is we say, okay, we lost the hill. Depending on how the trades went down, you guys can out-rotate to C. That's not a bad idea. Is you can flip the map and take C for B, which is what you often see in strongholds. We could, like, it's one or the other. It's either you're capitalizing off of info you know you have to clean up these targets, or quickly recognizing, okay, we're going to probably lose that hill. Let's move with our teammate who's already going C and trade C for B. No problem, kid. Just want to rank up to platinum. I would feel successful. I got you. I'm confident you can. Yeah, so it's the same sort of thing that we talked about. Is like we do too much sometimes when things get kind of crazy. Nades, gunshots are coming at us, and I think we start to panic a little bit, and we jump. We do like a little bit more than we need to. Versus where's your safety here, right? Like sometimes your safety is only just sit on the box, step out a couple steps, assist this fight, step out back. That's it. You know, like somebody like a Royal 2, let's say, will do the bare minimum with the positioning that he has. He'll do the maximum with the bare minimum amount of movement, if that makes sense. Like he'll know what's safe and not give up anything and just do the max damage from his small little location.
Stronghold Charlie.
So you got one who's a one-shot who backed down. That might have been a cleanup opportunity. And then your teammates engaged in a fight here. If you stay here, you can isolate this fight from everybody else and support your teammate. I would say that would be my focus in this moment, is like cut the angle, sit and crouch, and try to support my teammate, and then wait for everybody else to come at me. But like the jump, the reload, these are super exposed animations and committed movements that are just going to kill us, no matter what we do. Save it, teammate. Nice. Okay, we spawned tower. This is interesting, right? So if you spawn tower, but your team isn't anchoring blue, see how people get... This is why people hate this map, because they struggle with the spawn sometimes. Like, spawning in tower means that they could be C and blue at the same time. So you want to kind of like come out and be ready for the potential of blue or C, really. Like, I would like try to choose a lane. In this case, I would say support my teammate at B and walk forward, anticipating a fight, grabbing thrust and getting into blue to block and anchor this so that we get the AB setup again the moment I spawn here. Yeah, so whenever your spawn location tells you a lot about where the enemy is, basically. Spawn location and your team location tells you basically everything you need to know, like right off your spawn. So yeah, he's coming at you from your left-hand side, attacking your teammate. There's exclamation points and other little things, like audio cues obviously tell you where action is. The exclamation point above your teammate's head right here says that your teammate is either getting shot at or shooting somebody else. He's in a gunfight, is what that says, right? So I always look for that with my team as well. It'll tell me where to expect players. If somebody's in bottom blue fighting, that means that there's an enemy nearby him. He's fighting. If I see this guy across the map fighting, I'm thinking he's fighting somebody inside C or ice right now, just based off his positioning and the exclamation point above his head.
The enemy has captured Charlie.
And that kind of like helps you process of elimination where players are and better position yourself. So yeah, like a lot of movement done here, and these guys are like just this is like a cat and mouse going on here, right? Where this could have just been a 2v1 dead, and then now you're well positioned with the sniper, you know? So just really quickly capitalizing on that info, we'll have this cleaned up. But I like where you're standing right now. I would say with the sniper, limit the time that you spend searching angles in scope. Try to stay in hip and keep your reticle, like, unless you're at like a head level position where you're anticipating a target, right? So it's like you go to hip to where you expect a target, and then scope, and then this is the zone where you expect to see somebody. If you don't expect somebody to be here, I would unscope, reposition in hip fire, set it, and stay, right? Versus like staying in scope and like transferring from here all the way to here. I find that very jarring and difficult to... I've got drift on my controller, but I find it makes it very challenging to like accurately set yourself, and you might miss valuable information elsewhere, right? Like the beauty of hip fire is you see so much more. When we're in scope, we see less, right? So you can get de-scoped on your transition to angles and then just shot out and screwed over. So I would say be disciplined about going in hip to the general location where you expect to fight, and then scope in. The closer you scope to where that target is, the better the snipe is going to go for you, generally. So yeah, I would stay in hip. Sniper bloom glitch? Elaborate. I don't know. What's that?
The enemy has captured Bravo.
Enemy team.
BJ, I'm down to jump right to you if you want me to look at yours, because I know the more supportive chatters I can prioritize first, and then I'm gonna hop off this one soon because we spent some. I know we're not gonna get enough time to go through a full game for any of this stuff, but hopefully some general, you know, thoughts come through, and then Courtney's got something to kind of take away.
Alpha. We've captured Charlie. Stronghold Bravo lost.
Yeah, you could try no-scoping, but I think the biggest thing is just about in hip fire, putting your scope as close as possible to the target to limit the amount of, like, you know, opportunity for, or, like, limit the anyway. Basically, you see more in hip fire, and you make it easier for yourself. You're just trying to make it easier for yourself. So I liked how this started. We did a lot of roaming, you know, like we got 2 dead here, hill controlled. And in this one moment, when the kill feed pops up and shows 2, you got your team in front of you. Like, based on our positioning, the fact that nobody's in gunfights, they're probably wrapping through ice or in this hemisphere of the map. You can come to mid to address this, but we sort of lose our anchor in blue. What might happen is we might spawn all the enemy like behind us, and see how now they're spawning there. So instead, what I would do in this map is, like, if I have sniper, I would just be disciplined in covering the angles from inside blue. So like go here or like up here and shoot those remaining 2 players from the inside of blue, or at least if somebody's here. If somebody's here, you don't have to be here, but if nobody's here, somebody's got to be here, right? So I think that's like my first sort of missed opportunity is we had the anchor on blue, and then we got 2 valuable kills, and we all sort of moved forward to commit to these guys, and now we just kind of screw the spawns up. Like now they could be behind us, they could be in C as well. It's kind of like an iffy situation. So I would say one of us, maybe you, can sit here with a sniper and just get your headshots from here while you're fully safe. You don't have to worry about trading, you know? I don't have to watch a terrible like game from you if you don't want me to. I can watch like more of a middle of the road. You know what I mean? Like whatever you're open to, BJ. So yeah, like being in mid-map with the sniper, obviously not ideal. See all the potential angles you have to address here? Like I can tell you're like head on a swivel, like where could they be, you know? Look for your teammates who are in active gunfights. That'll tell you stuff too, right? So your teammate, like this guy right here, always use your teammates as a source of like identifying where players are. But in general, we should be anchored on a perimeter with a sniper. Try to always be on a perimeter in a high position, generally. Well, so if she goes and jumps in this window, yes, she limits available sight lines, which is fine. But I guess, like, what's your objective? Because what's going to happen is if we go here and no enemies are in C, then the rest of our team will just team spawn behind us in C, and that's where we're all going to be after we die, you know? So, like, what do you try to anchor? Where are you trying to spawn your team? Because that's important, too. So you could be mid with sniper and then go here, but now understand what you're doing. You're probably giving up one of these hills or both of these hills, depending on how well you snipe from this position. And then our team is spawning in C, forced to wrap the map again. So Live Fire Slayer and Fortress CT. I'm down to watch Live Fire Slayer. I love me some Live Fire Slayer. Okay, last life I'm gonna watch, Courtney, and then we'll try another one. Good damage. Okay, cool.
Searing metal works on any species.
Get him! Ah, yeah, nice. Let's go. We got the hill. Hey, thank you, Empty. 2 dead. 2 dead is going to give me confidence. Yeah, I would play out and do an open lane, look for the remaining 2 immediately. I see where my team is positioned. They're like, they got a line into blue. When I see that, I would say, okay, let me just vacate C as fast as possible. Let's spawn it behind me and just quickly enter the center of the map here a little bit. So like we're kind of staying anchored at C. What we're doing is we're going to spawn our team here later. So you always want to just be watching your team, right? We killed 2. Our team got 2 dead. That's a big indication from the game right there that we're in advantage state. When you're in advantage state, you could do some crazy shit. You know, you can afford to move. You can afford to kind of manipulate the game in your favor. So I would say, yeah, let's go right through the doorway and just look to your team who has exclamation points. I Am Woman has an exclamation point. They all do. They're all fighting something, right? So I just basically just go through mid and find your angles. And then you know that you're opening C by doing this rotation. Learn from Lucy. Nice. Because yeah, now we're not taking advantage of our numbers in this situation, right? And we're allowing them to bounce back when they should just be continuing to die in a 4v2, right?
Items of power have arrived.
And then yeah, a lot of commitment. Good escape. Good like sprint slide, escape to the right. That's kind of generally what you're looking for.
Stronghold Charlie.
Still haven't died yet in this life, which is good. Nice try. Oh my god, finesse. Oh my god. What in the helly? Okay. Your movement is like secondary aim, you know? I try to be really disciplined with how, like, and intentional with how I choose to strafe in every engagement. The spacing that I keep between myself and my opponent is very, like, intentional. Like, I try not to just walk directly at targets when I'm shooting them. So, like, when we're here, keep your everything needs to be intentional as well. Like, even the placement of the nade, right? Tighter to the wall might be more effective. Or, like, if you walk out an extra step and tighter that direction, you have a shield advantage. Maybe you don't need to throw the nade. Maybe you can just go for the reach out and just peek it for the reach out, right? If I stay here like keep my distance, then I can avoid any opportunity for this player to get a beatdown on me. So I would like, I think generally we're doing it right, but it's like, see how we're walking forward with some of this? I would like just keep it simple with the footwork. So hard to explain how to effectively aim, you know? One thing, as basic as it is just how often do you spend shooting bots, Courtney? Because it should be part of your daily grind. All this like muscle memory comes with shooting bots, right? So all the little movements in a reticle and like recognizing them. So like, see how your reticle, when you shoot, it goes like up and like enters the vertical. Should like your awareness of the vertical position of your reticle should be like teed in the whole time in every gunfight, right? Like your reticle should always be at like head level, and you should always be hyper aware of when it's moving in vertical and just trying to limit the amount that it ever even needs to go in the vertical at all, because I find it's easier and more effective, especially in Halo, to flick left-right if I have to, right? It allows you to use your strafe more often in combat as well if you just kind of keep it in that zone. So notice the moments when you kind of like overextend vertically and try to limit that and grind that out when you're practicing versus bots, so that the moment that you do use the vertical is something very intentional, very well practiced, you know? One thing to work on. I mean, I don't know how to give you like one thing to work on, but I think we should be more aware of angles when we rotate. So try not to sprint forward through the environment. Try to maybe like slide and turn and think about where the opponents are going to be, especially off the open strat. So an intentional opening strat would be, okay, they could appear here, they could appear here, they could appear here, right? So I want to see more intentionality with your angle awareness in every encounter. If you're coming out, if you're swinging out into an environment like this, like, okay, where are the enemies potentially going to be? I want to come out and peek it like that. I want to see like, you know, some of these angles and lead with my reticle. So think about leading with your reticle in every engagement more often. That would be like a good start. In your gunfights, try to just be as patient as you can. Cover is your best friend, right? Stay grounded. Try to be the last person that jumps and save your utility. Don't ever use a nade unless you're using it preemptively or unless you have a significant advantage to like, and cover to allow you to use the nade, right? Same with like a beatdown. Space yourself patiently so that you don't feel forced to trade with a beatdown. Because sometimes if you have a shield advantage, it's better to just get the kill from a distance and not let him do that free damage, right? So I think those are like general things that you can think about. We talked a lot about spawns as well, and I think that's all really important. Like having a general game plan. Like I want to control A and B for lattice and have somebody anchoring a zone like this. That stuff is all really helpful too to think about. But in general, I would say just, lead with your reticle in your engagements and get like a little bit more efficient and aware of how you assess the environment when you move. Because I want you to get more info before the fight happens so that you have more time to be patient, more time to like be disciplined. So hopefully that helps you for now, Courtney. And then I expect you to be platinum in a week, okay? I'll see you in a week. Shoot bots. Literally to everybody who plays this game, shoot bots like every day before you grind. Like I want 250 bots and aim bots and like intentional. Don't just like autopilot, like intentional practice. You're trying to shoot like last shot. You like 90% accuracy plus. I would say 250 bots every day before you start your rank grind. Let's just go with that. It's me. I'm the bot. Yeah, shoot Timmy 250 times. Hey, Displayed. Thank you, man.
That is just good Halo right there.
Looking forward to see where I take the stream from here.
Halo. My God.
We're trying different things. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. You're on a 2-month streak. Good to see you. Trying different things. I don't know what we're going to do, bro. I know we got no scrims. Some ideas that I have is this, what we're doing right now. Having like a 1v1 with pro players like Last Shot. Like it might be cool if Last Shot's open to doing like a 1v1 / casual interview. And watching money matches, like being an observer like we do with scrims, except like actually in the lobby for money 2s and money 4s, money 8s, whatever.
This is the way.
Death penalty. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, brother.
This is the way.
With the pro players. Like it'd be sick if I could like reach out to Bound and say like, bro, I want to see you and Renegade versus like, I don't know, like, or whatever. I want to watch you guys play money 2s. I can jump in the pot. Like, let's say, I don't know if this would be like enough for them to care. Let's say that like they put down 25 or 50 bucks or something for like I don't know how much they put down for a match. And then I will take a bet, maybe with you guys in the chat, on who I think is going to win. If I'm wrong, then I add I match the pot, like whatever they put in. I match and add it. I give it to them. If I'm right, I'm safe, basically. Yeah, and then I'm gambling, right? So basically, they only make money if I'm wrong, and they don't lose anything if I'm right, because we're here for the entertainment anyway. Yeah, I don't know if they will care to put their gameplay on display and like let me watch and whatnot, but these are just ideas that I have right now. Oh, is that an issue? You think TOS here for any Halo content? I just want to watch like Optic are still in the esport right now. You know, even though the year is done, and you know I don't know if they're going to be around next year, but like technically Optic Bound is still Optic Bound. Optic Renegade is still, you know what I mean? Like so that we could still do Optic versus Shopify in this sense of like a money match or something like that, or like top tier pro 8s and 2s and whatnot. But I don't know, one step at a time. I'm glad we're like doing something that's not just getting on the game, you know, and just playing all day. Needs to shoot bots. This guy somehow has recoil. Needs to shoot bots for about 50 hours. Try to be nice, Ryan, by the way. But yeah, everybody needs to shoot bots. Everybody, probably you too. VJ, check live fire. Okay. Do I have you on? I think I have you on this, right? What's your gamer tag on Xbox? Chat, has any of you guys, BJ156, have you guys seen that Chainsaw Man movie? And if you have, what do you think? This is for any of the anime, the weebs in the chat. Live Fire Slayer, yeah. Oh my God! Are you sure, BJ? Love to get a 5-10 minute breakdown after BJ. All right, Farrell. Yeah, sure. Let's try that. Thoughts on the Gold 1 lobbies? They look like what I expect Gold 1 lobbies to look like. Run community tournaments, 1v1s, 2v2s, and commentate them. Yeah, like potentially, I like the idea of watching pros more than I like watching community. But I guess if I put money down, then some sweaty people will sign up. Are you sure you want me to look at this, BJ? Like, okay, let's look at it real quick. This is obviously like an outlier game, but you said you were like, what did you say? Like you were trying and it just was not working out no matter what you did. You have what I believe is the highest deaths there. We talking Chainsaw Man? Yo, so I'm seeing it tonight with my girl in Screen X. Have you guys heard of Screen X? I wanted to try this out. I don't know if this is like a good, I've never done an anime. I've never seen an anime movie in theaters, but I kind of want to see it like the legit way. Okay, wait, we got to figure out which one BJ is. And when the kill feed pops up, I can switch until we get to him. Screen X is terrible? I heard it was really good. So I watched Fantastic Four in Screen X, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Shot caller.
You're Platinum 5, okay. Okay, I might have lost kill feed on this. I'm hoping that's not the case. But we're good. BJ, okay. Alright, let's see the open strat.
Beat him to a pulp, Spartan.
Gain the lead.
Okay, got a stick off the rip. As far as the open, we're playing for Spike specifically? I think this is generally okay. I think, yeah, one big thing to consider is just like the nade that you had the intention of throwing off this open strat probably doesn't make sense for this situation. So try not to be like too rigid with what you're trying to accomplish with your open strat. Like one thing I try to do is play in a wide angle and maybe crouch jump up here or something that like gives me a bit of a visual on what route my opponents are taking. Because if I take like a wide angle, I can suss out that they're coming at me in advance and sort of like shoot, like I'll know, you know, what type of nade to throw and how to address the fight. But I feel like we're kind of, we have an intentional plan, but we're not like flexible with the plan right now. So we're throwing a nade that's like very committed. And we've seen this trajectory too, like just based on the nade trajectory, I already know where that player is coming from, you know, just by the nade line that was thrown out too. So I think maybe we could have saved that. But I like that you went and you grabbed the spikes. You guaranteed a sticky trade. So solid open. You could have, yeah, you can play it slow and you can play to shoot the spikes potentially as well. Sure. Hopefully I didn't lose kill feed for that. Oh, it's changing automatically, which is very frustrating, bro.
Another trophy for the pile.
Throw the net against the wall and cuts. Yeah, I guess that's a solid option too. I gotta figure out what number you are. Sucks.
Active camo available. Gain the lead.
Okay, this is, I hope, your second life. Camo comes up the first 30 seconds of the round. We win the open strat 3-1. Off my spawn here, my team is, like, first thing I do is assess where's my team located, right? So I've got one who's in a fight in bottom mid. That tells me where one player is at the very least, right? I've got a teammate who's across the entire map in Nest, probably taking a little bit of influence off the potential of players being in B right now. So, like, in my mind, just based off this, like, team formation, this guy's completely on an island. But it lets me know that they're all coming from back tower. They're going to be like C-plat, you know, anywhere in that general area. They could be coming through cuts right now. So I kind of know where to anticipate the fight and like what's safe, what's unsafe, just based off my team's positioning. And I know one fight's bottom mid, like in a second off the spawn. You have pretty good positioning here. I don't think you necessarily need to drop immediately, though I guess like we're 2 dead. So you want to be close. As we start to die, you want to get closer and closer to your available teammate. Put yourself in a position on the perimeter of the map where you could bait this camo. I think a good thing to do would be to like reroute and take small door or something like that. Your sniper teammate should be in small door baiting the camo with the sniper. Camo is our most important focal point of this. So everything you do is like with the intention of making sure we secure the camo. You should be disciplined with your angle awareness here too. I know I haven't seen the full life. I should probably just watch the full life. But like I know that if we're in this corner of the map and my team just died across the map, like they could be coming through pillars down here. They could be coming down this dummy ramp. So like I'm going to be coming through assessing that if I do enter this area. And even like, yeah, anyway.
Active camo available.
It's like our team is spawning behind us. We missed an opportunity like where we could have, because there's one of two things you could do is you could sit here and like try to bait while they go for the camo and like be ready for this fight. Or it might not be a bad idea if you come through here and notice that nobody's assessing, like nobody's in this angle, you might be able to pull off some sort of a sneaky flank behind the camo that could, you might die in the process, but it might be enough to make sure that your team gets it. Like that's valuable too. So one or the other. It's very committed. This is a question where I would ask, like, what was your intention here, BJ? You know what I mean? It's like the first nade, a little bit late, but solid. And then I'd say the only option that you have to, like, benefit positioning-wise in this encounter would be to back up and stand on top of this generator, because then you would force them to commit themselves to kill you. And if you're standing on the generator, you can jump in place and avoid any potential nades that come at you, right? So, like, in every scenario that you're in, you want to know what's my available exit route and what's the best movement that I can pull off to live as long as possible and bait for my team and whatnot in this situation. The way that we play this, when we slide forward, we're in the freaking shit now, right? Like we're exposing ourselves to potential angles for players coming up from cuts. Like we could get 3v1'd in an instant. So I think this nade was good to start maybe, but recognizing, okay, there's 2 players here. Like if I push forward, I got no options. I need to back up, jump in place on this gen and hope that they force themselves out so that my team can get involved in this fight. Yeah, he has help, but his help can't help him if he plays like this, right? So that's why you got to be very quick to assess, okay, you know, what's the safe zone to play in this situation? Because keep in mind that the value of being a key door isn't just to avoid these guys. It's also to avoid the bottom mid hit. Notice how this guy's coming up bottom mid? If you're jumping off this, then you have that flexibility to even bother this guy behind you. You can kind of like jump over the door and do a lot to just finesse from this zone. The longer that you live, the more annoying you are to kill, the easier it is for your team to do what they need to do. To help and to trade. Bro, I hate Peter. So I don't know where the kill feed is anymore, but I'm hoping you have it.
Active camo inbound.
You don't have it anymore, do you? If you don't have it, I think this person might have it. He does. Would have slid the same way 10 out of 10 times. You don't know why you do that? I mean, like, nothing you do in Halo should be autopilot. I think that's the biggest thing, and that's maybe like a life teaching as well, is like everything you do in this game needs to be done with like a layer of intentionality. There shouldn't be, like, you shouldn't be shooting on autopilot, you shouldn't be rotating on autopilot, you know? Like, there's a reason why you're doing everything that you're doing on the map. So if you find yourself just like sliding out of mid-map, that sounds like that was a moment where you just allowed yourself to go autopilot and didn't think about like how best could I position myself. Like, what happened? I had this perfectly set up, and then it like auto switches when you die without me touching anything. It just jumps over to another POV.
Oh, that is just good Halo.
Okay,
right
life
there.
3.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God, Alex Breezy, welcome back, brother. Gifting a tier 1 to Bags for T. Welcome, Bags. Thank you, Alex. Let's go. We open up, attacking them. Hey, we lost 2. Okay. Nice, good shots, good shots. Kind of huddled together here. Vulnerable on both sides. Clambered both jumps on the scoreboard. Now we're splitting. We're splitting hard from our team. In no man's land. You got this. Ah! Yeah, nice. 3 dead. That's huge. 1 final survivor on the map. We got Freedom. You see him? Perfect. He just team spawned his... Oh, you didn't see him. Oh, no. Yeah, potentially, Alex. I think we're forming a bit of a queue here. Maybe I get you after. I know Feral Kittens came in the chat. Okay, so off our spawn here, very quick, we assess, like, where is our team? What does that tell us about what's going on in the situation? Here we spawn, we got a teammate beside us, and there's a lot of freaking action in front of us with our team in an immediate gunfight. So, safe to say, you know, the fights are happening here. We can just go ahead and headbutt this. Has camo there as well, really valuable damage. I would, like, generally, I like playing towards Turbine for a situation like this because I've got, like, bank nades that I can line up and I can G-slide off it to quickly get through no man's land. I don't like being in no man's land here. But yeah, getting your nades out and being really intentional. There's a really good bank nade that you can do off of this short ramp. I always love lining up a nade off this because it perfectly lines up with the small door. And if anybody challenges a small door, they just outright die. So if you just throw like a blind pre-nade off this ramp, you actually kill this guy. So just like a good, like if you see fights happening in this zone, small door is a place people like to go to live. You can destroy them with 1 bank nade. And if you're trying to throw a nade for screens, like I would bank it like lower so that it blows up at the screen, basically. But more like nitpick. Try to make sure that you're fighting the same things together. So like that guy is a 1-shot. He's kind of like my priority kill here. I feel like we sort of like just jump out because we don't know in this moment, like spawn timer is 8 seconds. We don't know exactly where our team is spawning. Like if we know that our team is spawning behind us, which they are, then what that tells us is that the enemy is spawning in B, right? If we're putting direct pressure on A and our team is spawning behind us and the open area of the map is B. So this rotation is like no longer that safe anymore. What you're doing is you're splitting off from your team and you're giving up like an opportunity for them to spawn at B and like shoot you in the side. So I'd be kind of wary of that whole right hemisphere in the map and try to prioritize like doubling up this direction. Hopefully when the nades are finished, you know, blowing up so that I limit the fights I have to take and focus on the same thing with my team. But it sort of like works out anyway. Like see how we're splitting off and doing different things? This I don't really like. Like we see this guy, we chase him, he's full shields. This guy who's a 1-shot who should have been dead. Like, is just getting out scot-free, you know, just trying to take the path of least resistance every time is what I try to, like, isolate here. So see how we're getting shot from the B spawner now? Because we sit here shooting this guy, like, if we are going to go this way, we can't linger. We got to know, okay, my team is spawning at C. B is unsafe. And then look at the kill feed. There's a lot of shit going on in the kill feed that we really want to make sure that we're clocking, right? We've got 3 dead on the kill feed. We right now are at least 3 up. 1, 2, 3. We're 3 up right now, and there's only 1 guy alive on the map as soon as the kill feed like logs this properly. Right? That guy right here is the final survivor. Generally, what I like to do when we have a clear numbers advantage on this map is force spawn my enemy in B. If they spawn in B, they have shit options. So the best way to do that is to rotate that sniper out to tower and like try to very quickly go this way. Kill this guy on the way if you could. And then if you're at tower, they should be spawning like B together. And we got a full perimeter around them. I don't know if that's like too much to think about in this moment, but I hear you, Epic. I don't disagree with you, man. What will it take to switch to CTF? Fortress instead of this wreckage? We can do that. In general, though, it's like, I feel like you're not fully keeping in mind where your team is relative to you, right? So it's like, if we want to, we don't have to play for spawn control. If we at least want to keep this sniper, we should stay near our team, right? Like, you can just, like, stay here. Stay on this hemisphere of the map, because you know that if you're, like, in this zone, then your team is watching over you. Your chances of death are low. And then reposition your sniper to somewhere safe, or maybe inside A, where you can, like, you know, address angles. But we're kind of doing a lot of running in the middle of the map. Look where our team is, right? So we got to very quickly log, okay, we've separated far right now. If I get in a fight, I got no help, right? So that's big. Everything we do in Slayer is about team awareness. That reinforces your positioning. So we ended up like rotating away from our team. That guy who was last survivor team spawned his team in tower, and then they got behind us and wiped us out on our rotate back to mid, and now they can maybe grab that sniper. So there needs to always be like in any moment of like downtime, when you're getting your shields back, when you're reloading behind cover, you're assessing the kill feed, assessing your team's location, because that just keeps you informed all the time, right? So any moment of downtime in combat, you should be reminding yourself, basically. Anyway, those are like the immediate things I'm seeing. We could try to quickly look at CTF Fortress. These are like, I feel like we're going to tread over the same topics because, like, interestingly enough, you know, players gold level, plat level, there's, you know, regardless of how well you shoot or if you have, like, you know, solid game sense, I feel like positioning is always an issue at this level of play. Or I said to have generally awareness is an issue too, right? Like, I feel like most players at like gold and plat level, if the player's directly in front of them and they're in a straight up 1v1, generally they're hitting their shots for the most part. But they don't prioritize positioning. They don't like use their cover in their gunfights. They don't think about like where their team is relative to them and how that affects the spawns. Like, I think all of that is kind of the same across the board. Brother. Oh, this is a little bit better, like, KD-wise. Hardstuck Plat 4. Can you get Onyx? Absolutely. I think anybody can get Onyx. Yeah, for sure. Shout out Courtney. You know, thank you, Courtney and BJ, for, you know, volunteering as tribute, right? Y'all being put on display, just chewing you guys out on live television. Nah, I don't know about that. Could probably charge people for this stuff. This is depth. I mean, I do. I do one-on-one coaching. I haven't for a bit, but generally, if I do one-on-one coaching, it would be a $60 session, right? So, look, we've had an awesome year, and hopefully, we strike something that like has, you know, people coming by and watching the stream. I don't know if we got, you know, a decent amount of people hanging out this afternoon. But I sort of see this as like me just experimenting a bit and maybe giving back to you guys a little bit. So nah, this is not killing it in viewership. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's all part of the process. I feel like my viewers, like the viewers that we get, they want to watch me watch scrims. And it's like, if it's not that, then, you know, nobody wants to watch Shyway. So we got to figure out a way to have people come here to watch me regardless of what we're doing. That's the big change. How many games is $60? I spend like an hour to an hour and a half with you or so. You know, like it's an hour session, but I generally spend like a little bit longer, you know, especially if my student is engaged and enjoying the session and, you know, wants that time from me. But it's $60 for the hour session is what it is. Okay, wait, let's wait for the kill feed and then I'm going to try to bring it back to BJ. What's up, Barbosa? How you doing? There he is. All right, let's see an intentional opening strat. In this map, if I spawn close to sniper, I go for sniper. If I spawn on the right side, I play mid to OS. That's usually what I do. So I would play for sniper here, and I think BJ does too. Angle awareness is really big. Yeah, you almost got something on him right there. This is something that I see pros do, like last shot, is they actually take a step back and then they look this angle. That's a decent option as well. If the guy is rotating towards tower, there's like a little window of time where you can reaction shot the guy. And when you take a step back and you stand here, then anybody that comes out to plat can't see you. So you can like sit, address the angle, be super prime with your reactions to hit a shot. If you do, turn and address this one ready, you know, because you've got that isolated sight line. Not that you have to do that. It's just like an idea. Coming through here, you have some intentional awareness, but your scope location is not helping you, right? So your scope location needs to be super disciplined. If you're going to do this strat, like it's the same thing. I find a lot of people is they have trouble controlling the vertical. Your vertical positioning is something you need to have like super freaking dialed, you know? The better you understand where the head is in every scenario, like look at Royal 2, right? In every scenario, he knows exactly where head level is, and he does the bare minimum to stay in head level all the time. It's so efficient. So it's so easy, you know, any pro player. So like that right there throws off your ability to just react and shoot this guy, because you could have killed this guy with better head level placing. $60 is a lot. I mean, yeah, it's not, you know, it's a bit of an investment, sure, but I think I give value for your time, and it hasn't been a problem for other students that I've had in the past. So you don't have to, you know, you don't have to purchase, or you can. It is what it is. I've heard people say I should charge more, but, you know, obviously this is the Halo community, and we're not exactly, like, thriving popularity-wise. But, you know, I think I'm worth value for my time. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, like other things, like if I go to the gym with my trainer, it's $80 Canadian for a session with my trainer. You know, like anything that's like similar is expensive these days. If you were to get a coaching from, you know, somebody reputable in Call of Duty, it'd probably be very expensive as well. BJ, this is just, you know, Halo 101, but positioning. You have a clear advantage over this guy. Don't give up your advantage. So we drop down. We let him get in our zone, right? So like I would just keep your advantage, even if that has you burning all 6 bullets just trying to shoot him. It's better that you know what I mean? Like don't potentially give that snipe up and give him a trade opportunity. Yeah, so we burn some ammo, but we give him an opportunity to kill us, and now he has sniper in our tower. We want to keep that in mind. Our teammate gets OS and an immediate pull off the open strat, so that's excellent. That should help. I would immediately put myself in a position to protect. We got a weak target here, so you can maybe kill him. But like this guy doesn't matter to me. My teammate with flag matters to me, right? So like when we're dead, kill feed is so, or not kill feed, your death cam is everything when you're dead, right? Make sure that you're like swirling your death cam for a second when you die here. I would say, okay, 2 died right now from us, I think, off the open strat, or from them, sorry. 2 of them died. We have OS control. I see this from death cam. I see where he went from my death cam. And then slightly before I spawn, I cycle through the POVs. I would know if my teammate's running flag through mid here, then my objective is primarily to make sure that he gets through safely. He's my escort. So don't even leave the base. Like stay right here. Do all your damage from this location. Shoot, shoot, shoot. He runs, whatever. Fuck that guy, right? Like I'm watching my flag and making sure that he's getting through this area safely. And then I would back it up into the back of the base and anchor from here defensively to keep that flag alive as long as possible. This is like the general routing that I'm working with right now, just based off the circumstances that I've understood from my death cam. Sure. Oh, see, we might not get this flag now. That's like the scary thing about this routing that we took is like we did all of this rotation on the map, and while we were doing this, our team was sort of high and dry and just getting shot at by 2 guys that played forward and eventually kind of killed your flag carrier before he capped it, right? So all of this rotation just put us out of the field of play to support what was a priority in the situation, right? If instead you just were here or like in the back of the base, then like that flag's being captured, right? So
I see him! It's the enemy carrier!
So now we have to work very hard to get this, and we might not guarantee it. Yeah, so I think that's the biggest misplay is, like, just make sure that you're on your death cam when you die, and that you know that, okay, we're running this flag through mid. Like, we can't miss this opportunity. This guy doesn't matter. There's high priority and low priority kills. This guy is very low priority kill that we can let him get out and like, predict his routing later and cut him off even from the back of the base. How do you throw your name in the hat? We're kind of just, I don't know, freaking improvising here. It's a very informal process. Feral Kittens reached out and said he wanted me to look at one. I'm down to look at some of his. And then I had somebody else jump in the chat. Okay, do we have this? He's slow walking the flag. Sneaky bastard. Get him. Okay, okay. Yeah, you don't need to get in beatdown range. We're back exposed to a lot of potential angles. Like, look where this guy is, right? So, like, obviously we know in CTF, they can only spawn in 3 areas, right? Like this back corner, the back of the base, and this area that, like, only in their base they're going to be spawning. So that's where we should be, like, you know, facing towards the entirety of this. Essentially, we should be... Okay. Or do this. Could you hop and keep potentially flames? This is just chaos
Taking our flag.
for one flag here.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
OS is coming up in 13 seconds here. You got a whiff of that guy bottom mid. He's a one-shot.
Overshield inbound.
Sure, let's make sure he dies. Yeah, we did some good damage. Hoping your teammate gets a touch on that. He's going for it. It's like I see all this from my death cam. Traded. OS getting picked up. They have OS. Okay, OS is going to be top left of the base. I would turn and shoot him right now. Bam, right? Because, like, if I'm watching death cam, then I know exactly where he is, and I'm just popping shots on this guy from my positioning. So that's what I would hope that you do off your spawn. Cool. Okay, cool. I see you, J-Bone.
Shooting, Spartan.
Okay, when this flag gets capped, regardless of which way it goes, I'm going to move on to the next video. We're in an unlimited flag standoff now. I probably should have gone this way. Rank reset today? I don't know when the rank resets.
Enemy flag carrier spotted.
Team is in a fight in the base. We want to, like, notice that, right? If our teammate's in a fight, there's an exclamation point above his head, then try to contribute to that fight as quickly as we can. We're sort of lingering and hesitating here. Yeah, the faster we're involved, the less of a chance that he gets traded. We keep him alive, and then that's so valuable for us attacking the base. I know who Lionel Richie is. I've coached him before. That's funny. Is there a way to see this? I'm not sure. We got the re.
Flag returned.
Enemy.
What are we trying to do? Oh. Okay, nice try.
Power weapons on the way.
When you're sitting here and you're in their base, their spawn location is going to be the elbow when they spawn. So know that, right? Like when I'm sitting here, first off, I'm like trying to put myself in a position where I can sort of maybe contribute to any sort of valuable angle. You know, I feel like we're kind of just looking at the ground a little bit here, grab the repulse. But I would just think, let me just cause as much chaos as possible in their base while I'm here. I would peek out with the intention of like shooting a spawner because I know that they got to be spawning there if I'm blocking this side of the base. Wipe this guy out with some awareness. He should know you're there too. He should be pre-nading. Like you should be dead. He should be pre-nading you right now, and he's not. And you can repulse his pre-nade. But anyway, I think we're just super focused on this like nade repulse combo. When the high ticket item is let's just kill him and steal their sniper, bro. Steal their snipe, bring the snipe into their tower, and then shoot them as they flip their spawn out of here. And just live and anchor from this position long enough until an opening presents itself for the next flagpole.
Flag
Yeah. But yeah, that's another thing you can practice with bots, though, is the sticky repulse is you have like unlimited stickies and repulse when you play that aimbots map now. So literally just G-slide around and hit sticky repulses. It actually is not just to like shoot the guy away. If you like the beauty of the sticky repulse is it increases the velocity of the sticky, right? It goes faster, so it's easier to stick with. So it's actually a good technique to practice in your own time so that when you are in that situation, you're not just kind of, you know, deer in the headlights for a second. But I think the biggest thing we noticed with this game is just like using your death cam and understanding what your role is off your spawn based off of like the info that you got from your death cam, right? Like your teammate was running the flag out with OS. Okay, so all we have to do is support him. He's my priority. And live inside the base, come back and support him and, you know, be involved in those fights instead of this, like, we went on kind of a chase on a kill that didn't matter for the flag run, right? So I think just kind of being really quick to recognize, okay, where's my team? while you're dead and when you spawn, and what's the priority in the situation. It's making sure that my flag carrier gets through safely. I don't need to wrap the whole map to do that, you know? I think that would have solved the first, like, 3 minutes of the game right there. Same sort of concerns that I had that Courtney had with just making sure that you're not, like, sprinting through the environment without assessing your angles. Like, you should know where the potential fights are as you come out with your angle, and your reticle should be, like, at that head level. Be aware of the vertical adjustments that you make, like with the sniper off the open strat, right? Sometimes I feel like you guys are sprinting through the environment and these angles are just available around you, and we're just kind of running by them without actually even seeing what's in those areas and not getting that insight and not prepared, you know? Is Feral Kitten still in the chat? I'm trying to remember some of the people who've reached out. This is the way. That's right, MC. Okay, is your gamer tag the same? Some of your GT. Hopefully some of that was helpful, BJ. I know we're kind of like trying to speed run a little bit. Feral Kittens, okay, cool. Alex Breezy, okay. In my mind, you'll be next then, Alex. Feral Kittens, I followed you. Just keep the gamer tags coming, I guess, and then I'll just do what I can with the time that we got. Here we go. What's your rank, Feral Kittens? And do you have any specific like map in mind? Do you care? I should look at the results. Strongholds live fire 15 and 18. Ideally, everybody D4. Okay, cool. Live fire on the second page next to the Aqua game at the very bottom was a close Strongholds loss.
Oh, that is just good Halo right
Thief,
there.
let's go,
That
brother.
is just damn good Halo.
My God, tier 1 and a 2-month streak. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back. Close Strongholds live fire. Let's do it.
Stronghold.
Got you, Flyboy. Do what I can. Had a terrible game last night. GT's Force 1. I don't know how I can mesh better with my randoms. Okay. All right, we're going to try to figure out... takes me a second to get the kill feed on his gamer tag, right? Let's go through here real quick.
Exquisite.
I recognize Turner Jones.
Stronghold Bravo is
Okay.
ours.
Let's see the open strat. What do we got? G-slide off that? Ooh, missed it slightly. It kind of jumped too far forward and bumped it. Hit the second one. We're very, I guess conveniently, nobody's challenging, but we haven't thrown a single pre-nade, and our reticle is not ready to address anything, right? Like, we're thinking more about the G-slides than we're thinking about, like, what we're about to attack here. So, in a different scenario, this could be very dangerous. I like that you're hitting the slides, so you've got that, which is good. But just keep that in mind. I think there might have been an opportunity for you to lead with a wallbang pre-nade or something that like specifically cuts off this sort of zone, so that if somebody does kind of jump and chow it, that you've got an exit. And then I'm assuming you're going to play towards vent here. Okay, back it up. That's fine too. Nice body. Making sure we got the snipe in a good position so that we're not losing it right away. This is very committed right now. Hopefully we back it up. Nice try. So just really quickly sussing out like where the targets are and keeping this, like keeping yourself well positioned so that we don't give up the snipe for free. Like I've just seen all four of them in this one swift little visual, right? I see 3 guys. So I'm thinking, okay, I use my nades here. Like this guy's jumped out already. Even if you didn't see the third guy, already I'm getting a lot of potential insight. Yes, of course, this guy in mid could be running at you. That's always a possibility. You got nobody directly behind you as well. But still, I would stay in this general zone and use like audio cues to kind of help confirm to me whether or not I'm forced to play forward, or if I'm going to dress him on his own. If he comes at you, you can snipe, beat him down. You know, you have some options. But yeah, make sure we use this nade. Left-handed advantage from the safety of the wall before we engage with this. Maybe pull the bandit out and just rain down fire and hope that your team supports you. And if we get a trade on the guy that pushes mid, great. If he doesn't push, which he didn't, remember you hit a body on him, right? If you hit a body, that might be a good indication that he's not just going to chow you right away. So keep in mind that your damage will either incentivize or disincentivize players from like following. So like right here, bam, I'm thinking like this guy's probably not going to reach out right away. So I'm powerful in this zone. I'm going to give him some time to figure out what he wants to do. Right here, I'm very powerful. Oh shit. So take advantage of that. Overcommitting the angle towards pillars is common. Yeah, a lot of players in Diamond still overcommit their angles just a little bit, and they also take fights to the death more than they need to. They'll strafe. They have a good strafe, and they think that using that footwork in the fight and just barely coming out one shot is like worthwhile, when it's better to just peek the guy and give him nothing, give him no free damage, no options, right? So this could have been like you living, keeping the snipe in control, and worst case scenario, backing it up to the safety of A, and then finding a new angle of attack, maybe out-rotating to C or something like that. Anyway. We lost the snipe. I'd be keeping tabs on it and making sure we're aware of our team and whether or not we're succeeding in this fight. They're still pouring into B here. So I can see this from death cam. We get a one shot that hopefully your teammate cleans up. 2 dead off my spawn. I'm going to play fast. Yeah, camo's coming up as well here. However, your team is still in an active fight. You could maybe linger for a second and just get a quick check on whether or not there's an available one shot to kill. But with 2 of them dead and with fights existing here, you have timing where you could run for this camo. So I'd just kind of come through, quick check. Is there something I can shoot? No. Okay, I'm done. I'm going with my 10-second window because I know that they're 2 dead. One of them's preoccupied at least. I could probably get this camo for free and then back off in time. Yep. Keep in mind that they will be spawning. That's a spawn that I'd be watching as I come up, right? Because like if my team is skewed to this side of the map, then I would come up here, address this with like prepared angle awareness, and don't even think about running. Like if I know that this is an open spawn and there could be a guy here, I could pick up the camo and 5-shot him at the same time and then open that lane for a flank with the camo, right? So, like, there should be that extra layer of awareness where you're like, okay, I know I have timing, but I also know that back tower is a potential spawn. I'm going to come here with my reticle ready and first shot this guy, back him down, maybe even kill him, and then safely activate the camo in cuts and start to roam through the opposite side of the map where I can cause the most amount of chaos now. You know what I mean? Those 2 things you're still working on. Overcommit happens too much. Okay. Bit of a risky place to pull out the camo. But I like the movement that we're doing to stay alive here. Yeah, where's our team? We don't have any progress on any hills, and we got to start making some moves. Oh, you want him to give you sniper. Interesting. Okay.
Gosh, that's an intimidating
This is Optic Gaming? Ooh. That's actually kind of nice. Okay, sick. We got to start moving a bit, though, right? Like, you're the camo. I want you to have more impact here. So, like, I would immediately pivot. Let's just like see if I can help this guy out. Let me find a sneaky sniper angle from mid or down low, but like we got to make some impact and do it quickly. I feel like we're turtling a bit. We haven't made a lot of progress. I guess we're just giving up on C and making sure a B teammate gets his cap. That's fine.
Stronghold Bravo is
Your team scored.
Similar sort of scenario. They go 2 dead as well. Cool. Maybe we can trade C for B. I don't mind that. So, like, in this situation, you know that they full commit. If you just play towards C with what's left of your camo, if nobody's here, your team will spawn on top of you. If your team isn't spawning on top of you, then that tells me that there's somebody nearby, basically. So, like, something like that I don't think would be a bad idea. Is just, like, out-rotate and trade B for C and then spawn your team with you and then push out from that side of the map. Because in this situation, now you're playing at a huge disadvantage. Like, your team died as well, so now you're just camo with sniper in a shitty situation. And the rest of your camo is gonna evaporate, like, right now. Yeah. Okay, you got one. Okay, that was still pretty good with what you had, right? So maybe I should just watch the life and see what you do. But what I like about this is you bank nade, lead this, right? If ever you're in a situation like this where your opponent, who he, for the record, should be aware of you, you're in the hill. But if he isn't, always lead with a bank nade for max damage so that when he does see you, you can clean him up quickly. So, good kill. Good kills there. That was good. We'll collect B, I guess. Teammate should hopefully get to see... we had camo snipe. Yeah, but... Like, why would you go to B? Like, if you go to B, you're walking into a 3v1 versus, like, we could just safely go here, cap C, get in tower with the sniper, and then let my teammates sort of fan out and, like, work from a better position with the sniper later, is how I kind of see that. If I had, like, a more even number situation, then maybe I could justify walking into a potential 3v1, but it's just, I don't know, generally speaking, I feel like that's not a high probability play with the resources that you had. And the camera was about to run out, too. Thank you, Doom Guy.
Bomb translocator inbound.
Your team scored.
The enemy has captured Charlie. Let's grab that translocator. We've captured Alpha.
Nice kill. Didn't die here, yeah. I would always try to play into back B for the flank. More often than not, when you're pushing out B, you could save the hill from back here too, last second potentially, or like what you could do is get in the hill and then tether yourself back here. QT is available as well, which is super powerful. But just like a good general way to play out this would be to go to back B. There's a lot kind of going on with our team before this, where I feel like we're not like doing anything to anchor what we have. We're all sort of like giving up our presence on one hill to cap another, and then they just kind of freely walk into the hill that we left behind, you know?
Boston translocator inbound.
Like, sure, we trade A for C.
The enemy.
Always prioritize A, B hills as default. Leave them to spawn at C. Not exactly. Like, why are you saying that's what you like to do? Like, you can set up at AB, but I don't really think that this map... You can set up at BC very effectively, too. Like, I don't think that this map has a specific, like, setup that I'm always trying to confirm. I think the biggest thing is that, like, I just know where they're spawning at all times. Like, whether they're spawning in back A or back C or turbine, like, I'm always trying to kind of capitalize on momentum and our advantages when we have them versus trying to, like, lock myself into a BC hold or an AB hold the whole game. You know, this is a little bit different than Recharge, where Recharge is, like... The map has open sight lines, and like playing for AB generally is favorable because of the way the map is laid out. But this map is trickier with like a large object in the center. I feel like rotations are kind of king on this map, and just always being on top of their spawn location, you know?
Let's grab that translocator.
Is controller viable? 100%. It's the way to play for the most part. M and K is viable, but controller is generally favorable, I would say, for most Halo players. Controller generally favorable. Yeah, I would say, again, play out back B, just generally safer. Gives you the option for the QT later. But otherwise, we do have the cap. We do have AB here. Teammate fighting out back B who trades.
Ammo inbound.
Or doesn't trade, he dies to him. Just very committed. I would be very careful with like this second jump. I think the first jump is like okay, but like the second jump just limits your, like, let's say you jump and you kill him, like everybody on your team is dying in this moment, and it's just not giving you any safety after the fight ends. Even if you do get the reaction shot, like you're giving up a lot of your power. Generally, like peak shots over jumping or anything really is the win in this situation. So like we come in a little slow. Like I think. What did you hit? Did you hit just a regular slide? Try to hit like a G slide or a fast slide off this ramp so that you connect from here to turbine. If you're trying to chow this aggressively, right? Like either we play this with our reticle like teed, disciplined, ready to first shot this guy, or if I'm thinking like I want to explode off my open strat, I'm gonna time a slide here, go fast so that I land like here, and I have like Geo to work around immediately for this fight. So we kind of like. We're not coming in with a lot of speed, and we're airborne, limiting our, like, freedom here. And then when this angle gets cut, I would pivot, sprint, slide behind the turbine and finesse him with peak shots behind the turbine. Even if you don't kill him right away, it opens up the opportunity for somebody else on your team to get involved and make this fight easier, or it might draw him out into a vulnerable position, let's say, right? So I would say quickly, like, pivot behind the cover and start using that instead of this follow-up jump where you gamble with this jump, where it's like, okay, either I reaction him or I die, or maybe I kill him and then somebody else probably kills me because I'm in the middle of the no man's land. Yeah, you sort of like lose aim assist, I guess. Like, I don't know if I haven't actually like tested what the difference in aim assist is when you're airborne versus grounded, but you basically lose strafe control, which is a huge support in your aim, right? So like, that could make it feel like you have less aim assist. Either way, it's harder to shoot airborne. You limit yourself. Teammates in an immediate gunfight off your spawn. Like, when I'm dead here, I'm watching this like a hawk, right? Camo's coming up in 5 seconds, and we're on top of it trying to cap it. Frenzy just died. Turter's here. it's a shit show right here. I would just take the angle and like watch this. Can I contribute in any way whatsoever off of my spawn here? Because this guy's like about to die in a gunfight. He should be backing it up. It looks like that guy doesn't give you the angle. But that's the first thing first thing I notice is that might be an opportunity in a different situation. It just wasn't there. I don't know if there's a nade you can line up that like goes through here or through there and banks and like comes out and kills him. But this player here should be like going out towards the spawn of his team with his escape so that his team can get involved even if he dies. How do I determine? There's sort of a line. Yeah. Okay, we're playing very far forward very quickly, right? Like, so you only need one guy on the hill to get the capture here. The best way to back him up, like, you could G-slide at this from this box and attack this aggressively. That's fine. It also wouldn't be a bad idea to jump backwards with, like, a spacing between you and the wall. Because keep in mind, if you jump while pushing into this wall, you bump this, which is very annoying. Like, you'll bump it and get knocked off. So jump with a slight spacing, turn clamber, and just take the entire fight supporting your team from the positioning of a tower where you can isolate angles and, like, make sure we cap C, because that's what matters most here, more than just diving in and, like, trading this guy in mid-map. I want to guarantee C and keep them away from the hill so we can bounce back in the game here. We sort of, like, play far forward and then, like, dive in with nades, and, like, we're super committed taking all this damage, and then a second player might join the fight, too, and make it even worse for us. We get the kill, and then we die from the guy in nest behind us, right? So it's like, I don't know. I think generally if I have a teammate in C already, I always love to take the tower positioning because it gives me like so many options and I can isolate fights and live as long as possible and just be maximum nuisance, right? I can bank a nade off the floor here that'll rise up and land in this general zone if they do chow in this location too, which is a good intro to a fight. And then I can dress nest later. Like I'll see the gunshots coming out. I'm baiting my teammate low key when I do that, right? And then that gives me the power to play the situation better. But yeah, we get a trade, we cap the hill, so that, like, is okay. But yeah, I think we can get more. We can probably kill that guy, prevent any trades, and have the resources to push out the map and get another hill. Yeah, the tower move is, there's a discipline to, like, jump, watch the angle all the way through, jump backwards with a slight spacing, turn, clamber. Practice that. That's super valuable to practice, because you'll spawn here a lot. And the faster and more efficiently that you get in this tower while seeing as much as possible and limiting the amount that you get shot, like the more effectively you can use tower afterwards. There's a lot of ways to play it, but that jump in is very valuable.
S7 sniper available.
Okay, nice.
You're a menace with that scope.
Okay.
Off the rack.
It's very hard to instruct aim. Good kill. But I have some thoughts, I think, on that one.
Your team scoring. Gain the lead.
Nice try. Just kind of caught you off guard. It took you out immediately. Try to be really aware of, like, how much you're walking around with the snipe. When you're sniping, I feel like that's making it more challenging for you than needed. Like, you've got 3 guys in front of you just lined up, ready to get destroyed, right? Like, I would put all my focus in my movement and my reticle in just hitting the shot. Like, it feels like you're trying to rotate and you're sort of like almost haphazardly walking through the map while trying to line these shots up. Like, all of your movements should be just to assist you hitting the shot. You're already very well positioned. Like, 3 guys are there. The chances that somebody else just randomly comes in the fight and shoots you in the back in an instant is low. Here's your 4th. But yeah, I would just keep my reactions like teed and no extra fancy movement. I can get out the fight if somebody shoots me later. But I feel like this walking around that we're doing is like making it more challenging than it needs to be. We like jump as well. We jump well in scope. Like all this stuff is offsetting the vertical position of our reticle and just taking away our confidence in the shot, you know?
Off the rack.
Bastion, what's up, brother? Much love, man. I appreciate that. So when we get this kill, we got a teammate with us. We just 2-deaded them and our team spawns and takes C. We're sort of in the middle of that. They have to be spawning B here. We can come and address it prepared. So seem to have good awareness of that. I like the general location, but you put your reticle. Remember what I had mentioned about like the info that we get being in hipfire versus the info we get in scope? Like this guy who's like coming at you right now, do you see him? Like, no, look where he is, right? Like, this is why I don't like walking around the map in scope without like actually taking the time in hipfire to like just like literally just walk to this box and jiggle peek this box and just like use your shooting from your hip. You can like, I don't know, G-slide from the box to mid if you want to like cut the zone and watch back B, because then you can peek it on this side. So I'll like come out, hip fire, reticle in, hip fire, jump, G slide, turn, reticle, shoot the spawner if he's there, peek, G slide back, or something like that, or just regular slide back, whatever. But like this is kind of the zone that I'm playing, and it all starts with like hip fire, aim, and awareness of where my team is as we sort of converge, you know, into the spawn. Because as they get kills here, they're going to split the spawns out to dummies next. So I'm thinking about that after we get the kills, you know, as they start to push. But yeah, I just think we sort of miss a cleanup opportunity right there because we're stuck in our scope as we like rotate. And then we're like doing a lot of very committed jump movements. If somebody does pop out, we're in no man's land. Like the moment he starts shooting you and you're at disadvantage, you want to turn, sprint, slide. That should be coming out at least once before you die. Yeah. It's like before you hit the floor, you're like already have shields. That limits a lot of your options. So you have to like shoot and then just turn, sprint, slide, strong side and do it quick. Basically, is like the only way that you would cut this fast. Something like that, I guess. But I would say the way that I like to move here, like I had mentioned, is like I'm always tethered to G slides. Like I'm either sitting here, like peeking this, jumping on this and sliding that way, or I'm sitting here, standing on this, G sliding this way, right? Like all I'm doing is always tethering me to geometry. I'm never like airborne in no man's land for the possibility of somebody like jumping out an angle and then just melting me, right? So I think that's a big thing too. But your awareness is solid here. We get 2 valuable kills as we come in. We got an advantage that we're working off of. He just kind of catches us off guard.
Enemy team scoring.
Yeah, I mean, like we've got trades that went down in the feed. Our teammate is in B right now. Probably a low possibility based off our locations. For us, thank you for the sub, brother. Welcome. Based off our location, there's a low possibility somebody's going to be like in the door right away. And I mean, if I want to nitpick, this could probably be a lower bank too that blows up at the door.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo.
My God, there it is. Thank you, man.
Team score.
I think we might have got a follow too. Hold on.
Translocator
Oh.
incoming.
What's next? We're figuring it out, you know, one day at a time. I'm just looking at viewer gameplay right now,
Beautiful shot.
spending a little bit of time on every game, and then kind of moving on to the next one. So we're gonna pivot off soon. Cool. Live. Ooh. I feel like that guy should be, yeah, like not allowed to live for very long here. We have a numbers advantage. Okay.
Your team scored.
So we're outputting some solid damage as we push out to B here. We have AB. Like, we can let them come at us in this situation. We don't have to bring it to them too much. But if we are, like, be super disciplined with your angle awareness, you should be ready to shoot both of these guys before you focus on Nest at all, right? Like, there's like a moment here where we're like thinking about pinging Nest and super exposed to these angles. We could be dead now. So like I'm just coming out like disciplined, peeking this with intention, shooting these guys, backing them off, only moving up if we have a huge advantage to work off of. D4. This is D4. Yeah. There's a one shot. Cool.
Beautiful shot. Translocator available.
This zone is like kind of a scary location to just stand and take the fight, just because you know that you're going to be exposed to anybody that comes out dice. So like you can accomplish the same thing just standing right here, right, and cleaning him up while cutting and completely isolating the gunfight. So I do that too. Cool, because then that allows him to first shot you, right? Like you're kind of just like lingering here, not fully ready for that, and then he first shots you. Now we're backing off one shot. Versus like if I'm here and I notice that like he jumps in and my team's shooting at him, then I could just come up and kill him for free. And then we can go ahead and, if we want, take C and sort of flip these spawns a little bit. They'll spawn turbine towards screens, and then maybe we can, you know, kind of get a trip cap and keep them in a blender. Is how I would want to play this if we have a significant advantage, you know, in this moment. But like in this situation, we have numbers here, so he should be just getting, he should not be able to do what he's doing, you know? He should be dying fast. You could try banking a nade, like a careful peek here, and bank a low nade off the floor that cuts off his route to jump up nest. That's not a bad idea with your bank here, like off the floor at around here, should soar up and then blow up in this general location. It might kill him or do a lot of damage as he tries to make his way to nest, because you know his potential route here, right? Instead, I feel like we're doing a lot of... I guess, like, this isn't bad. I do this a lot to escape. But you have your team around you. You can take your time. You can even just, like, maybe walk slowly, tease this angle, you know, kind of get underneath it. Yeah, he's getting away with a lot of freedom here. You know, stuck in nest. Your team should be doing a little bit more to kill him, like throwing, you know, effective nades. I like this routing after the fact. Yeah. Solid life. We still keep control. We keep numbers. I'm sure there's something crazy that happens at the end. That's the tricky thing with games like this is, like, I don't have the time to sit through the whole thing and see, like, the pivotal moment where something went wrong that led to you guys, like, just full losing it, but... Like, you're winning pretty handily. Do they make a comeback? They make a comeback. This explains what. When you're around 200.
Power equipment en route. Power equipment available.
We're chasing this guy, but they're just gonna get camo for free right now. I don't like that, right? We definitely don't want them getting camo, especially as a sniper guy who could, like, bait it. This feels like a missed opportunity. I like putting the game in the best position for, like, so in this situation, like, yes, we have A and B and we're fighting for it, but, like, what works best for you and your sniper and your resources here with them dead, right? Like, they're 3 dead right now. Your kill feed would expose that. I know we can't, like, go back and see it conveniently at the moment, but, like, there's only one guy alive and he's fighting your teammate. I kind of don't care about that fight. Like, I'm thinking, let me jump up nest and take tower positioning and just bait the camo and spawn them together in turbine or back A. Like, or take C. I'll take C and I'll jump, like, in place and, like, shoot them as they spawn turbine and then reposition to tower or whatever and keep them off camo. That's, like, me setting up the play that makes the most sense in my mind with the resources that I have here, you know, because there's 3 dead and we have the freedom to move. Instead of, like, coming all the way through here to A and, like, trying to assist in this fight and then giving them the spawn overlooking the camo. Like, if you want to secure camo, you want A and C control for the best chances of securing camo, right? So it's like, I think spotting that moment. Strongholds are very tricky without teammates who calm. Sure, yeah, but I think, like, the game gives you a lot of valuable info. Like, we know camo's coming up, and we know based off the kill feed, we can't see it right now because it just got bugged out, but, like, 1 dead, 2 dead, and 3 dead. That means that there's 10 seconds where you can do whatever the fuck you want, you know what I mean? And I'm going to use that 10 seconds to get good positioning. I'm going to get in C. I'm going to pre-aim where their spawn could be in turbine and try to, like, headshot one of them as they pop off of spawn. And then if they split to B, whatever, I'm not worried about it because I want camo after this, right? So it's like I'm putting myself in a valuable position with a sniper and potentially occupying a trip cap here too. Because, like, even while I'm here, I could still sort of support any fight going down in A, you know, through that angle. But I think it just gives you the most options. Like, who cares if they get A? We have C, we have tower, I have positioning to bait the camo. I've just got way better options versus, like, we go in this, like, chase for the last survivor. This is the last survivor. And now we're, like, they're getting space and they're getting freedom off what should be a horrible disadvantage for these guys, right? Like, we're not capitalizing on a valuable situation. So they come out with a free camo, and that might be, like, the first domino, you know, in the comeback when they have a free camo. We get this kill. Get the reset on A. Cool. Camo. Yeah. So you die because of camo in the end, too. Note that we're also, like, very split from our team here. We got to know that we're alone. So, like, in this situation, you just got the reset on A, but, like, you're alone, or you end up being alone in a second, I'm pretty sure. Teammate gets killed by a sticky. So, like, being in the hill might be risky versus, like, the only surviving teammate you have is here. So I'd probably, like, back up towards, like, big door, this general area where I'm, like, in a pivot position where I can snipe somebody in the hill, but also back out and pivot and work off my one surviving teammate. That's, like, a good general rule is, like, notice when you're at disadvantage and try to get closer and closer to your one surviving teammate as you start dying so that you increase the opportunity for you guys to, like, bounce back. So as a solo player here, I'm playing, like, I'm hiding, basically. and putting myself in some sort of a pivot position where I have the most escape options and just don't commit myself and give up the snipe. Even at Onyx levels, no one comes. I just played a match with Penguin and Yaxon, and they don't say a word. Yeah, and yeah, Lucid doesn't either. Like, only in specific situations do they actually pull their mics out and start talking. The pros can read the game like a book without any comms, you know? Like, that said, like, if you're up against another pro who's calming on a team with pros, you know, then obviously they have an advantage. But the game gives you so much info, and generally, like, Penguin and Yaxon and those guys, they know what their role is in every given moment without somebody spelling it out, you know? I'm trying, one at a time. Hopefully a couple things we brought up. Yeah, doing that move to C instead of a huge overcommit would have really helped control versus, yeah, where I think we lose it big. Yeah, so I think noticing that like 30-second moment when the camo's about to come up, and then the moment where you guys 3 deaded them and have a clear advantage, and really taking advantage of those timings to get in the right positions to, you know, force the spawners and like to really make them feel the pain, you know, for the disadvantage that they're in. I think that was like maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. Learning how to like play your angles a little bit tighter and limit the full committed movement that we do in some of our gunfights, so we have more options to just be like a rat. Like if you look at Last Shot and Cycle and what like dominates the meta in competitive play, it's about being the biggest possible nuisance you can by always being the difficult kill, right? Like they're weasels, like they're well positioned in like a pivot point where they're not committed to anything and they rotate off of like 2 shots. If they're advantage, they rotate aggressive. If they're disadvantage, they're rotating defensive. Like they're always like sprint sliding out of bad things, and rarely committing with jumps unless there's a you know, really valuable intention behind it. No problem, guys. Okay. It was like an Alex Breezy. Alex Breezy, what's your tag? Was that, you were the one who'd asked next, right? I know we got YouTube chat as well. Is ranked not BR starts? It's yeah, it's kind of like a DMR. It's called a bandit. Yeah. Single shot precision weapon called a bandit. The BR is on the map. You can pick up the BR on the map. No problem. Live. Disciple. Oh, I might actually have you already, brother. We've worked together. Okay. Put the same song on every time, bro. What's your rank now? 4-3 CTF on Aqua. Okay. There you are. How long ago was it? 4-3 CTF where you went 31-18. You're shitting and you guys lost. Yeah, there might be some value in this, right? I mean, I'm sure your teammates missed a lot of opportunities. You only have 4 assists, which tells me you cleaned up a lot of kills, right? 60. Oh, that's a like demon numbers on the accuracy line. And then damage isn't like vastly above your team, you know? A lot of right place, right time, good kill cleanups, you know, low deaths. Solid looking KD, but maybe some missed opportunities in OBJ. P6. Okay, cool.
Capture the flag.
Oh, sweet. We started with you too. Yeah, but it operates like the Reach DMR, but I compare it more so to the Halo 5 pistol is what it feels more like, right? The Bandit. It's like a much slower Halo 5 pistol, Magnum or whatever. Is kind of how it feels. Same reticle design as, which I guess the Reach DMR had this reticle design too. I like our positioning for this. We give ourselves an easy exit when we get overwhelmed there. That was pretty good. Not sure where that guy ended up going. It could definitely be on your lane right now, right? So, like, see where your team is spawning? They're all spawning, like, huddled together at Fridge, and you're completely solo. Like, you got to be very aware of your lane right now because you're very split, so you could end up getting shot from behind, yeah. We're coming back in and checking the base. Like, I feel like if anybody was in the base... I mean, okay, this at least positions you well, but anyway, let's see how this goes. They have camo.
They've taken our flag. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
3 dead right now, and they're getting away with your flag. Or 2 dead. Your one teammate who's still alive is in a fight with somebody out in courtyard, and that flag carrier is just moving, right? He's up on P2. We gotta cut him off. So we're taking our time a little bit too much. We gotta be just go into P2.
On the enemy flag carrier.
Kind of in a situation where, like, you can't really feasibly just, like, run through pink and save that right now. Like, I feel like there's opportunities where we probably should have, like, taken bigger, like, angles that cut this off earlier, right? Like, walking out the window and shooting it from P2, going out through mid, jumping up to car 3, and just, like, unloading from behind it now that it's this far up versus trying to chase through their lane, you know? You got the kill, though. That's an example of the cleanup, though, right? So it's like, you followed this up and managed to get the 1 bullet cleanup on the kill, but, like, what was your impact on the play? You know what I mean? Like, did you need to be there? Not really, you know? Like, your teammate probably could have gotten that 1 bullet. If you're here, then you're doing more valuable damage for the rest of what's going on in the situation.
Enemy flag carrier spotted.
Enemy captured your flag.
Cool, let's take it and run it util. Cool, and then they're going to spawn. There's one still fighting in util. We need to know that, like, our team is in a fight as we come through here, right? So, like, teammate has an exclamation point above his head. He's still in an active gunfight. Your other teammate just shot in that direction. So I know there's still 1 player in util, and we killed 2 on the way in. Any spawners that are spawning will be popping up in the fridge, so you got a little window of time where you can get ready to address that. You really want to be ready to spawn control this.
Armed forces have seized the enemy flag.
Should be a little bit more prepared for that. And then you got to get ready to, like, I don't like that we jump off this immediately just because we have power to address the spawners from positioning, but they will be your fridge. Okay. So, like, the lane that we're taking is not doing anything to support the overextend through pink side. Like, they're just freely taking space through pink. And, like, even if we get this flag, we haven't seen anything. Like, none of our team is seeing or doing anything to, like, stop these guys from countering you later. They're just getting really powerful positions and getting, like, in a position to actually maybe stop this flag last second. So this feels like a big missed opportunity for maybe everybody here, you know, especially yourself. So we capped the flag, but then, like, look where they are now, and, like, all the movement that we've done before we even recognize that, we might all die here. And then they might get an immediate counter. Okay, good trade. At least we killed the guy in our base. And then our team is doing pretty good work with the rest of it. So let's just go back. Camo is very important, not the open strat. The nade for the jump up is solid. Cool. As you're running this way, your teammate, like, knowing where your team is as you make moves on the map, like, you can very quickly maybe pivot and pick up off this. Looks like this guy ended up dying. Like, making sure that they're not grabbing that camo for free. I'm trying to be, like, really quick and flexible and taking advantage of that back down time to clear out where this guy, my teammate, traded, and maybe jump up into car 3 and contribute to camo before it gets pulled. Looked like it got immediately grabbed, so not much we could have done. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess we already kind of summarized it as we went through, but, like, catching those angles earlier while you have the freedom to do so, while the trades are going down from the window. While we're here, we're thinking about spawn control. So if our team is running flag, ideally he's running it through util. He does have timing where he can run it car 1 with the circumstances. We know the 3rd is here. And then as you're coming back, I would be, like, in a position like car 3, shooting these guys on their route through, or P2, shooting them as they're coming up through fridge, right? So right here, we can just jump up car 3, turn, and address this from this general zone. And then before they get all that space, we're just occupying this area, just shooting, making sure they don't get through for free. Want to be thinking about that. Cool. Looks like we get, like, the defense we need to for the most part. We're spawning together in fridge, and we're not getting, like, a team spawn that goes into the base, right? This is maybe an indication from the game that somebody is in our base, somebody's in our util. If we're all spawning in, like, a corner together like this, then it could be the game telling you that somebody's still in your base. So keep that in mind. Like, it might not be a bad idea to just immediately go clear the base out off of your spawn here because of the way that we're all huddled. It could be looking for a flagpole or pinching you. Nice kill. Teammate pushing into base here. He pulled a flag. Yeah.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Nice. 2 dead. Missed the thrust. 3 dead here. Cool. 3 and then take P2.
Flag returned.
Or anywhere. Oh,
Flag returned.
okay. Kind of awkward, but I mean, generally speaking, I think we did solid work, right? We got the return of the flag. We got the kills. Probably could have avoided the nade, but that was an okay life.
Efficient banditry, Spartan.
Team is in the base, and I would want to make sure that I'm like, because he's very valuable, right? The farther you get up on the map, the more valuable you become to the team here. So I would always try to recognize the teammates that are far forward. If I have an opportunity to support them, then I'm going to keep that in mind and try to support them. So we have 10 seconds to camo, and they're 2 dead. This is 3. The 4th is fighting your teammate in the base. So I would jump and take like a aggro position on mid because I know that they're 3 dead, and just try to chip into this fight and make sure my teammate doesn't get traded here. You want him to live. If he lives, he can pull the flag immediately. So this is an opportunity we want to notice, right? Teammate in the base, pay attention to him, pick up off of him. Camo's coming up shortly as well. If you're positioned here, you can also grab camo by the time that they spawn for free, right? The way your teammate is wrapping through pink is going to block fridge. They're going to spawn util after that. So I'd be sitting in mid, watching my team, supporting that guy, making sure he gets the flag, and then anticipating util spawners as I grab the camo and play out towards pink. No problem, Alec.
Active camo inbound.
So somebody got
They've
through.
taken
Okay, I guess there were 3 dead. Somebody got through.
Our forces have
Camo's
seized
up
the
now.
enemy flag.
Yeah, coming up now.
Active camo available.
Got a lot of good oh, that's convenient. I don't like how fast we dropped, right? That's kind of scary. But this is working. That's an ambitious title. I'm doing what I can, man. I think that the insights, like the conversations we're having here, are the conversations that we need to be having to get to Onyx. So it's just about whether or not you guys, you know, take the lessons and start to apply them.
Have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Enemy flag returned.
Yeah. As the camo guy, like, your objective is to live as long as possible and cause the most chaos that you can. Meaning, like, even though you're invisible, you want to really, like, play for yourself, play for your life, and, like, live as long as you can. I wouldn't just go straight out for flag returns, especially not in the courtyard, until we have, like, an easy guaranteed advantage. And you're fully covered, like, fully camoed, right? So, like, be disciplined with, like, when you choose to drop. Instead of dropping directly to ground, I almost never drop directly to ground in Aqua. I drop to shoulder, like, the jump up, right? This should be your habit whenever you're up on cars. Drop to the jump up first and then drop to the ground if you see something that makes you drop, because that will, like, give you options. If you drop to the shoulder, you can jump right back up to car 3 or up to P2, which we might have talked about this before, right? So the drop straight to the 4, a little bit scary, but it works out favorably for you anyway. We get the back smack. And we're, like, in the center of the war zone. That's why it's, like, so freaky that we just jumped and dropped, right? Because we limit our options. We managed to cut this guy. Cool. And then we're 2 dead right now, right? Lefty just killed 2, so we're not really that safe anymore. And that's more than enough, right? Now I'm baiting this flag. Like, I put myself in this corner and huddle, or, like, up to P2 and, like, just get into a nuisance sort of, like, bait, like, location where you can make sure they don't get this for free. I think they read yours, didn't they? Like, while this was all going down. So ours is, like, sitting there. We want to make sure they're not reading that for free, but yeah, like, because we took all this damage, it, like, limited our opportunity to contribute to the return, right? So this guy just, as we're getting our shields back, is, like, freely returning it. So that's a missed opportunity, maybe.
Have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
And then, yeah, this, like, I can tell that you're habitually jumping for the return. Like, this is an autopilot play, right? We want to limit all the sort of autopilot, like, oh, there's the flag, I need to re it. So you kind of jump and reload, full committed. And, like, you know, in our mind, this guy just returned our flag that was over here. There's an enemy here, right? So, like, the game's giving you some of that info. This is super vulnerable. Even if you're camoed, you know, and you were just in a gunfight, like, all of this is, you know, kind of limiting you. So we went 2 dead. We don't have a numbers advantage. We can't be taking any committed movements. We need to be, like, just chilling on the perimeter and baiting flag. Should be baiting flag. That's one big thing I noticed with CTF in, like, gold level, platinum level, even some of diamond, is people they desperate objectives too much. They don't know when to bait. They don't know when to be patient around, like, when you should, like, cap a flag, when you should return a flag. Like, your flag sitting in this location could be, like, a huge source of free kills for you, because it's a very open, exposed location for the enemy to get to. I see you. Is it Ad? I see you, man. One step at a time. Yeah, Jiggle Peaks are your friend here. Your team is engaging in the fight, so even though you're weak, you can still participate in this, right? Like, So like you can peek the left side of this and isolate the guy who was on mid and still contribute, even if I guess your team's starting to back off. But as long as your team's available, just because you're one shot doesn't mean that you're fully backing down and avoiding the gunfight, right? Yeah, you can also like kind of shoulder, right? Might be a decent technique to work on, but like I don't like that we sat here and we didn't get any information at all. You know, even if we're not contributing damage, I just don't like that. Like we have no idea where these guys went. I would like be able to, with peak shots, sort of suss out their general rotation, even if I'm not hitting them, you know, I'm like safely kind of addressing this in a way that gives me info without taking damage. When you're at a numbers disadvantage, bait the OBJ, Hardy. That's what it is. That's the lesson, right? When your team is too dead and you don't have the safety, then you got to be baiting OBJ. You can't be like desperating returns. Get him.
Another one.
Always have like hyper awareness of angles, right? Like in this situation, yes, he's in the window and he's shooting you. And like in my mind, I know what angles I'm aware of, like every step I take, right? So like there's a doorway here and this window where I could be chowed at any moment from the base. And I'm aware of that possibility. So if this guy shoots me, all I do is backstep like around here and isolate this fight and take one bullet of damage from that guy. And like, sure, if I back up now, I'm maybe exposed to P Street. I'm kind of aware of that. Like I'm in this like center sort of pivot point where like I force him to jump at me. Right? Like I want him to feel like he has to overextend himself to even do damage to me. I feel like we take a lot of free damage. Say we're like just trying to clean this up and he's just freely just shooting us. He should not be allowed to. Like there's a lot of different ways we can isolate this. We should be isolating it and doing it quickly. So he feels encouraged to jump out the window to kill us. And then now he's dying because he's making a bad play. So we get the kill, but now we're like one bullet, you know? It's just like it limits what we can do later. They're too dead right now. And this is a situation where I want us like taking some space. I kind of want you being on top of P2 in some way, whether you're like carefully getting up this way or like carefully, you know, moving up the stairs or something. But I don't know. Being P2 with some shields here would be ideal in this situation. Generally, when we play CTF, like we're prioritizing car side more than pink side, right? Because util is that fortified location that we get to first to block spawns here and to force them over to fridge. Fridge is like a bad position for enemies to spawn. So the ideal flag run would start with like some sort of car push into util control into the base, ideally 2 push into the base. 1 watches their back, 1 pulls the flag, right? You pull it back out through util. While that's happening, your third player is like up on P2, shooting to support, but also aware of the open fridge spawn and not pushing it too heavily. So he keeps it open, but can cut off the overextenders, right? So like if you find yourself in this zone and your team is pushing through util, then your role is you're the P2 guy. Don't play through pink. Don't block the spawns. Stop yourself at P2 and like just anchor and just fire so that your team can more safely get through util and pull the flag that direction is like what you're hoping to accomplish when you're the P2 guy. So I feel like we're on different pages here where we're in advantage state in numbers, but now we're like backing off and leaving. We might come wrap back up to P2, yeah. But yeah, it's just...
Plasma grenades acquired.
Yeah, Aquarius is a cool map, for sure. Ooh. Do have a thrust in the back pocket. I hope that you use the thrust before you die. A lot of fights going on with your team, and those are sources of awareness for you, right? Like your teammate in a fight with P2 right here, exclamation point above his head. Like these are all things, and you can see this stuff like in the peripheral of your vision while you're walking around it too. It's like good to be aware of that. Like I can see, I can see the little exclamation point, the dots on the. I'm covering it.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God, Feral Kittens, thank you for the gifted. Alex Breezy, welcome, brother. That's a good choice right there. So like I'm always kind of in my peripheral vision, I've got a good sense of like where my team is relative to me based on the little icons on the left and the right and whatnot. Trying not to miss opportunities to get involved with a team fight when it's available. Yeah, so it's like we try to chase this for a second. There's a possibility somebody could be ready to chow you. Bit of a scary situation. Lost our high ground now. Teammates in a fight right here. So even though you're a one-shot, you are an unknown variable for this fight, right? Like you can contribute to this. Right? So like that's my, I'm looking for these openings. I'm like, these are free kills, right? These guys backed you off. Sure, they're going to chase you, but this is an available fight. If you come up here with your reticle ready, you can assist and kill this guy and then jump up and live and survive here, right? So it's like, look for these as opportunities. It's like we missed that. Teammate in a 1v1, you know, manages to win it, but now he's going to get chowed while we're just walking away from the engagement, and he's getting double hit out. And then we turn and address it after he dies. And then we die. You know, so... All right, it's gonna be kind of a...
Aim true, Spark.
You know, we're gonna see a lot of similarities, I think, between a lot of people at this level. Is what you notice is people at like plat level have similar things that they miss, right? Yeah, thank you for all goodness. All right, anybody else in line? I know Alex was like in the back of my mind. I did not log. If you guys want to just like go ahead and say a name or type a GT or something to if you want to keep it going. Do we have any sort of like... I'm trying not to spend too much time with any specific game. I know that there are probably other moments that like came up that impacted the win and the loss, but hopefully some of the stuff that we pointed out about like, you know, spawn control, escorting the flag, how you should play camo, how you should be aware of your team and position yourself in like every given situation, how the spawns work, like where you spawn and what that says about where the team is going to spawn or what the team is pushing based off where you spawn, right? Like if you're all spawning in this corner, then they're probably in your base, probably in your util, stuff like that. First comment, I see Jeremy Wick as well, J-Bone, and I see Jalen on Twitch. You know what? I haven't done a single person in the YouTube chat, so I'm gonna try Jeremy Wick. I'm gonna try you at J-Bone. What's your rank, Jeremy? Watched my video on complexion drama. I was encouraged by my definition of a man and what that means, having power, strength, but being able to live and love. I think that your take on the situation was spot on. Sorry for the rant. I'm glad that that was your takeaway, Beansy. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Jalen, would love for me to check out. Okay, you're a D6. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with that whole gunny thing, like, it sounds like he's just kind of moving on. Like either he addresses it in the way that I had hoped he would address, and he didn't, you know, or he just changes. He doesn't have to address it, right? Like if he changes and finds a way to overcome that concern, because the primary concern I think is just how he navigates negativity, like negative feedback, people, you know, whatever, like somebody talking shit to him. Just the way that he navigates that, I think, is what he needs to think about more. You know, if he can turn those potentially negative interactions into positive ones and not, you know, respond with hostility, then I think life's going to get better and being a pro is going to get easier for him, right? He's going to run into less adversity. That's all that needs to happen. He doesn't need to tell us about it. He just needs to change that. And maybe over time, you know, that'll become apparent and we'll be able to champion him again, you know, because he's clearly recognized it was a mistake. But if he doesn't learn the core lesson and flip that, then he might start to run into the same stuff over and over. So that's my only concern is I hope that he's able to learn the lesson and then just move on, not run into the same issues. Yeah, I mean, it's a free review, basically, right? Can look at Livefire, you're a P5. Okay, Jeremy Wick is J-Bone. All right, let me add you. All right, I've followed you. I hate this. Trying to find it. Are you online? If you're appearing online, you might be actually up here. There he is. Live fire, second row, third column. Okay. So you guys lost, but you had a good KD in this one. Low assist as well, so maybe a lot of good cleanups. More damage than your team here too. So it looks like you were the most impactful player just based off of what I see on the scoreboard. Let's see. Can I get a VOD review? Only if you give me one back. Eli, how you doing, man?
Strong.
I'm great, Trek. Chilling, man. Can't complain. Trying to give back to the Halo Twitch space. Feel like I can get a commentary analysis. Commentary now. I can do I can gas you up, Eli. You want that? Talk about all the things he's doing and why it's so good. Right, we could learn from Eli. If I look at the teams tab first before the match in details, it will load the player name. Ooh. Okay, wait. Try to remind me of that next time, because it might not register until I'm actually there in the moment. Give me a second while we bring the kill feed over to this guy's POV. Okay, J-Bone. Starting strat. What's the plan now? Classic Halo? No, probably not. Between now and the launch of COD, I'm going to just try different things. Today we're reviewing viewer gameplay and trying to share, hopefully, valuable insights for people. And then maybe I'll try COD when it comes out. At some point, there will be scrims. There will be, like, roster mania and a competitive scene to follow. So we'll dial back into that when that happens. Similar sort of thing with the... At least you're coming out with a nade here. But try to get those nades out early before you're committed to the angle. That nade actually did some good damage. Why? So one thing I don't like is when we grab the snipe and we, like, run into vent immediately, right? Like, I guess if you want to make sure that you control the repulse, but I would kind of, like, force my opponents to make me make those decisions, right? Because, like, you're kind of winning this fight off the open strat. You come out, throw a nade, that nade banks, and looks like it's probably going to hurt him. Like, that was pretty good. He's, like, stuck in the air, right? So... I don't see anybody else, so why not just, like, confidently kill him and be ready to pivot, you know, or, like, kind of linger for a second, because you actually have some power here while still being full shields. We drop down. While you drop, repulse is still available, which is cool. Make sure that you're ready for this angle as you drop, right? The earlier that your reticle is set, the more likely you are to hit the shot. See, we're kind of, like, coming in sort of haphazardly here, so I would just, like, take your time with all of this, because you have the time. If you have the time, take your time, be disciplined on all of this routing, so that you're ready for any potential opportunity when you come down. We got the repulse. When I have the sniper, generally I want to be behind my team. You know, like we're playing with this snipe like it's a shotgun, and it can work out. You're getting a flank here, but this is like, see how much we're separating from everybody in this moment? This is just a very high risk play. You know, it may work out, and if it doesn't, then you give up a lot for it. So I feel like in my mind, I'd be trying to get behind my team with the snipe. I would take the snipe out this way with the repulse, and like play towards a perimeter where I have options and watch my team and look for opportunities to pick up off their damage. Maybe come up the screen and like shoot and clean up somebody in B from the, you know what I mean? Like just something that like gives me options and lets me keep the snipe as long as possible. This is not like a bad idea if you play it effectively. It just like, it's risky, you know, and here's the price that we pay. Hopefully you're here, Jeremy. Careful with the early reticle scoping stuff too. Like I think we're trying to be really ready for maybe an angle that's like deep in B, but by doing this, we're like, I have no idea what's on your right side anymore. Like I'm not getting a visual, you know? So I just try to be really disciplined with the opportunities I choose to scope in. I'm noticing this a lot at the plat level. Gold, plat, diamond is like they seem to spend a lot of time in scope and they miss valuable info instead of being disciplined with the timing they choose to scope. Cool. Right? Because then it kind of like limits your just preparedness. Even though you think you're getting prepared, you end up seeing the guy later than you would have if you just shoulder peeked it in hip fire. So yeah, we go like 3 dead off the open. They kill us off our death cam. I'm staying on death cam because this is a unique POV that we have. I can see them grab my snipe and take it to B. I'm also aware that we're capping C and we have A control. So conveniently, we might be the first one to score. Even though we went 3 dead, we'll go ahead and grab that. We should be spawning C here just based off where my team is. Oh, it looks like they gave us a valuable perimeter. So I got a teammate here, and Camo's available shortly as well. Teammate who died at A. Let's see what you do. Let's shoot the nade.
Active camo available.
Cool.
The enemy has
Let's get out with camo.
out.
Fine.
Enemy
Teammate just died in B. We're alone with camo. We have a nade in the back pocket. Cool, nice. Yeah, teammate capping A is fine. Just always be aware of like how you can have the most impact to what matters the most here. It looks like nobody on our team is at C. What happened at C? Did I lose kill feed? I might have lost kill feed. Oh no, we have it. You know, Cobb will start streaming on Twitch December 5th. Wait, what do you mean, Trek? I can't, he's a P5. He's a P5. I can't stream on Twitch for COD in November. We have a Miss J-Bone. Cool. A Miss J-Bone in the lobby too. So kind of like giving up C here. Maybe we're going to try to trade B for it, I guess.
We've captured Alpha.
Ooh, that's a risk that you took. Because you know that guy was back B. You saw him, right? So we're exposing ourselves to the guy who was back B on our left-hand side to kill him. Okay, we got the kill. Perfect. As long as we're aware of and contributing to this. Nice sticky. Cool. Oh my god.
Your team scored.
Let's see them try
Okay.
to take it from us.
They got an
The
announcement.
enemy has
You can.
captured Alpha.
You're welcome to link me.
Enemy team scoring.
Only one guy needs to be in the hill. Yep.
We've captured Alpha.
Your entire right lane is just
Your
unknown
team
open space
scored.
where you could get hit. Yeah. Okay, nice. Trying to wait for the life to end, but this man's living.
Translocator en route. The enemy has captured Bravo.
Enemy team scoring.
Quantum translocator on its way.
Killing spree.
Okay. Just feels like there's a lot of movement, and like we fail to like maintain control. Like I feel like there needs to be more like a concerted effort to be in valuable positions where we like limit opportunities for players to just kind of like get in our hill alone. And you know, here we'll see. Couple things. Yeah, I'd be worried about opening fire in this sight line because they will be B, right? So like if I'm walking through here, I'm getting as much info as I can with camo. And maybe just like, you know, realizing my teammate died here, he could be in B, that's your cleanup opportunity. Your teammates are the source of info, right? So like your teammate on your right-hand side is fighting and he just died to somebody. So while there's a guy here and that's tantalizing, you can lead that with a nade, let's say. But this is your cleanup.
That is just good Halo right there.
Luke.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God. Thank you for the sub, brother. 10 months.
Enemy
Welcome back.
team.
So always like using my team as a source of info. There's a headshot cleanup there. Make sure we get A. Cool. And that would have probably like allowed us to take this perimeter a little bit more swiftly. When we kill this guy and this one, I would spend more time like towards the perimeter of the map, like wrapping out and securing a position like Nest versus like, it feels like we don't make any progress. Like we all sort of like fight here and we're all like cluttered in this zone together versus we have a numbers advantage. We should have space. Like we should have valuable positioning that backs them down and keeps them spawning in like one location where we can isolate, right? So I feel like there's kind of a missed opportunity here where we should try to play our life by playing back in the perimeter where we have options and sneaking our way up here into a position like Nest, catching this guy, cleaning him up, and then knowing like, okay, look at the setup we have. They have to be spawning back tower and dummies to turbine, maybe, right? Like that's their hemisphere. And it makes the game easy for us. It's like I'm always trying to take like a strong perimeter around the combat to make the game as easy as possible. And that's what feels like is missed in this situation. We're all just sort of look where we are in the same zone, you know?
Let's see them try to take it from us.
And then you ended up like, so like they ended up wrapping through turbine to A versus like if I had played out to Nest, we clean up this guy and I recognize that they're fighting A, then I can just like trade C for A and then this guy instead of spawning here would spawn like farther back, you know? Yeah, essentially. And then, so, there's two teammates in the hill. Cool, we clean them up. We have two dead, and we're 4v2. One guy they have exclamation points. They're fighting. So I know where three people are, right? Two are on the death screen. One has to be somewhere around B. I'm going to come through here and make sure, as the right perimeter player, that I'm checking this, because this is open space. When I open myself up to that angle.
We've captured Alpha.
So yeah, I would not want to linger stand, right? Because this is all a moment where we're exposed. We kind of like come through, stand in this zone, throw a valuable pre-nade to contribute, and then address this and make sure they don't get through here. So that's kind of like your role in this situation. We have A. We have two players pushing up B. You don't have to be the one in B in this situation. You're kind of in a mid position. And I think that's what would serve your team best in this moment, right? Knowing like, okay, I can support from here to make sure we cap B, and I also want to be wary. If anybody hits out my mid, it's going to hit me first. So I want to have that lingering in the back of my mind and address it.
Your team
Cool. So teammate cleans that up, and like this is your moment, right? Where it's like now your priority isn't so much like killing this guy at nest right away. It's about making sure that this area is covered as well. So I feel like there's kind of a miss here in our mind where like all of us sort of like leave. This is what's happening. Is you see how we're like giving up space constantly? Like throughout the game, we want like 2 hills. I don't really care what they are, but we want like a perimeter that supports those 2 and keeps these guys just like, you know, taking shots regardless of where they're coming from. And we're giving up that sort of fortified setup. So kind of knowing your role, where you are based on where your team is, and knowing this guy's going to hit you, he shouldn't be allowed to get around behind us, you know, and just take that space from us for free. This teammate here could potentially be like, you know, supporting you as well. But I feel like, you know, you can't control what they do. We can only control what we do in our position. We're still like winning the engagement. I think it's the difference between like having a A/B setup that lasts, or having like control that lasts throughout the entirety of this open, versus like scrappy trades from one hill to another. They break in, they get behind us. It's just chaotic, you know?
Translocator en route.
Tell you to frag, okay. Sorry, I'm seeing you now, Jeremy, my bad. Your wife, okay, cool.
enemy team score.
Quantum translocator on the
Cool.
Killing spree.
Our surviving teammates are in A, so they will be coming at you from C in a second here, and that's something you want to make sure that you're wary of when you're sitting here, yeah. So, like, you, what is it, Camo coming up? Camo's coming up in 20, and maybe you're thinking about going to contribute to Camo. It's a similar sort of thing where, like, we are the leftmost perimeter player in this situation, and we're not taking that time to do, like, our job and hold that side of that perimeter. So, like, here... we get our kills, cool, we're capping hill. Where's our team relative to us? They're fighting in A. That means that this side of the map is open. If anything hits it, it's going to hit me first. So I just want to have a layer of discipline about that. And if I'm leaving this open and giving up B to make sure we cap Camo, then maybe like going through pillars to cut it off this way is the way that you can do it, right? Like something like that. Or just like wrapping through the back of B, grabbing QT, and then using the QT, because QT's up here, to contribute at A plat, and then at least that way you get flexibility to come back to the safety of B while also avoiding the potential of somebody hitting out nest. So stuff like that I feel like is what you want to be thinking. Like, I know they're going to hit me, then I know that like if they're not coming this way but they're spawning there, they're going to be over like coming through dummies to turbine. I can cut them off and maybe flank them, or I could like grab QT and leave the lane and like support Camo that way, and then pivot back with the QT to protect it later, something like that.
Your team scored.
So we take a lot of free damage from that, and then now we're on like the escape. Yeah, this is gonna be tricky for you. Sitting here with repulse is a good idea. Just let him come to you and just bait him. Knock him off the map. Nice, good work.
Camo inbound.
Ooh, angle awareness there's a lot going on here, right? We're jumping into a lot of available angles. I would like very quickly want to suss this out and know, okay, now I can't go this way anymore. Like this is enough, right? Shoot this guy, back up, reposition to here. You're playing from the back of B this entire time. You're gonna die to your left. Yeah. Always, like, in any moment of downtime, you're looking at your team to let you know, like, where is the action coming from? And I can see them in my peripheral, right? Like, I can see this on the right-hand side, so I know we're still anchored A. They're still gonna keep coming from tower, so I need to have that awareness of, like, mud, of nest, all these angles. And that in your peripheral should pop up immediately, right? Like, the more that you're aware of where the enemies could potentially be, the more you're gonna see that in your peripheral and sort of catch these things and change your mind in advance. Dedicated channel for COD this year on Twitch, and Kason said he knew this would happen a year ago. Second try. Sorry, so a dedicated channel on COD this year for Twitch, and Kason said he knew this would happen a year ago. Wait, what do you mean exactly? Is this about where I can watch COD and where I can't? So COD is going to be streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Does that not give us the flexibility to also watch party on Twitch and YouTube? Hold on. Yeah, this is where they talk about the COD League. So, okay, when they announce that it's streaming on Twitch and YouTube, is that not, like, sort of indirectly guarantee that everybody can watch party on Twitch and YouTube? Yeah. So that's when like the COD League starts in December. But when the game comes out, we're gonna watch like Scump and Shotzi and like other people like Zuma, and when he watches Eights or something like that, I'm just gonna, I don't know, jump around and maybe get a feel for the game and the community while we wait for the CDL to go live or something, you know? While Halo's kind of on like a low point. Yeah.
Stronghold Alpha lost. S7 sniper inbound. We've captured Charlie.
Yeah, that was a good combo to that guy. So we spawn at Turbine. We're capping C. We have camo control. Teammates at A that you're supporting. One like good general rule of thumb is never turn away from a sight line like this. Like, see that? Never do this when you're like, when you know that that's an active, dangerous sight line. This is like kind of a cardinal sin. You should lead with your reticle and leave with your reticle. The only situation where you're turning and like hightailing like this is if you have no choice. Like you're a one shot, you're turning and like, you know, you're exposed. But the way that we're running is this is like free back shots, basically, right? So always notice this, like lead with your reticle and exit with your reticle last, basically, right? It's the first thing in and the last thing out, unless you're like, you have no choice and you're compromised. So like if you don't want to chow this aggressively and you want to make sure that we're prioritizing and winning the fight at C, then, you know, first cut the angle with your reticle and then turn and address it that way. Something like that. We're all dying here. Cool.
Inbound. We've captured Charlie.
Yeah, nice try. And it catches you off guard with camo or combo. You heard me. Don't want to give anybody free back shots, right? That's
team scoring.
sacred in Halo and life. God told me to tell you this. God loves you no matter what. He will always forgive you. Praise him and have faith. Thank you for that, Brian. There's a lot going on here. So we spawn BC. Our team is full committed to A right now, fighting A, and you're working to support it, I guess. Sniper's still available. Grab the repulse on the way here. Should be ready for the potential of a fight here, right? Our team was just in a fight. This kind of catches us off guard. So they're 2 dead off the open. In this situation, you don't have to take this route, right? Like when we spawn and they're 2 dead immediately, I'd probably just jump into nest and then like go to C and take all of this fight from C. Because once again, it's like, how do we create the strongest perimeter around our opponents so that they spawn at a disadvantage? If you... like every time you spawn, kill feed check, team location check, right? So we dead, 2 dead, we spawn, our team is 4 up, all in front of us. That's a huge advantage. So I would just jump off the box, come up here, anticipating a fight, maybe because this is unknown space. If we don't see anything, then we can just kind of linger at C plat and grab the sniper this way, bring it back to the control of tower, and force spawn them in turbine, and then just light them up as they spawn from the safety of C. Similar scenario to what we saw with that other person, earlier, versus like this is how we sort of end up in this huddle, right? Like we have control of BC and our team is like in the middle of that fight. By the time that you get there, they're going to be dead or trading or whatever, and then your impact on this fight isn't like needed anymore, and now our space is compromised. So now that space is going to be given to the enemy to spawn at tower and take C for free, right? So now they're just getting in C and we're like hoping to secure A, which I guess we trade A for C, but it's just about like, I think always having them just in disadvantages when they can be in disadvantages, you know? That's like kind of how I see this, is we spawn, team is far in front of us, they're 2 dead, I'm just going to hold the perimeter and try to assist from here, versus like, by the time I get there, they're either dead or not. Like it's, you know, I'd rather just make sure we keep BC here. If they do win at A, you know, like at least we get sniper and C be controlled. Versus this like chaotic scenario where we don't have any control. Okay, that was a 1 shot. Okay, so you grab the sniper, teammate in a gunfight, cleans it up, and then I guess you're running away from somebody who could be behind you. Yeah. A lot of little things going down. And yeah, they have to be coming from tower here. He's in C. That's what we know. It's like he's in C and you have a teammate that just ran past you. So you don't have to get antsy, right? Like getting as much info as we can on like where the enemies are and how much work we have to do to cut the angles is always important. Like if your intention is to ensure that we cap A in this situation and you're worried about somebody behind you, I know I have a teammate in mid. He's a line of defense and hopefully he's playing this passively event. And I know that they're in C because they're capping the C stronghold. So all I have to do to cut this is stand here. This is your power, right? Like your teammates here, you got one in front, one behind. You can just walk right into this confidently and win this fight with the circumstances. You don't have to do anything extra. You know, you don't have to jump out sandbags. That all kind of like reinforces it. Because now we made it like harder than it needed to be. And now he's going to like kind of get away, get his shields by the time you get there. Yeah. That's okay. And that's something that we notice with a lot of people, right? Is there's like a bit of a panic thing where like, you know, the quicker we get the info and figure out like where things are, the less we have to worry about, you know, panicking and easier it gets for us. Yeah, I guess like respect these nades. Kind of catches you off guard, I guess. That's one thing with the reticle scoping, maybe too, but like your life is more valuable than sniping this guy in the body because you can do more with the 5 bullets you have in the sniper if you live, right? So like sidestepping to the right or walking forward or something like that wouldn't have been a bad idea. But I just caught you off guard. I'm gonna watch one more here. We spawn, our teammate's dead off our spawn. That's wifey in A. Everybody's dead except you. Kind of a rough scenario here. Teammate's going C, and now like you chose to go A. Your team is going towards C, so you got to like kind of slow play this. I would like this is a situation where I would sit and bait and shoot the nades if they come out at you or something like that. Don't go in too aggro. Take your time. Try to flank and like play for guarantees. Good shots. Somebody on cuts that your team is pinging right now.
Quantum translocator on the field.
A lot of walking in scope here. I feel like we want to limit the walking in scope that we're doing. It's like, it's kind of just a weird, like, in the end, what happened, right? Like, we killed the guy in A, but we didn't commit to the cap in A. So, like, A is not capped. And after all of that movement, we have no control. We have one hill, and they're still collecting time on us, right? So it feels like there's a lot of missed opportunity here.
Let us see them try to take.
Okay, so you spawn. One thing that, like, a good valuable rule is, like, if he doesn't know you're there, it's not a bad idea to lead with a bank nade and jump and bank and then clean him up off the nade damage, because that's the fastest way to ensure he dies. So when we open fire here, we let him know he's behind us, and we give him chance to, like, you know, leave and finesse us. But if we lead with a bank, then he'll die fast. You can come out and grab the snipe, but then I would, like, bring it back, you know? You have 2 teammates in C. You can grab the snipe and maybe try to contribute, but, like, we want that perimeter again, right? Like, we want space. So if we, like, grab the snipe, see if there's something there, trust our team, come back and, like, anchor this while paying attention to all of this other stuff that's happening, right? Like, we can come back and shoot this guy on the way, get back into C. What'll happen after that is they'll start spawning in B. Anybody that dies will spawn in B. So we have, like, a full perimeter around them in this situation again, right? So it's all about, like, recognizing your position relative to your team here. Yeah, from this area, instead of running to C, I would try to do anything that you can from this zone to clean this guy up. Here's your headshot angle, right? Or on top of the box, your headshot angle. And then come back and make sure we have this anchor. Maybe snipe beat down somebody if they make it through. But I don't know, I feel like we kind of give up some spacing here a little bit. And then we sort of all end up huddled. J-Bone's fighting it now. Oh, nice try. All right, I gotta hit the bathroom. Hopefully, Jeremy, it is. This is all kind of like, you know, just off of like first glance, and I'm sure there's like, if it's like an active conversation between the two of us, it makes it easier to, you know, to make it helpful for you guys. But this is, you know, just saying what I can with what I see. No problem, Jeremy. Glad I can help you. Yeah, a lot of little things that we talked about as far as like recognizing, the advantage or disadvantage that you're spawning into, and like how to make, like, take the right positioning based on the circumstances off of spawn. Some of the routing that we're choosing, some of the exposed routing, like playing a little bit too open and exposed with a sniper. I would try to, like, when you grab the snipe, try to play to perimeter, play behind your team, get in like a tower position, just something like that that keeps the weapon a little bit longer. I know it sounds boring, but you'll benefit in the long run, and that's where the fun comes in when you get like 5 kills with the snipe instead of just the one trade, you know? Oh, I met you guys. Oh, great meeting you too, Jeremy. No problem, man. Bathroom break, yeah. Okay, is there somebody that's like, I don't have a line. I don't have a line, okay? So type gamer tags. First one that hits the chat is the one I'm going to pick. Preferably, hopefully you guys are a sub. Low post 99 D6, if there's time. All right, there you go. That's the first one. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't make a line. I just go like, just get ready next time. Okay, I followed you. And then I'm gonna start the game and then go to the bathroom. You're after J-Bones? I don't really have a system for this. I'll force one. I'll remember you and get you for the next one. My bad, man. What was the gamer tag? Barbosa, you're a good option too, shit, because he's a VIP. Low post 99. Are you online? Low post. Yes. Do you have a specific game in mind? I'm looking for ranked. Like, okay. Ranked arena. Any recharge. Okay, cool. Let's watch like a recharge king or something. I like King of the Hill. Maybe a little bit too much. It doesn't look like there's a convenient opportunity to watch one. This game does not like Recharge King. There's no way you'd never play Recharge King. There we go. Are you okay with this one? We're traveling back in the past a little bit, and probably not your best stat line. You guys got 3-1 in this game, so the whole team got kind of... If it's an issue, that's okay. This is from 10/28, the 28th of October. Okay. Might have to watch a different recharge. That's fine. Let's learn. Okay, cool. Thank you. Good sport. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna let it play. I'll be right back.
King of the Hill. Hill incoming. We will lay claim. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Hill control. Seeing evolution of any species. Enemy team took the hill.
the hill. Oh, that is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. My God.
Hill control. Your team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Hill control. Away from their prying eye.
Ooh. All right, is this a D6 lobby? Is that what he said it was? I'm expecting some cracked movement now.
Enemy team took the hill.
Wow. What was that? Cody, thank you for the sub, man, on YouTube. I missed it. Just subscribed. Review any one of mine, please, when you can. I will try to get to you, Cody. Thank you for the sub, man. Mid-diamond, my team is 4-stack. You guys are on a 4-stack together? Okay. Oh, this is you. Okay, perfect. You guys are 4-stack then. Okay. All right, I like recharge because it's like... Did I fix my PC? Yeah, I mean, I fixed what I could. It's definitely, you know, not perfect, but... Things are working, you know, as well as they need to.
Oh, that is just good
Let's
Halo
go.
right there. That is just
Damn good Halo.
My God.
Anonymous, thank you for the gift of DK 1010. DKL 1010, welcome. Appreciate it. Let's freaking go, guys. Teetering on 1800. I know we're just going to be losing a lot of subs the next, like, few days. Okay, so King of the Hill, especially on recharge, is, like, very setup heavy, very, like, cut and dry in the way that it works. Generally, like, a strat to keep in mind is not to play directly for the hill. You're always playing directly for the... like a specific anchor point associated with each hill that ensures that you get more advantageous spawns near the hill and that your opponents get worse spawns. That's kind of what we're thinking about is like if we have the anchor, and in this case for the first hill, I would say if we have gold control for the first hill, generally, then it becomes safer to get into B. We don't want to be in B without any form of like gold control, you know, behind a gold or bat ledge at the very least, but I'd say preferably gold so we have like somewhat of an understanding on where to anticipate spawns. The ideal setup here, in my mind, would be gold B plus a player in A. And if you have those three components, then you're collecting hill time and you're forcing spawns to C. Obviously, having somebody in like Turbine will help ensure that nobody splits behind you in like Pipes or Heaven or whatever. If the enemy spawn in C, they can play through Long Haul and break the hill. But it's just a challenging position to be in where like they feel like they're forced to headbutt and taking immediate damage while they come out, you know? You could play for like gold plus C and spawn the enemy at A. I've seen that variation work out for this hill as well, but it all starts with gold control for this hill. So I'm saying what I'm looking for is like, are we playing into Pipes, controlling that anchor, giving ourselves powerful spawns so that the rest of the game becomes easier for everybody else? Or are we headbutting the hill without playing through our perimeters, you know? And that'll be a constant throughout every hill. You want gold and A and spawn them C? Yeah, generally I like to play for gold and A and spawn them C, but I don't think that gold and C is something that you can't work with. You can do gold and C and spawn them A. It's obviously this is a better lane for enemies to spawn and play through. But like as long as you spawn them in the one corner and you understand what's happening in the moment, I don't think it's like the end of the world. You know, you got to kind of work with the scenario at hand. I would say let's try to prioritize gold and A mostly though. And then that setup is different for every hill, right? Like later on, the beauty of having gold is the flexibility you get to rotate through long haul for the next hill afterwards, right? Like for the next hill, you would want somebody in this silo area or like to see plat, right? And gold is a good complement, but gold is no longer the priority anchor anymore. Instead, the priority anchor becomes controlling this space here. And this is like what you operate before somebody sits in the hill. Once somebody's here, then somebody can more safely sit in the hill without the threat of somebody freely pushing through tower, getting behind them, or coming out through bottom mid, and like they're just, you know, sandwiched, right? If we have those two components, then gold becomes a powerful complement, and that will force A spawns for the next hill, and A spawns is like, you know, not ideal. They're getting pelted the moment that they come out of spawn by the gold guy trying to get to tower, and then they run into this guy who's sitting right here, and they're getting shot by this guy, right? So That's like kind of what we're trying to create. If you're the gold guy though, and you recognize like, oh shit, my team is dying in C, that's where you take your opportunity and you bring yourself through long haul. Ideally, it depends on the situation, but through long haul. And then what happens is your team will spawn in a line behind you into gold and replace you in gold.
That is just good Halo right
Dimbo.
there. That is just damn good Halo.
My God. Thank you for the prime, Timbo. We'll see this stuff hopefully as we go. I can't spend too much time on the theory of it, but... Hopefully we still have the kill feed on this. Nice. Good live. Okay. Ooh. I mean, I like generally what you're doing there. You know, cut the angle. Probably don't need to like muscle this with a G slide until you get your shields. You know what I mean? Like you could patiently wait. This reminds me of my own gameplay, to be honest. Like you can walk it down and like hug corner and take your time. There's no need to G slide at this. Keep baiting the OS, the camo, right? Like you guys have a slight advantage in this position. You have 4v3 here. Teammate in front of you, teammates behind you. This guy can't safely chase you. Like you're literally powerful here. If you just stay here, wait for your shields to at least start recharging, and then you G slide so that they fully come back by the time you come out to the angle. And I would stay grounded for the G slide. Do not jump, whatever you do. Stay grounded, because if you jump, now you're fucked, right? You're full committed. So if you're going to G slide, I would do a grounded G slide, even as you're getting your shields, and then that gives you most options possible to finesse and escape if you're in a bad position. So yeah, but the general routing is good. Just patience is all. Fighting off control from gold and A is a trick, though. So what do you mean? Fighting off control from gold and A is a trick. Fighting. I guess you're talking about like what we were saying earlier. So we got a good death cam for camo where we can see this. I would definitely want to make sure that that's not getting grabbed for free. So this was a really good cleanup, but don't tether your focus too much to the shock in the situation, right? Because we should be like just destroying this guy mid as well. You're in like a turret position right now. So I would spawn, clean this guy up, and then snap on the bottom mid and make sure that that camo guy is dealt with. Big missed window right here of damage opportunity. So you guys can't see it. I see it right here. He's just sitting there in the corner, right? So this is like a big window where we should just be lighting this guy up on rotate that we're missing right here.
Hill control.
Oh, that is just good.
Hey,
Halo
Hop, thank you for the prime.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God, 4 months. Welcome, brother. Love to see you. Holy late jump. You know how you're getting up in the level when you see the late jumps and like some of the text starting to finally come out? You know you're getting up like in the diamond rank. I can see him like inserting slides between his shots, right? He's a little bit more flexible with his movement. For better or worse, right? There's a lot kind of going down here. I don't really like that we're in the hill at all until we have like confirmed control, right? So like this guy should be lit up on the way through, and then I want you backing out and prioritizing your life. Like come back to batteries or bat ledge, and then there's a fight actively happening in A that you could potentially like clean up if that doesn't go his way, and then you can come back to bat ledge when we have like a guaranteed advantage, which we will, you know, after this exchange finishes, and then we jump in the hill when there's a clear numbers advantage. Because right now it's like an even 3v3. I don't know if I want to full commit to the hill because there's still things that you can do to like ensure that we win the team fight before we do that. It's like he ends up backing us off because we're kind of delayed in shooting him, right? And now we're here one shot in the hill, and they're kind of just freely pouring through lanes. Like this fight, our teammate lost it. Okay, now we've lost that perimeter, right? So it's like now we're in disadvantage. We don't really want to be in the hill anymore.
Hill control.
Jumping the gun a little bit, yeah. Teammates spawn beside you in pipes, one above you in gold here. I would say like do the least, you know, the little, what is it, like the less you do, the more impact you're having. Like just be the hardest possible kill. So like sit here in crouch position, literally. Reticle trained on top gold, and I'm just taking a gamble. This is the angle I'm going to focus on. I'm not worried about like anything else. I'm not doing any fancy extra extended movements, not giving up any damage for free. I'm the hardest possible kill. Like I want this camo guy to have to walk beside me and punch me to kill me. Like that's what I want to be created here. All these like little things that we're doing are all like opportunities. You're exposed to tower, you're exposed to mid, right? Like all these little steps that we're taking are opportunities. Yeah, so because that's all you can do is like just prime yourself for the best possible shot and the ultimate distraction so that they feel fully committed to kill you, and then maybe that leads to openings later. Teammate trades and pipes. We lost our hold, right? So this is not good. Now we're 3 dead. They have the spawn advantage. We're probably gonna spawn in A here. It's not the worst. Yeah, we're spawning in A and we'll spawn in a line. And half a nation is just headbutting. I don't like this, right? Like this is how the game sort of falls apart when we start like one at a time headbutting hill, right? So half here should play this like passively. He should throw nades. Try if he can get the kill clean up from a safe position, cool, like from back here. Then at least he can like pivot off and maybe live. But like I kind of want us playing through pipes aggressively, like 2 hitting this or something, so we secure the lane behind it instead of like one at a time sort of rolling into center map and trading. And then for you who's fanning out, I kind of want you not going tower. Like I want you going straight down the lane to pick up off of any damage, right? The only surviving teammate you have off your spawn is the teammate that's pushed up in B here. Your second spawner. So I want you just pushing up the lane and following this guy up and then trying to eventually get to pipes. Your 4th spawner or something can go ahead and fan out the tower, you know? When you make this rotate, you sort of like, what you could do is team spawn your team in C, and then they end up even farther from the hill. It doesn't happen here, but like tower is this like centralized location where you're actually not anchoring either A or C, and your team might spawn A, they might spawn C, and like A is a better place to have your team spawning. And I would want to do a movement that ensures that they continue to spawn there versus like if I go to tower, I worry that they might end up getting like a spawn up here instead. And then like that doesn't really help us breaking the map as effectively, I think, as just like going towards pipes and creating a trail behind me. So that half a nation guy, right? Like he died and we don't have like a position. I mean, we're tower, but like even if we kill him from tower, like nobody's picking up off of this and getting the anchor of gold, right? Like this is the ultimate, this is what we want the most, right? Is to get through this whole location. So I feel like there's a big missed opportunity to take that space. Your teammate who's 4th spawner can decide if he wants to play out this zone and get into the middle of the map and do all of that stuff, right? I'll try Finals F. I'm glad this is helpful. So we end up dying in tower, but ultimately not really impacting like the setup at all in a positive way. And we're still spawning poorly, right? We don't really spawning here. So I would probably ignore those fights and very fast go through long. Ideally, like limiting the amount of people that see you, right? The faster we get through long and up into the top of gold, banking nades off the floor here, the more likely we're going to spawn a trail of spawners behind us in long haul that can pick up off of it and then like push through this lane while the distraction is down on the right side, you know? So like I'd be trying to just like book it to goal with some G slides fast here, I think. On the way, while you're coming through, you might be able to clean up a 1-shot. You know, like I would check it. If I don't see an easy available kill, I'm not going to get like overly preoccupied with fights here. I would just keep going. Get up into top gold, and then now I'm just like slowly working my way into this zone while my team spawns behind me. Hey Rarky, hope you've been well, man. Yeah, so see how like you kind of like come up here and pause, but like what incentive do they have to come to you in tower? They don't have any incentive, right? Like they should be, they're set up. Like this rotation didn't like give your team something to work with, really, right? That's the thing is like, if let's say we're in gold and like I'm shooting this guy, I'm sitting here, then this teammate who spawned C would be like, oh, I see him gold. Okay, maybe I can like slide out and like do this and like contribute from down low and like play bottom mid, you know, like it kind of opens up options, right? I feel like tower in this moment doesn't really like give our team a lot to work with. Unless you actually somehow make it into A. Like if you're really quick and efficient and you're in A, then you know, and like carefully playing out the perimeter, then maybe that'll change. But just seemed like your opening was long there. Just doing a lot of damage. But yeah, we need that push. Team's coming in through long haul.
Enemy about to score.
You're wrong and you should unsubscribe. What are we gonna talk about? As a low plat player, you're totally wrong. The totally correct play all the time is just go directly to the hill. Yeah. Okay, now this is starting to like work out a little bit. You die, but Powdery Tomato has some good progress on the map, and you got some valuable kills in center by getting a double. So at least we come out with something pretty helpful here, but a lot of time given to the enemy, right? If we don't perfectly control this hill after this, we're probably going to lose this hill. So Powdery Tomato should not be diving in hill. He should be just like playing for goal control right now, I think. The colors just switched, but he's probably going to die if he just jumps in hill here.
Hill control.
I don't want to lose the kill feed on you. We're all in the center. Look at this. We need gold, right? This is the biggest issue is like they still have the anchor and we're in the middle of it. We're just going to get fried and then we're going to lose the hill. So he should just focus on like staying alive in the back of that anchor so that our team can come get to us and we can start to like pick up those valuable kills and then take the setup that we want, right? Like powder, he's gonna die, and then no progress was actually accomplished as a result of that team fight. There you go, right? Like he's still there, so I don't know how he's alive, but like, you know, it's very difficult for you guys to do anything valuable. I would be starting to think about setting up for next hill at this point, I think.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy.
So yeah, like you got to kind of do the calculation in your mind and think like, okay, am I gonna make it at this point? Like I spawn, my teammates alone, and like I have no easy opportunity to like get to that hill. They're probably gonna win this hill, you know. So I would stop myself at like gold, like this doorway, maybe jump up to gold and just like live. Same thing, but just don't go into gold. Like just live in this area, like holding this lane and watching things. Like from this door, you can clean up this kill, but you can also check the top A doorway. You can like get up to top gold and like cut that off as they come through, right? So you're that part of the perimeter. The rest of your teammates, I would hope, would stay C and just control from C, you know, like ideally hopefully spawn on each other. Or you don't even have to play that far up. You could just stay at C and like try to clean up any damage from C and then just stay with your one teammate, right? Like one thing I don't like about this is we're only 2 up and we're very split from each other. So what might end up happening is like he could get overwhelmed if he doesn't play this passively. It might still work. We'll see. But yeah. So like once we get into here, we're just kind of going rogue, you know, like we're super in the center of the map. This guy who's like, he's a one shot, you might as well just go and trade him or something. You know what I mean? Like we're just too committed. Like you want to kind of like just put yourself in a zone where you could be a turret in this situation. We're not going to get the save on that hill.
Hill ready.
I mean, ideally you're sub, but I've kind of got like a makeshift list in my head. I know Force One said he wanted one, so I was thinking he would be next. And so we die, we didn't get a trade. And then we're sort of just once again getting overwhelmed, so. Camo's coming up, but they have a perimeter around us.
Active camo available.
And he's shrouded for it too. So some good plays like going down from your opponents right now, right? Like they shrouded for camo, they... When you spawn here, like Miss Lakar has talked about this, you know, with me in the past, and it's always been very helpful, is if you spawn, like first 2 spawners...
That is just good Halo right
Casey.
there. That is just damn good Halo.
My God, Casey, thank you for the gifted spawn. Welcome, ZJ Live. Welcome, brother. First 2 spawners stick together like glue, right? Like you and your teammate, the way that I sort of see this being effective is like I want you guys 2 hitting tower fast, limiting the damage you take from gold. Like don't waste too much time trying to kill gold. I kind of want like a G slide, shoot like 1 shot into the guy, or even you know, don't worry about him, and just bust through tower and win the fights at C as a 2-man stack, and then wrap for camo later, right? By doing that, what happens is your team will spawn like in a line behind you in A, and then all they have to do is just walk out the door and just shoot there, right? And then eventually you can come back in with that valuable pinch and clean up these guys. So I feel like the best way to break through this would be like when you and your teammates spawn, hit this out with me, and like tell them to hit this out with me and just go try to 2-hit through the door, muscle your way like into overwhelming these guys in silo. And then your teammates who spawn behind you will just play passively with the only intention of just like making sure nobody grabs camo for free by jiggle peeking the door. You know, 4th spawner can play out towards turbine. Instead, it's like you guys don't have any control and you're playing a mid lane. Like I would say play perimeters first and like lock those down confidently, and then the mid lane opens up to your spawning teammates, right? Like going the mid lane before we have anything is scary to me, because it's like, okay, they could be here, they could be here. It's like if my team is 2 hitting out tower, then I'm not as worried about my left side. I can focus more on the other stuff, you know, like makes it easier for me to choose the mid lane. So I don't know, that's kind of like how I'm seeing this in my mind. Hopefully that's helpful.
Active camo available.
So you're in the center of the war zone now, with your team not having any sort of like adequate space to pick up. Like ideally, like if you took a tower route with your team, then you're already like in here. Your teammates behind you have an easier job to worry about. Yeah. Good movement. Good escape. Good movement. Pull off a flank. Nice. Cool. Your team is 2 dead right now, but your other teammate is full committing forward, so I don't mind this.
Hill control.
Shock rifle inbound.
You don't want to be too, like, I would say, yes, your teammate is full commit. I don't know. It's just, I kind of want us like here at some point, right? Like this is like the eventual sort of like anchor or routing that we take so that we like ensure that we're still getting gold spawns. So this is cool, but let's see. At least you're playing through fast. This is fine. You're playing through fast. You cut the angle. You create a distraction. Your team has the advantageous spawns. This is good. Fourth spawner shouldn't leave gold. So, okay. It's just like a team thing. This guy should just stay, right? Like, when he sees this, I'd be like, oh shit, I trust my team, bro. There's 3 guys here, right? Like, look at the setup we have right now. If I stay here, they have to all spawn A. So I'm just going to like turret mode this. Just sit and turret. But if he leaves, which he's going to do, then now he opens up the whole perimeter for them to like get behind and take gold and just take space around you. And you miss an opportunity to cross these guys as they come through towers. So he's just doing nothing off this rotate, right? Like this whole rotate didn't accomplish anything that actually helped the team. And we have no intel on the push that's coming into towers. This is like a big miss from like a team perspective here. If you spawn and you see 3 guys in hill, just hold your anchor and just shoot the spawners and let the team know that they're coming at you. You make everybody else's life easier, right? This rotate, he just missed all that info, and now he's just here. And they're just going to get in the tower for free. Or wherever they want for free. Like, they'll probably spawn with the perimeter. See? Now they're here. They have shot control. Now they're in your gold, and they're just all around you. So, it just makes the game harder.
Your team about to score.
I mean, yeah, like, in that situation, it was kind of a different, like... Because what I'm worried about, your teammate is far forward, and you're trying to pick up off him. I'm just worried about making sure that we're spawning in gold in a line. And as long as that's happening, then I guess, like, even though you rotated this way, it's still working. But yeah, sometimes it makes the most sense to just take the discipline route through long and avoid all of those fights so that you come in full shields for the setup at C. But yeah, like, you weren't necessarily the problem here. It was the way that the team sort of gave up our perimeter and how that limited our information for the second half of this. You're new to Halo, but you made it to Plat Diamond. Could you... I can't immediately, Twiz, but hopefully these conversations are helpful for you, Twiz. I'm going to pivot off this one soon. Thank you for the follow, man.
Shock rifle available.
Okay. Nice.
Bullets successfully delivered.
Sure.
Your team about to
End up
score.
overwhelming you guys in tower. Like, so I don't know if there's just like not comms here or something, but teammate dies back silo and should be calming. Like, there's 2 guys tower. You've lost that anchor. Like, our positioning right now is not incredible. I feel like it might make more sense to come back and pinch this and cut the rest of the guys out of the equation and then address them afterwards. But so right here, just like walk it backwards and shoot and make sure that this fight goes successfully. Because like this stuff is happening behind you. We want to be aware that this is happening behind us. There should be callouts. There's audio cues. Your teammates are down low shooting it. So I would just like back it up, shoot this guy. Good moment to like make sure that that fight is won, and then we can kind of hopefully play back out into gold. I guess we gotta come back with a G slide. Okay.
Enemy team took the hill.
Please remain calm.
That combo, nice move. Cool, good kills.
Hill can
We're still getting good spawns here too. Very quickly, put yourself here and sit and watch the like head glitch and watch A, right? Like that was your moment on the kill feed where the space was like we have a numbers advantage and you see this full perimeter. That tells me that we're good here. Like if somebody goes bottom mid, I feel pretty comfortable that my team's going to be okay. I don't need to linger while one shot. I can just reposition to this zone. This is the area that my team is not addressing right now and that we need a visual on. So very quickly catching that and then putting yourself in that. So watch, like it's not just about where your team is positioned. It's about knowing what angles they have and what your angle needs to be based on the setup, right? Like they're going to freely get through tower right now.
scored.
All right, we still capped it, so it doesn't matter. But like, that's sort of the miss in this situation, right?
Hill ready.
Nice.
Excellent precision.
Try to make this play by yourself. You're immediately dead in the water. I think teamwork is too important in this game. I mean, teamwork is important, but like, I don't know. Why is it that like pro players get away with so much though, right? Like teamwork is definitely like, okay, this is why I like Halo 5 as well, because Halo 5, you could just be a literal freaking Terminator and play for yourself and like never die, right? But I do think Infinite has a good balance of like individual ability and team play. You can do so, like you can carry the freaking lobby, you know, in matchmaking alone.
Control.
And I guess like, I don't know. I think it's also like, what do you prioritize when you play too? Like, are you playing to win or are you playing for KD? You know, because like if you're trying to get like the best possible KD, then sure, you die, it's gonna piss you off. But like, if you're playing with like certain objectives in mind, like, are we anchoring the correct spawn? Am I doing the right things? Then at least there's like a positive reinforcement that comes from that, and you don't really worry about whether or not you died, because sometimes dying is like kind of what needs to happen to win the game, right? So it's like, what are you prioritizing as like fun, and where's the positive reinforcement coming from? Is it like just getting a sick KD, you know, or is it like actually making the plays that give you the win? Because I think that's part of it too. You might be getting pissed thinking like, oh, I died, that sucks, but like, I don't know, as long as you're like making the right plays, then you're getting the right reinforcement to like keep a good mental, if that sort of makes sense. I like this setup, right? So like we're spending all this time coming back, but we should have our guns like trained ready for the angles, right? So what's happened here? Because we got our kills. Do we not have kill feed anymore? I lost the kill feed somehow. That sucks. So this guy died in A, and we come all the way back. We got a teammate in gold, teammate in turbine. If they're spawning, they have to be spawning and coming from behind us through tower. So the moment I see all of this, I would just like turn, pivot, and just, stand in the doorway, which I can't do, with my reticle at head level and just wait for somebody to come through tower. Your teammate who's behind you in A should see that you have the high door, and he should be watching the low door, like here, peeking it, or forward, you know? And then we're fortified. We're good to go. That's like a solid situation here. And depending on like what's going on and where the fire is being, like, why is he jumping out? He should just be sitting in gold door. This is we have a setup, right? We got to prioritize our, is there a goal? Is a like shock up? Shock is not up. So I don't know why he's coming back. Yeah. So like these are all opportunities that are being missed here. This player is not like the earlier that we're watching the angles and the earlier we're outputting damage and like seeing their rotation, the more they're going to feel like they're suffocating when they spawn, right? Like I feel like this is one thing that happens a lot in matchmaking, is just we give players opportunities to take space that they don't deserve. Should be lighting them up before they come out the perimeter. Doing a lot of movements here and not a lot of like just sitting in the angle, right? Like I want us just in the angle. You're so far back, like there's here. Like just sit in this, peek this, right? Boom, dead. Oh, okay. You can keep it simple. You don't. I guess you're worried that he's gonna like chow you. You have 2 nades in the back pocket too. Teammate in Mangler. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I think that's the biggest thing, is just recognizing like the setup that we have, and you know, taking advantage of that with our angles early. And that goes for the whole team, not just you. That's like him as well, who's like, we're on a side quest in pipes while they're running through areas in tower. Like this is just like opportunities to light things up, and he's inside pipes right now. I think maybe you guys were thinking there was somebody alive back here or something. Yeah, they've gotten too much free space, and now you're like, now your circumstances are so dire, right? Like, oh shit, like 3 guys alive and they got through already. We're mid movement. I try to slow my movement down with shock if I can, and like really be disciplined with my reticle placement. So like while you come through here, you should have your reticle up here, and then it should snap from here to like head level, and it shouldn't be going anywhere but available like kill opportunity, like locations, right? Anyway. Okay. But that would be sort of like my, I guess like a quick summary on this one. I'm ready to keep it rolling. For this hill, by the way, guys, general setup, right? Like we talk about it a lot when we watch the pros play, but A, anchor for this hill is the priority. If you don't have somebody in A at all times, even if you're sitting in turbine, they can spawn behind you in A, especially considering, like, depending on what's going on elsewhere in the map, you really want to be disciplined with having somebody in A all the time. And that takes precedent over the hill. Like, it's more important, I would say, if you have like 1-2 guys alive, that you're just like holding down A and guaranteeing this spawn than it is being in hill and trying to like soak up that extra time. That's your precedent, right? And then ideally you have goal control as well with the hill, and that combination should guarantee C spawns. And then you want to be really disciplined with like your angles, so you're shooting them as early as possible and aware of the lanes that they could be hitting. So we're working together, you know, to cross them before they get too far. Bottom mid, you want C plat control. So ideally we're in C plat, we're spawning, like we have gold as a complement as well, I would say, like secondary, but like C plat is the anchor with team spawning in long haul or spawning in C. And then gold could be a good complement to force them in A. You could also do A plus C for bottom mid. A lot of people like A plus C, so you could do player in A, like top A, bottom A, holding this down, and then player at C plat, player bottom mid. If that'll force their spawn to pipes, and if they're spawning in pipes, they can't even see the hill, right? Like they have to like nade it, or they have to take, you know, more exposed rotations to get the bottom mid. But it starts with C plat, so that's the anchor, right? And then back to mid again for gold. So just knowing like what specifically you want to make sure that we prioritize for every hill, that's a good starting point. And then the rest of the setup can kind of fan out from there, because that always takes precedence. So A for this hill. No problem, Jalen. Setup issues will help us a lot. Yeah, so maybe like a quick little chat about like those specific zones that we want to make sure we control for every hill. And then when we have that setup, yeah, being disciplined with our angles and not worried about, you know, all the little, like the little movements we seem to be doing to get into position. Like I want you catching them off their spawn fast as possible, right? The game still feeling abnormally heavy, or did I uninstall the newer Windows? I didn't do anything. I just basically went to bed, Pyro. The game is the way it is, and until I get like a PC upgrade, I think I'll just keep dealing with it. As long as it's like playable, you know. Teller, what's up? Sorry for the tag along. I know you're focused on the VOD review. You're down for a review, but you're at work and may have to mute the stream here and there. I don't know if I'll get to you right away, Telluric, because we got so many of the people. But good to know. Okay, I'll try to keep you in mind. There was somebody called Force1. Are you in the chat, Force? Force1. If he's in the chat, say something. It's tough for me to like... There you are. Sweet. What's your GT? In the games you viewed, there are a couple common issues I noticed that need correcting. I mean, I think we've isolated like I hate being like general. Plat level players struggle with
Halo right there.
I mean, it's kind of a little bit of everything.
Halo. My God.
Is it Lido? Thank you for the sub, Lido. Liam with the Prime. 3-month streak. Welcome back. From gold to plat, we talked a lot about reticle placement and like understanding angles in every scenario and just being disciplined by leading with your reticle before every engagement and exiting with reticle last. We saw that a little bit in like a previous player. Using your teammates as a source of awareness, like it's important for every level of play, but I think especially so with plat, like we're not aware of like what our teammates are doing and the exclamation points above their head, and just like capitalizing on that info. Positioning, like we give up high ground, give up positioning for free too often, right? So like valuing positioning, doing like the least is sometimes the most, right?
That is just damn good Halo.
My God, it swims. Thank you for the tier 1, brother. Welcome back. How you doing? 8 months. First O is a 0. Okay. What rank are you, Force? Is it a double underscore? Oh, there's no underscore. It's just the Force 1, yeah? Okay. A shit aim. Yeah, I mean, I don't really consider myself to be like an aim god by any means either, you know? Like I feel like what I do best is I have solid mechanics and awareness, and I know how to like be hard to kill. So even though my aim isn't always the best, if you look at my stats, I get like a shit ton of assists and a lot of damage output. So like I'll struggle to clean up kills, but I try to do my best to like, you know, ensure that I'm doing valuable damage and like a valuable part of every fight and just be really difficult to kill, right? Like your awareness can put you in the best position in every engagement so that even if your shot's not great, you're still like, it's just carrying you to Onyx, you know? Like awareness with a poor shot can still carry you to Onyx if you understand how to like, you know, contribute correctly. But yeah, keep practicing, right? Like, beyond just shooting bots, like I recommend people do those FFA lobbies. There's a bot backfill FFA that you can do where you are on the custom browser, you just play against other people. It's a good way to get confident. Like in 1v1s, you can play 1v1s through the custom browser. You can play with a buddy. Ideally somebody like at your skill level or even a little bit better would be a good way to like force you to improve fast. When you're practicing, you want to just be really aware, like, what does perfect aim look like? What does it feel like? Like, you want to be aware of what that is. And it's hard to explain that. But the more you understand that, the more you're going to notice what's missing when you're practicing your aim. And the better I think it'll get, if that makes sense. Or, okay. Are you offline, Force? I'm not good at multitasking this. There he is. Do you have a specific game in mind? Yampy, I was playing with viewers yesterday, so maybe we'll get a chance. What custom app do I recommend for snipe target practice? Honestly, like, I know aimbots is kind of redundant, and like everybody sort of uses it, but that's the way for a reason. Like on aimbots, you can practice sniping at various ranges pretty easily because you can shoot the ceiling area and change the spawns that are open and closed, right? So if you want to practice just on the area, like the Spartans in the outer perimeter of the map, you can set the spawns that way and just shoot them in the outer perimeter, right? Or you can add the boxes in the geo and whatnot and just use your snipe in that environment. Or if you do like a bot FFA, or even, you know, I guess it's easier with a bot FFA because you can just have unlimited snipe. Like the more opportunity to get reps, the better. Like a live fire FFA with snipe and just get really accustomed to spawn sniping and like playing your positions effectively and hitting your shots every time a bot appears, you know? Obviously they don't move quite like humans do, but it's still a solid source of practice for sniping. I'm not seeing a lot of ranked, like general ranks. So what I'm hoping for is like general ranked play. Oh my god. You guys had a rough game here. I see a rank Slayer that didn't last long. So, you know, what I'm looking for is like ranked arena. Ideally not other game types. Not that I can't like review them, but I feel like the most productive thing for us to do would be ranked Slayer. If it's, or sorry, ranked arena. If it's a Slayer that's an actual competitive Slayer that I can, 30 and 19. Street Slayer, you didn't play well? Okay, perfect. Okay, we can watch that. Thank you. Yeah, you guys got staked somehow. So the whole team had a rough one. And take my tips so you can do better in the FFAs. Good to hear, Courtney. I expect to get out 1v1. What's good, Steven? Welcome. Been a fan for a long time. If I could one day do you, that would be insane. That's yeah, it's a pretty insane comment, brother. Wait, what? Out the rundown off spawn, I noticed that your teammates are playing very slow. Oh, whoa.
Great content.
I like the passion.
Shyway.
Thank you for the
Thanks
biddies,
for
Ace.
doing these reviews.
No problem, man. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that, brother. I'm not gonna do you though.
Kills to win. Then contact the authorities.
Oh, you meant like coaching, right? Giggity. Yeah. Oh, gee. Okay. I could, yeah, I could look at one of your gameplay, or your games at some point.
Active camo inbound.
Golden boy. Okay, here we go. Let's see the open shred. Bots are really good for just like everything around the 1v1 fight, right? Like bots will train your ability to snap onto targets quickly when they pop out of like predictable angles, like just reinforcing your reactions, snapping between targets, just like spawn awareness and capitalizing on angles and whatnot. Like when you're playing a bot FFA with Spartan bots, you still have to be really good at isolating your fights and limiting damage that you take if you want to kill the bots quickly, efficiently. What it's not good for practicing is a 1v1 gunfight throughout the whole duration of the fight. That's the big issue, is like in a proper 1v1 gunfight, humans move way differently than bots do. So It's good for like the part around the full gunfight, right? Every other aspect of aim. But if you want to train the gunfight itself from start to finish, you got to play like octagons. You got to play, you know, in environments versus humans that you know, force you to work on that skill set a little bit more. You know, the bots do tricky movements sometimes, but they're just not as much as a human. They don't play for their lives.
Active camo inbound.
You have kill feed, I'm hoping, right? Just nobody's killed anybody? Yeah. Oh, okay. Very slow open strat from everybody here. Hold on. I'm assuming you're on LT aim. So Natco has like a read on this, right? He pinged that. We know somebody's in B in this situation. You can lead it with a pre-nade.
Active camo inbound.
You know somebody's on your left-hand side here too. So like that gives us awareness on 2 targets. So I'm not sure if like you thought that like maybe the guy in B rotated, but just the way that we play this out is not considerate of the info that we have in the situation, right? So we like end up not using our pre-nade. Because like keep in mind that like nades have like a dual purpose of not only damaging your opponent, but they also like limit the angles that you have to deal with in any given situation. So if I like lead with a bank nade at this door, then that gives me a short window of time where I can safely walk out and chow this way without the immediate threat of like free damage on my right-hand side, right? So the fact that we didn't use any nades to like suss out these angles and like approach this with discipline, I think is what kind of hurt us off the rip. And then we full commit too. We take a very committed movement forward before we've earned our movement, right? So it's like, I would start with a nade to give you the opening to chow the angle, but when you chow the angle, I would still chow it with discipline because we don't have a damage advantage. Like, you need to get a damage advantage to earn the opportunity to play aggressive. We're playing aggressive before we have that confirmed advantage, right? And now they're going to take that on us. And then we get double chowed at the same time with no damage done on either side. And also there's a poor luck component to this too. Like, sure, if your teammate, maybe you thought your teammate was playing the right lane. If he was there, he would have helped, right? But that still doesn't change the decision-making here. I still think lead with the nade on the right side, peek out the left side, and be ready to just back out this and isolate that one fight if this guy shoots you. When you get the damage advantage, then you have the freedom to take this lane more confidently. So there's a systematic approach to this to ensure that like you don't just get double chowed and killed, right? So take your time, earn damage, and then push up off damage, and use your nades to isolate fights. Like deny areas, like you're saying, Steven, yeah. Teammates are playing slow, yeah. Could not figure out how to contribute well because I didn't trust that I'd have help. Okay, well, hopefully what we said was like a good takeaway there, right? Like, you in that situation, the way playing that way ensures the most opportunity for survival and just general damage output. No, you're good. It's not. Yeah, it's just about learning. No problem, Jay. Did we kill him? Oh, no. Yeah, early angle on camo as quickly as possible. Good opening damage. The nade, unlucky. It banks off his back. This is bad luck. Bad luck. And then you're like, oh, shit. But in this moment, like, I understand you're, like, looking at his demise. I would make sure that you know, also suss out these other available angles here. Like, if you backstep here, you can peek and shoot this guy off rail, right? So I can, like, peek shot this guy this direction. I just feel like we're kind of just lingering, watching the nade kill him. But anyway. Yeah, trying to suss out camo. Good shots. Good work.
Perfect.
Tank that on the way out. Just be really hyper aware of all the angles in this situation. So while you bank and walk out this direction, you're actually not safe. This is an available angle. So instead of strong siding, you don't need a strong side. I would just like throw your nade and then look up and be ready to shoot your way into this corner. And then once you're in this corner, then you can kind of figure out what to do next.
Perfect.
Well, so it's just like an info miss, right? While we're doing all this movement, where our back is actually available to be rail. See? There you go. Yeah, so it's just really good to know these angles, right? Because it's like, this is a moment where you want that info. So like, at least in your mind, you know he's there. And if you even don't have that info, you should still know the angle that you're open to. Like, this is just, this is like a good discipline thing to be aware of. You could get killed. And that's free damage that gives them the opportunity to push and kill you later as well. Oh, no. Yeah, just like poor timing, I guess, a little bit. Your teammate who is with you is no longer covering that lane. So if you run in this moment, now it's not safe, right? Like, if your teammate's sitting here, then you can do your sort of extended movement. But I think if anything, like, we are weak. We're at a disadvantage. We don't want to do any drastic, like I would just, like, let them come to you and just play for the most possible damage with your gun at the ready, you know? Like, just kind of make them do the work, you know? Just do the little side steps that you need to dodge your nades, whatever. But the more exposed movements that we do with our gun ready, the harder this is going to be. Like, I want them getting up in our faces so I can beat down trade them, basically. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate. So we spawn, we're in like a huddle. So right off of our spawn, I can tell that, like, they could be anywhere around us, right? Like, we don't have any space. I would try to create space probably immediately off my spawn and play this way to, like, get through A with the support of my team. We'll see what he does, but... Or, like, just... We want to be hitting out the same thing together. So hopefully that's what happens, because we're in the center of it all. Cool. Nice. That's a good opening kill. Teammates doing good damage here. We can play fast. Yep. And then your other teammate, Nako, just spawned in C while you were chasing, which tells you that the rest of them are coming from behind you after this, for the record. Okay, 2. Teammates in a gunfight in PD. Your teammate got that kill, so use the kill feed to let you know, like, whether or not this is done here, right? Like, so kill. We sort of... I would try to patiently address this because you're already weak, so, like, use your peaks. Take your time. Teammate backs him off. When I see this happening, this gunfight on my right, that gives me the info I need to, like, go fast. Make sure this guy gets cleaned up fast, because now you can play aggressive. Your team is here. Just take the angle confidently. You got a lick on him. You know he's there, and when you see your teammate spawn here, that tells you that nobody else is here, right? That's what you want to look for, is, like, it's a combination of, like, okay, this guy's here, and my team is spawning behind that, which tells me that, like, there's nobody else at C. We kill that guy, it's clear. Kill feed pops off, he dies. Sometimes if you see his name, that'll kind of help you know. If you see his name, like, you'll know who's the one who died. But when he dies, now you're the only, like, he's not like your pair, but the only other source of info you have is your teammate all the way out in PD on an island. He shouldn't be this far forward, for the record. So I would see that and quickly extend to planter ledge and sit planter ledge and just try to work that from the center. So we're kind of like lingering, looking for C, but we already got the info that we needed. We already saw our team spawn here. All of this is telling us, don't look here. Go fight the rest of the map, right? So these are like little info awareness misses, right? That lead to project dying. Like, project still probably dies, but if you didn't miss this opportunity, what would happen instead is you would be killing this guy for free, because he would die and you would just pick up all of his damage, basically. But now we missed the window, right? So now he's going to get out and get his shields, and now you being here is actually very scary because you're alone with no damage opportunity, right? At some point, probably Eternal. Nice try. Solid shots. But yeah, so we're already at like a disadvantage. We're 2 dead, and your only surviving teammate, Nako, is on the other side of the map here. So, like, it's kind of hard to know. Like, you almost want to link up with him, play towards this way as your escape, because that's the only sort of source of safety that you would have, would be like, you could walk it out this way, shoot on your way, jump, and then your team will spawn behind you and see, just based off the skew, right? Like, the way that we're situated, they're already spawning behind you. I don't know, maybe not, but they will be. Oh, weird. Okay, so somebody still splits. There's one in B, my bad, that's why. Yeah, nice try. Your shots are here, like, solid here. Your strafe is solid here. Right, okay. Yeah, kill feed is such a good habit to get, you know, dialed in, for sure. Especially when you see multiple people die. So your shots and your strafing is solid here. That's not the issue, right? Like, I feel like, even though it's just a random gunfight, like, the best strafe is always a peek, right? Like, I would try to include geometry in every gunfight if possible. So for this guy, like, when you see him, why not just, like, you know, or like this. Just do something that, like, extends. It doesn't have to go to the death. This is like a motto, like, either I die or you die. It doesn't have to be that, you know? Like, there's always an opportunity to, like, insert a cover or wall or something. You know, make this a little bit harder than it needs to be for the opponent. But anyway. Not sure, rejected. We'll see. Picking up every teammate, cool. And then there will probably be a cafe here. A lot of movement. Your positioning was already really good here, right? Keep in mind that when you're here, all you have to do is sidestep, and you can see and contribute to all of this right here. So, like, I like the route that you chose off of spawn. You were already in a good spot. So, like, you're here, and now you're between your team. You got one on your left in that tires who has that sort of area sort of locked, and then you're looking at Project to support him. And then this would be my moment where I would, like, watch cafe and get the intel that I need on this side of the map from this position. The timing that we spend, like, sort of bobbing and weaving back here without actually checking angles is timing where, like, this guy and somebody else could freely get into back A without our understanding, you know, and, like, kind of pop out and catch us off guard. Teammate push through PD. Damn. Hard to know where that nade was. The audio cue, like, it sounds like it's nearby. It just happened to be on top of you, I guess. I don't know if it was, like, some sort of wonder nade. Dang, right? Unfortunate. Yeah, I would just say, like, based on your location, the skew, like, the game likes to mirror spawn, right? So, like, if we have this hemisphere of the map locked, then the enemy's going to spawn directly opposite on this hemisphere. That's, like, where they're all going to be. So, like, the earlier you catch that and the earlier you address that with confidence, the more pressured they're going to feel and the more space you can take on them. Because we take so long to, like, do that and actually get the valuable angle, I feel like that's what's hurting us most here. So it's like, okay, that kill's done, but I know based on the way that we're sitting that they have to be coming through cafe. So I want to address that with confidence, 2-shot, 3-shot this guy, make him feel like he can't reach Al so that this teammate who's, like, coming through PD feels like he can confidently just, like, walk up here and get in their space, you know? Like, the faster we do that, the more that we're just, like, we're setting the pace of the fight and they're reacting to us. That's what we want, is, like, setting the pace. Versus, like, I feel like we sort of, like, just hole up here. We're watching the same sort of angle together. They're just kind of, they're all, look what they are. The 3 hitting their way through, like, just unchecked, right? Like, this stuff is what we want to limit. Like, being in the center of this is just not an ideal space to be. Anyone told me I'm a total nerd, bro. Tell me about it.
Plasma grenades, 10.
YOLO.
Active camo available.
Nice, nice. Yeah, benches is a solid spot to live. This is cool. Okay. Very quiet. I like the flank. You have nades. Keep in mind you have nades. There's a 1-shot to clean up there too. Uh-oh, you missed that guy at the gen. That might hurt us. Yeah. So I would say, like, play discipline through the perimeter here. This is your zone. I would play this zone the whole way through. In general, even if you don't have a camo, this is just, like, a good way to play this area of the map because it gives you the most options. And you can line up bank nades and just everything, you know, from this general sort of zone. This is so perfect for you guys to 4-dead them. Like, you can't have a more, you know what I mean? Perfect situation here. It's unfortunate it didn't go the right way. But, like, before you open fire, I would say try to look for the weaker targets and prioritize weaker targets. So don't open fire on a full shields guy. Like, choose the weaker guy and remember your nades. Like, if you're going to shoot a full shields guy, I would intro with a nade. So I would, like, walk out this way, look for somebody weak because your team is shooting at them, and open up by killing the weak guy first, or open up with a nade, and be wary of, like, all the potential places people can be here. So, like, as we walk through here, this location is a very popular spot. This area is like, bro, there's almost always somebody. Like, whenever you're coming into A, like, I'm always just hyper aware that somebody could just be sitting crouched in here because it's just very, very common. So I would, like, come through here, make sure that we get some info on what's on my right-hand side, and just be wary of that. You should kind of be hearing it, be ready to address it. Because, yeah, that's what bites us later. We get, like, caught in this gunfight for a long time. He should be killing us. Like, we shouldn't be living this long. So he doesn't even look, you know, like, that's his error. But we gotta trade at least. But, yeah, I think if you take that safely from the inside of Cafe, you have the same angles, but more survival opportunities. Canadian nerds flock together. I'm not afraid to be a nerd, bro. It's 2025. It's practically 2026. Okay, well, hold on. All right, so we spawn. Where's our team off of spawn? What does that tell us about where the enemy's going to be, right? So you know how the game likes to mirror spawn. Look at where we are, right? So we're spawning here. If our team is all the way up into A, what that tells me is that the enemy's perimeter of the map is all the way across from me. Like, they could be spawning red room, which this happens a lot. It's like if I spawn red room, I know that they're probably mirror spawning, like, Ivy. So what I do is I come down here and I, like, watch up top. Sometimes I don't even open fire. Like, I'm just looking to sneak up on this guy, you know, like, catch him off guard from C. If you spawn here, that means they could be mirror spawning there. So I would probably just, like, stay and try to pick up any of this info before we just give up our space for free here. Because, like, you kind of just, like, run through here. Look at the opportunity. Like, he spawns in front of you as well. So this is your perimeter of the map, right? So if you just sit here, like, you can shoot these guys as they come through B rail and just keep them contained. Be wary of the push, the flank on you, right? Like, they can come through down low out here. So I would just, like, probably occupy this space and live as long as possible while outputting damage and hope that my teammate that spawns here will contribute and support it, basically. As we sort of run through here, we didn't see any of what happened in B. We didn't damage any of it either. So, like, you know what I mean? This is all this, like, valuable intel is just kind of, you know, like, we don't have it. And we don't have, like, a confident perimeter around them now either, right? We're, like, kind of bunched on a different side of the map. So it's just about, like, noticing opportunities to, like, create, you know, setups around your opponents. And, like, what position are you relative to your team every time you spawn, right? Like, are you a perimeter player? Are you in the center of a setup? Your decision-making changes depending on what position you have. Like, they were, like, taking our time. Kind of dove out. Teammates with you, though. Good kill. Good work.
Shooting.
Cut the angle. Live, live, live. Oh. Yeah, this spot behind you is a good spot to sit. Like, while you're taking this fight, it's hard to, like, think about this in the moment, but, like, the map is flipped this way, right? So now this hemisphere that we control is this side. So any players that die while you make your way through B will probably be spawning in C, right? So see, there's a C spawner. So, like, as you come through here, yes, you can kill this guy, but you need to know that, like, the spawn that they have is C. So they're going to come up driveway after. So take the fight this direction and then just sit in the corner when it finishes. If you sit here, you might be able to cut the angles out from P Street too, because that's also a worry in this situation. But good shots, right? Just not disciplined enough with, like, their spot, where they're going to come from next, and being ready for that next fight by positioning yourself here. So if you just tuck in, and then let your teammate get involved with this, then maybe you can finesse too.
Who's shooting, Spartan?
What rank? It's actually a good question. I can't remember what he said his rank was. Last life I'm going to watch here, though. Johnny has you fully banned from his stream. You can't even watch it. I don't think I've ever clicked on his channel. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a thing. You could be banned from watching a stream. I didn't know you could do that. Nice try. It's the same sort of thing that, like, hurt you last time, where I feel like we don't have nades, so maybe you used your nades in, like, earlier. Yeah. So you see this guy here, and then you throw both your nades out. Yeah. I get the first nade. Sometimes you want to kind of save that resource, though, you know? Like, that second nade would have been really valuable, intentionally placed later. And then see that guy in red room? But know that, like, if he's here, and if we don't have any space on the map, that if you just walk out in the open, you're going to risk getting shot from the left-hand side. So just got to be patient is all, right? Let them come to you. Or, like, wait until he's a one-shot. He's not a one-shot, right? Like, if you know he's, like, guaranteed weak and you can clean it up, then cool. But, like, it might make more sense to bait him forward by clearing this lane first. Instead of, like, tunneling into the guy on the right side and exposing yourself to the angles you know are, like, valuable on the left, you can just, like, maybe force him to make a move. Because, like, your teammate's got your right kind of covered, right? Like, when I see my teammate on the right, I'm thinking, like, okay, I have some help here, which gives me more comfort in peeking this, and this, right? These are, like, the three kind of general. I mean, obviously, you can come out down low, but I'm aware of heaven and aware of tires as well, as I sort of, like, carefully check this. And then that will tell me whether or not I should go forward. Because I would never not check this before I decide to jump in the fray, you know? D3, okay. Played like a Game 7 Grand Final Slayer? Yeah. Just a war here. Whoa. You see. Careful about turning away before you leave the engagement. So this is just scary, right? This is what we saw in the other guy's gameplay. It's like, never, like, reticle, in this situation, reticle is the last thing that leaves the engagement. So shoot your way out confidently. Only if you have no other options can you turn away in the middle of a fight like that. But you don't want to have to be doing this. You still have a teammate lingering on the right side too. So like I would shoot my way out, and that at least gives me any available opportunity to pick up off of whatever damage he might do here, right? Those guys are pretty far away from you. They can't immediately chase you down as long as you just sidestep it reticle ready, right? So it's like while we turn away and run for our lives, our team, he's going, bro. This guy's like, I'm fucking ready, right? Like we don't want to miss that. So that's another reason why you don't want to just like turn away and play for your life here. You got to play for your team here a little bit too, so that we can pick up off whatever he's doing. He full committed. Got a kill, and now he's making some strides. You want to be a part of this as you come back. Yeah, sooner rather than later. Anyway. Hopefully I identified some valuable stuff, right? I know that we're kind of treading over the same topics, but really it is that simple, right? Like Halo is like simple but not easy. Like the stuff that we're talking about, I feel like is like in hindsight very easy to expose and like sounds obvious when you say it, but when you get in the game and like all the shit's going on and it's just chaotic, like you start to forget about those things and start to like autopilot a little bit. But it is simple, you know. It is like the spawns make sense. You know, 95% of the time the player's going to spawn exactly where you think he would in the circumstances. Forest One, thank you for the gifted, man.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just damn
good
good
Halo.
Halo. My God.
We'd like a review. Your GT is Gooba. I see you, brother. I don't have a list, but I feel like there's a lot of people waiting. Barbosa, I'll do. Barbosa's a VIP. He's been here for a bit. Barbosa's a gold player. Okay. Let's get Barbosa in here. Are you online, Barbosa? Do I have you added? Let me see. And then Gooba, try to keep you in mind. I got people in the YouTube chat as well. I'm sorry, guys, but hopefully, even if I'm not looking at your gameplay directly, you're learning something. Okay, I'm following you. Somebody give this man a gifted. Recharge Slayer, page 1, 3rd row. Are you appearing offline? Page 1, 3rd row? Page 1? You talking about this one? 22 and 8. Barbosa's shitting. Need backup? I'm doing VOD reviews article. I'm not doing I'm not gaming. How you doing, man? He wants me to watch a masterclass. Or the Solitude? I kind of like the Solitude because it's such a close game and you still went positive. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of valuable insight in both. I haven't done a Solitude yet. If you're okay with that, I'm going to do the Solitude. Oh, wait, King of the Hill. Sorry, Solitude King of the Hill. Page 8. Oh, shit, but I'm still down for a Solitude. Page 8, Solitude. I don't see it in page 8. Page 7? Our pages look different. Maybe because your custom games are hidden or something. If your custom games are hidden, then maybe it's... Is it this one? 18.7? 4.0? I kind of want to see that Solitude Slayer. Appears differently on my end, yeah. Good to hear, Gooba. No problem, Taco. Yeah, he said the two games that he chose is like a 4-0 Smackdown and a Slayer where he went like, he dominated. Can we find, is there something that's a little bit more middle of the road or? You down whichever? I'm sorry. I know this. I feel like this one might be solid because it's a super close game. And you didn't you went pretty, went positive. Oops. I know sometimes I'll look at a student and it's a game that they're maybe not as proud of or something, and then as I'm looking at it, they'll be like, "Oh, bro, I'm not playing like myself" or something like that, right? It's but I find even when I look at those games, the mistakes that they make in that game that just happened to go really poorly, and the mistakes that they were making in the game that just happened to go really well were the same ones, But it's it just, I guess it looks bad. I know how it feels because I don't like getting my shit reviewed too much too.
Earn more kills than your opponents to win.
But habits carry, Okay, we gotta find the kill feed first. Wherever that is. I think it was Donnie that had it. It's not Donnie.
Double kill.
Anybody know what POV I was on when the game started? It's gold. Gold rank, something. Oh, he has it. Sweet.
Lost the lead.
Basically, every time the kill feed pops up, I can switch to one player forward until I find Barbosa, and then the kill feed should stay with us for the rest of the game. Here we go. Hey! Let's see what kind of opening strat we got here. The camo's a priority. There's a thrust in yard. We're playing for camo here through driveway. Okay. So looking at camo directly doesn't really make sense for the open strat, right? Because they're not going to spawn on camo, right? So the first thing that we're doing is, obviously, is we're looking for where they're going to come from, right? So we want a reticle in a position that's anticipating players coming out of cafe or coming through the truck, right? Because they can rotate and go past the truck. So never look at the camo. The camo is what you're looking to protect. You're looking at where you anticipate them coming from to get to the camo, right? So while I see that's your objective, you're pinging it, but okay. Yeah, the more ready we are for these fights, the faster you can react and clean this up. What's up, Easy? Okay, we're getting into the center of it all. There's chaos in bottom mid. Yeah, I mean, I think at gold rank, I mean, Barbosa does grind that though, so that he's taking the right steps. One thing I would say is your positioning here, even though driveway is a pretty vulnerable location, I guess what's unfortunate is nobody played out your yard, so it makes this less safe, right? Because somebody can come through yard for free and just flank and kill you from behind. But generally, I wouldn't want to walk into the war zone directly and would want to be positioned somewhere where I have a back out and I can just clean this guy up as he wraps around Util. Because my team's already, forward here. Instead of bunching up with them and getting into bottom mid, I would want to keep this perimeter kind of held. But nobody's on our right side. I have 3 on my left. What you could do is you can walk yourself into market, something like this in this general sort of zone maybe, or you could just play up towards your team. Then you're going to meet angles this way, but just chasing this guy bottom mid versus having a perimeter where you just cut off his exit makes this easier for you. This is gold. Yeah, it's gold. Everybody went bottom mid. Yeah, teammate picked up camo. We're running around in this whole circle here. We're you know what I mean? This is why we want to be playing perimeter with our gun already. So we're catching all of this info in advance of the fight. Cool. Off of death cam, I see 2 of my teammates bottom mid. We trade. So just based off our spawn, first thing we do is where is our team located relative to us, right? Is anybody in existing gunfight? What does our spawn tell us and our team tell us about where the enemy's going to be? Automatically, with the position of our team, I know that they're coming from yard. That's their open perimeter of the map, right? This whole zone is just open lane for the enemy. So that's the first thing I'm wary of in the back of my mind. we don't know that guy's in, truck at this moment, but if our teammate ends up fighting him, then maybe that's something that I'll be aware of later. I can see that from this position. But what I'm more concerned with is the fact that, like, I'm a left perimeter player of this sort of, like, setup, this perimeter that we have. So anything that hits me from yard is going to hit me first. And that's the first thing I want to make sure I'm just ready to address. So I would walk in here ready for yard. This is where, see? Let's see. So we could get backsmacked here. This could be real rough, right? It's like, I would just trust my team, I got 3 teammates out here. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but like they're working together. They're fine. I got to watch my own ass and be ready for my own stuff, right? So I'd be like sitting in a position like this where I can like nade and fend them off, and then I escape towards the team, back off if I have to, if I'm in a bad spot. Conveniently, they didn't like... Anyway. So I guess you're just like in the best position now. But yeah, really quickly, like, sussing out where they're going to be off your team's location and your spawn. Same sort of strat, right? Giving up our positioning here, running to the bottom of the map. Yeah, every rank has the same, it's the same process for every rank, but it just looks different, at different levels of play. Like, the micro is more efficient, every aspect of it's more efficient. Holy Warzone. One thing I'll say about fighting in gold is like the length of the gunfight is so long, right? So it's just like intense. Okay. Somehow, at least we're wolfpacking. Shock has like, I think like the longest reload animation. One of the longest reload animations in the entire like set of weapons. Yeah, left stick aim is really big here. Taking your time, working through the perimeter of the map so you don't like expose yourself to angles. That's 1 dead. 2, so like the way that we're rotating this is just scary for like any of the open spawn area behind you. If somebody comes up through driveway, we're getting shot in the back, versus like what I would do is like, kill this guy, drop, and then back walk like this way and like take all of these fights from this sort of zone. So you maintain the spacing that you have in the situation and you keep the action sort of in front of you, and make it so much easier for you to just pick up all this damage. It's like, why go to that space when your team sort of occupies that space already, right? So just like the general routing would be like, these guys run by you, cool. Don't need to worry about like, sure, maybe you got to clean up this kill is like what your intention is, I guess, but you can like bank nade, follow that up, and still like kill that guy from here, right? Like kill that guy from the back of, I don't know. You have options that work off your team's angles versus like running into unknown territory, basically, back-facing it. I think he's standing still on blue window. You have to move to get aim assist? Yeah, either your left or right stick. Only one of your sticks have to move to get aim assist. But yeah, that would help, I guess. Yeah, like being really good at one category of the game, I think could be enough to get you to a high rank. So if it's just awareness, that could be enough to get you in a high rank, because awareness could put you in good positioning, right? If you have really good movement, that could be enough to like kind of weasel your way into a good rank. If you have really good aim, that might be enough, But eventually, the stuff that you're not good at is going to be the reason that you don't go farther, right? Should I miss the lift here? I like to like. So I don't know what setup you're on, if you're on like an ultra wide or something, but like making sure that you get the info that you need off this lift. And once again, it's like keeping the action in front of us, and not, if we go to every gunfight, then we just give the enemy opportunity to get around us and make it more and more challenging. So like when we come off the lift, I would just do the least in this situation. My easy exit is to drop back down and survive in the lift again, right? So just sit here, try to line up a shot, and you've got another guy directly in front of you. Like if you take damage, then back off, throw a nade or something, but like just hold your ground ready to back out with the help of your team here without moving forward. Don't go to them if you don't need to. I would just like do maximum damage with your easy exit from this zone until you like have a damage advantage that gives you the freedom to go to walk at it, right? Because now what we've done is random team names have gone off. See, notice how like we come this way and it exposes us to cafe, which this is a miss on your team's part. Like our team is like, we're all running to the same corner of the map, and this is spacing 101, right? Because we're giving up our spacing, we're giving them easy opportunities to just be around us, but this is the risk that comes with just like, you know, kind of walking out, is all the angles we expose ourselves to with limited escape options. I like that you're staying close to like the geo though, right? Like you're crouching, trying to like just limit the jumps, right? Any kind of jumping. You have a repulse in the back pocket that could be useful to like bump somebody off or a nade.
Gave the lead.
Or somehow like, because we're all huddled together, that seems to be enough in this situation. I would, yeah, so if you have to reload, like literally just, yeah, like, you know, cover. If you want to jump on the game, hey. Yeah, so I feel like one thing I'm noticing with your gameplay here, Barbosa, is there's a lot of like forward movement and like leaping into gunfights before we actually like look and assess the situation. So, I mean, first thing we do when we spawn, where is our team off of spawn? What does that tell me about where the enemy's going to be, right? Like we're spawning in tram. I've got an exclamation point above this guy who means he's in a fight somewhere, right? I've got a teammate who's like all the way across the map towards sniper. So they're probably spawning towards cafe, like in this corner, just based off the skew. Obviously we see it, but like you can tell based off the skew of our team, what area is most open right now. Sniper is technically open too, but like the cafe perimeter is the most open space on the map here. As I come up to glass, I think glass is great positioning. You don't have to go any farther. Your teammate got his kill. And then just stand here. This is good because from this position, you can address cafe. You can address everything that you need to, right? So I would like look and assess from the zone that you're in and see what, you know, how much you can contribute and then move up off of the damage that you've done. Your team is already forward. And I would kind of trust them to do the dirty work for you down low here and not also commit yourself. Because when you do that, then anybody else that comes to the perimeter doesn't have your support. Yeah. So take your time, get the info, and then recognize the power of the positions that you're in and look before you leap, basically. You know, like assess the perimeter. Because now that we're doing all this committed movement, our opponent can shoot us before we do. Okay. True. I guess weak up there. Tricky. Something competitors do so well is they pick up off of their teammates' damage like really quickly and efficiently, right? So like that exchange right there, I see that beatdown trade go down. That's a kill that should be getting cleaned up, right? You can like maybe throw a nade at it from down low or just like come up and try to isolate the fight and make sure he dies. This guy is not your priority in this moment. Making sure he dies is the priority. So like missed opportunity there a little bit. And then we like sort of forget about him and play forward. Now he's just behind us, you know? We have nade in the back pocket too. Like we can use a nade from the safety of this positioning to, you know, intro this before we walk out. When we walk out to this open lane, it just exposes us to so much as well, right? Like until I have info, see how like this guy's here? Like if I walk out, I think I'm fighting this guy. And the next thing I know, they have cafe control. So they're shooting me on the left-hand side. Like until I sort of guarantee my safety, even though this position sucks, like until I get the guaranteed kills from this zone, I probably wouldn't even walk out and expose myself to the open angles. You still probably get killed. Yeah, let your team do, like knowing how to let your team do the most in certain situations. Yeah. Your team is like the power weapon, you know what I mean? Almost more than power weapons itself. Like your team is a source of distraction that you can pick up off and play off of. They are an advantage in a situation when you're no shields. If you have a teammate while you're no shields, you can still be in the fight. You can still do so much, right? Like that's the power weapon, is like recognizing how to like manipulate that to your advantage, sort of. It's gold, Wheezy is gold. So like as we die here, we're watching kill feed on our death cam. We're like seeing this fight go down, right? A lot of chaos here. What's happening? Are we winning or are we losing this fight? You'll notice that you're losing the fight. You end up going 2 dead by the time that you lift. So you're 2 dead now, right? So your options are sort of limited. You have to like have your gun ready and be ready to clear out your lane. You got a teammate on your left-hand side. He's kind of got your left covered. I'd be like hyper-focused on my right and ready to fire a shot and to break through this lane with some confidence. Camo's coming up, so we want to work our way to camo, but we want to do it like super ready to take a fight, limiting our angles by playing on the perimeter kind of tight here. But we sort of like come in. I don't know if are you still lifting? That's a crazy lift. You went so far with it. And like not ready to address. That's the thing with our team is like, it's not just about where they are. It's about what they can see and contribute to and what they can't. And what they can't contribute to is this lane. So this has to be your priority when you spawn because your teammate can't do anything to help you on that. So very quickly sussing that out and being like, okay, sure, there might be guys in cafe, but like, I got to worry about this, like staying here or quickly sliding through and cutting cafe out of the picture, locking this down so that if you win the 1v1, you open up some space for your team behind you. Now he's got an advantage over you. 3 shot before we shot. That was like a super lift. Yeah, that was insane. They probably have camo now. Nice. I like the patience. That nade did so much damage. Good kill, though.
Shot right.
No! Live, 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 live. Oh, my God. Somehow.
Shot caller.
Irresistible force, meet object.
Shot right unavailable.
Seen some of the left stick aim here. Careful with how much the reloading that we're doing, right? A lot of reloading, not really needed, right? You have 15 bullets in your bandit. So after a few shots, I wouldn't go back to the reload. I would just, keep your weapon ready. So this right here, I mean, 5, yeah, maybe you're reloading, but you're in like a very vulnerable situation where you want to kind of shoot out. You got the reload, sure. And then like right here, I would just like be focused on being a turret, especially when you don't have any advantages, right? Like you have to shoot your way out and go back to living here. Your team died around you.
Shot right unavailable.
So just keep walking out and shooting your way out. This is going, yeah. One thing that's kind of cool and unique about this area of the map is you can see the guy through the wall, right? Like, I always use that to, like, reinforce my reaction here. We're kind of just, like, sitting idly, but, like, while you're here, you could peek that and just, like, literally see through the entire map, right? Like, so don't let anybody coming through loop surprise you. You should be able to see through this wall. And there he is, right? So, like, I see him running at me. That would, like, be enough info for me to sidestep and start jiggle peeking this wall. Good opportunity to prioritize cover. Yeah. We do some good work here, though. Is this guy a one shot? No, he's camo. That's the issue. W Theater Magic, yes. Nice.
Outstanding.
I like the position that we're holding here. Or I liked it. Yeah, so one good thing is like, we kill this guy, we get damage on this guy, and then like understanding where your team is relative to you. You're now the right perimeter player in this situation. Which means that you could be vulnerable in cafe. Like they're going to be spawning somewhere towards sniper to hotel. They could eventually hit you out, and that's something that you want to be kind of wary of. But like this perimeter that you guys have right now is pretty effective, right? You're keeping them spawning in snipe. I wouldn't give this up for free. I would just keep being a turret and let your teammates in the center sort of like do the work to fill in off your damage. While having like your wits about you, you can hear if guys are coming through the lane. Yeah, this right here is really good. They're kind of in like a cycle where they're just spawning in lift and coming out. You can just kind of keep them contained. But now when we do this, we sort of like give up that opportunity when we go try to figure out like where did this guy go or whatever. I don't know if he's camoed or something, but losing the opportunity. This is a chance to contain them is all. Hopefully no later than early 2017. Fracture, holy shit.
Love this type of content.
Thank you for
I'd
the
be
20.
like if you could watch a VOD of mine on Lattice. I could use the help on it. No hurry though, doesn't have to be RN.
I could try Fracture. You just dropped 20. That might have shot you up on the... I don't have a list, but... Thank you, Fracture. Are you, you're an Onyx, right? So Sorry, did I say 2027? 2027. Holy shit. I'm like, bro, I got too much going on.
Double kill.
Hopefully early
Plasma
2027.
grenades obtained.
Hopefully early 10 years ago, yeah.
Another trophy for the pie.
I think, like, yeah, one big takeaway, I think, for you, Barbosa, immediately would be, I feel like we're going to the action too much. Like, I think I would value your perimeter, your positioning, and just keeping your gun up and doing damage to work off of your team, especially if you already have team, like, in that location, then that, like, disincentivizes your need to, like, go to the, you know what I mean? Like, so, like, here, for example, like, he's dead, turn around, right? But, like, so during this moment, you're, like, going to, but that this is all timing that's, like, lost that could be spent just, like, assisting the rest of the map, right? So, like, this seems to happen a bit where, like, you know, that's the one thing I think I would point out for you as a takeaway for this is, like, recognize the value of the position that you have and where your team is, and, like, always try to keep that sort of perimeter going on the map here. So, like, when he dies, immediately pivot, turn around, and, like, keep this area locked down. I want 2 guys on snipe, 2 guys on cafe, right? And you're kind of, like, keeping a full perimeter and recognizing the value of that so that the players are always kind of playing into your trap, playing into the center of it, right? The more that you can kind of create that environment for yourself in gold, I think the easier the game's going to get. Yeah. So, yeah, like, as we come back here, now that, like, Donnie Woods is a solo, he ends up dying, and then they get on top of us from cafe. By the time we get back to cafe, we're in bad positions now. MV, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. Nice cleanups, though.
Plasma grenades obtained.
This is good. I would say keep your distance, right? No need to beat him down. If you go for a beatdown, that's an opportunity for him to beat you down back, leading to no shields, right? So the more you prioritize your shields, the more this is going to, like, just go in your favor. You have a teammate nearby as well. So I would just keep your distance, focus on your shot here, hopefully dodge the sticky. But yeah, going for the beatdown just makes it a little bit, like, more chaotic than it needs to be, and you're getting, like, too close for comfort. You might get beat down before you die, or before he dies. Thankfully, you don't. And then, like, then I would want to be thinking about, okay, what's the next set angle of attack? We spent a lot of time. I think that's one big thing that happens in these lobbies too, is, like, players will, like, full commit to killing, like, one target without any consideration for all of the available angles that they're, like, open to as they go on this, like, warpath, right? So, like, we're all kind of just, like, in a circle, you know, like, fighting, but, like, while I'm fighting this guy, like, when the moment the fight begins, in my mind, I'm thinking, like, because of the skew my team has, more guys are spawning behind this guy in yard. Like, they're going to keep spawning in yard, right? So, like, before this fight begins, that's the entire fight is played with that in mind. So, like, I shoot this guy 3 times, and then I play the entire fight from here, because in the back of my mind, I'm like, that's going to be a team fight in yard in a second, right? But, like, everybody in gold, at least in this lobby, is like, we're all headbutting this guy with no consideration for the aftermath, right? So this guy in yard is just, like, casually just walking in. Like, if he throws a nade, he gets a 3-for-1. Right? Like, if he bank nades, he could literally just, like, wipe everybody out. But he doesn't, because it's gold. Or he's too late, right? Anyway. But yeah, that would be kind of like a core takeaway. So hopefully some good insight for you there, Barbosa. Yeah, not like, well, it's not even OBJ. Like, in this case, I guess the OBJ is kills, but, like, you know, recognizing where your team is relative to you and whether or not you even need to move to certain locations to maintain the perimeter that you have on the map. Because I think sometimes we kind of, like, we leap forward, we walk into the action, don't prioritize, like, our preparedness, and like, we're not anticipating the fights as much as we could be from safe positions, right? So maybe try keeping your gun up on the perimeter, and try limiting the time that you spend, like, going to the targets that you're fighting, and think about the bigger picture, I guess, if that sort of makes sense. If you're one shot, good players will kill you so fast. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you take unnecessary damage, when you, like, if you have a guaranteed advantage, it's like you 3 shots in, and you're full shields, and he's 3 shots in. Like, don't let him beat you down. Just peek the wall, and maybe he shoots you once or twice, you know? But you come out with the kill, and then you can finesse 2, and then you can, like, contribute to a 3rd, you know? Like, it's about, like, doing the maximum. Not just about getting that 1 kill and, like, hightailing it out of there, you know? Okay. Fracture, you in the chat? I know you just dropped a 20 bomb. I can take a look for a little bit. Is it OG Fracture? Is that what it... Or no, that's for somebody else. Now, let me get some water. Let's see if the guy's lurking. There was somebody else that popped in. Oh, you're in the chat. Okay, cool. Is it the same gamer tag, man? Okay, unfortunately, this is going to have to be my last one, guys, I think, because I have to get going. I gotta catch a movie. Like you to review one of your matches back in H5. A really good noob reviewed your gameplay before an event. Cool, Romo. If I think I recognize your name. Like, you're a solid player, right? I'm probably not going to do a Halo 5 review, though. I don't know. Oh, you're playing on a different account. Okay, Cody Kamikaze. Are you? What's your rank right now, Fracture? Gonna review the movie. I'm watching the what's it called? Chainsaw Man movie. The anime. Fucking nerding out, bro. I don't think I'll get time, unfortunately, Shrimp. You're 1800? You want me to review an 1800 game, brother? Which Lattice game? This is help my viewers get to Onyx. Which Lattice game, bro? I don't know how helpful I'll be, to be honest, but I'll try. Lattice ball, second row, first page. 30 assists, 29 kills, 32, and you guys won it just barely. Okay. I mean, yeah, but I'm not currently being an 1800 myself. I just don't know how. We'll see.
Ball incoming. The longer you hold the skull, the more you
Notice how early his reticle came up? Like, that. One good thing we could do is, having seen so many other people's POVs, you can see the immediate difference. Now, like, I like to play this with the G slide out to off the crypto out, and then I take the angle like through here to here. I like hit this, then this behind the box, walk out the plasma, maybe, you know, something like that. He's taking a slower approach, but he's coming in. Look how early his reticle's up, right? Now, this might be, we don't see anybody here, so I think that's why he's not worried about it, but like, he's on that before he even hits like the angle, right? So like, see how he like shot that guy in the knee the moment that he even peered like back here, right? Like, the earlier you shoot these guys, the more they feel like they're suffocating. Like, that's how you want to be playing this. Maybe you could have grabbed the plasmas. If your intention was to do this, I probably would have like backstepped into the plasmas or something, no? Maybe, just so we have them later. Your sense looks crazy. Are you like high sense controller? So your teammate's like playing far forward, you're coming back to maybe like anchor or like work off of your guy on the right side while they're all sort of like pouring through mid-map. Like, I'm wondering if we should have just like kept playing through mid-map, because we got the damage that we needed to like to break this, right? Like, I like playing off. It's like, you're weak, but like your team is like all engaged. So why, like, I'm thinking come in and like jump up mid while I get my shields back is sort of what I want to do, is like make sure that they feel like they can't even get that sniper, because so much of my team is so far forward and committed, versus like, well, we make this rotate, like we don't get that info and we miss an opportunity to pick up off something, but who knows. So a lot of this could be like hypothetical. And then he just like snipes you straight up. Yeah. The routing that you could take here, like if you want to be quick, you could turn, like from this position, you could turn G slide in, G slide, right? Like if we really want to get sweaty with this, you could like from this pivot point, G slide and already be like, I want you to be here. This is where I want you taking this fight. Because it just gives you way more options. You could peek, like finesse the pillar, you have better nade lineups, you know what I mean? Like versus like coming through down low. It's just not as effective in my mind. If you really want to wrap through here, I'm going to do it with quick G slides. And then you're peeking this. Oh, you're M and K. I was about to say, bro, your sense. Nobody's picked up ball yet, right? This is how you know it's matchmaking. Even in Onyx, like nobody found a little swift timing to, yeah.
Shot caller.
So like one of your teammates who was on the left side of the perimeter earlier probably could have grabbed ball and brought it somewhere like while this chaos was going down.
Dropped.
Teammate trades. Another one like spawns inside blue. Like I think again, I want like a fortified perimeter around the map here, right? So like I feel like I would just play into blue again. I have one teammate who's like solo in blue but has that spacing forward. And like if I wrap through here, I guarantee that we keep that shell. And then if we have blue control, then that gives us the safety that we need to like bring the ball back into blue again. But because we like go out here, we sort of like fuck the spawns. Watch. They're going to spawn like on top of each other probably or something, right? So like now they're spawning in blue. And now you guys are like in the center of this without a proper foothold over the action, right? So like I feel like stay on your death cam and like get the intel on the spawns here. Because when you die, you're creating open spawns here, right? So once here, your teammate's like pushing and fighting it. And then another spawn like right behind you and just ran over above. I don't know. I feel like if we clear this side out and control blue, that's kind of like step one to owning sniper and like getting ball more easily. So I don't know. That's what seems like it makes sense in my mind. Versus us all being like sort of here, and then they have a better perimeter to work off of. Like now that they're spawning in blue, somebody could like come out A at some point. Somebody's at tower. It just looks bad for us. Hard to fight from here.
Enemy has the ball. Shot caller. Ball.
Your teammate is here like on an island. So like I always try to like take advantage of where my teammates are and work off of their positioning. So when Mailman, I recognize this lobby. When he backs off, you still have a teammate that gives you some coverage on this perimeter, right? So that opens up this lane for you to do things. I would like turn G slide and address this off and cut the ball, rotate off and work off of him. But if we go this way, we're not working together. Like this, this fight that you're taking is not like, it's hard for him to help versus this fight. If we come this way and we isolate this guy, then he dies more effectively versus like we're doing different things. We're fighting different things.
Shot caller. Ball.
So now your teammate who's on the left is just going to get destroyed on his own. He's dead, right? With nobody to pick up off any damage. Oh, he QT'd. I didn't know he had that in the back pocket. So yeah, I feel like we got kind of distracted by the targets that were far when we could have just like kept that sniper out of the field to play and lived over here, working off that perimeter to guarantee the ball guy died, and then work our way to the sniper with the fortified perimeter that we had earned, right? That's kind of how I see it. Because yeah, we've got like really preoccupied with sniper, and that guy just kind of walked on through for free, got behind you, shot you, and now he's just running off, you know, unpunished. Teammates getting some good trades here though, so we are like in an advantage. We can go fast off spawn here, hopefully. Momo, that was a bad mom stinky, just diving out one shot. That hurt us. Okay. Nice shots. No, VOD review, yeah. I don't know. I see this, like it's valuable to shoot the nades. I wonder if sometimes we get like a little bit overly preoccupied with that when it like cancels out our preparedness for the fight above, right? But you have a teammate in front of you, so you're thinking like maybe I'm safe. Solid shots. Guy jumps in from the window. Pretty hard to live in that situation. don't know. It's like, so one thing to keep in mind is like, if you're split spawning like that, see how he spawns in blue? That's an indication from the game that you're getting pushed heavy at C, right? Like, not one guy, but likely multiple are collapsing on C right now. So I almost want you to like play fast and get in this guy's face and guarantee it and create some sort of like a structure to the way that you guys are set up so you can work off null, right? Like playing towards him so that like any fights that go down are fights that he can contribute to. When we spawn here and we see that spawn across the map, like I want us connecting the dots on this versus like holding up and C and waiting, because then we're just going to get pushed out and anything that's done here, nobody can pick up off of it, right? So that's one thing is like notice your team spawn, and I would like, you know, try to find a way to include him in the picture so that we increase the number of like trades and damage we're getting into this situation.
Ball reset. Ball incoming.
Let's try. You can keep it simple. You had like good positioning there. I feel like you jumped a bit. When you see him drop, I mean, maybe you're worried about him like possibly coming up with bad timing. Because like when you see him drop, you can bank nade, right? So I would just lead with a bank nade because you've got that timing advantage. But maybe you're thinking like, if I bank, then he'll jump and you'll be caught in the animation or something. But like, I don't know. I just think this right here, this is a bank nade lineup 101. You got left hand advantage. Like he should be taking max damage if he chooses to chow this. And then you just clean it up. So you kind of like give him a chance to take like a even fight with you that he didn't deserve.
Incoming.
And then, yeah, sort of committed. One thing you want to keep in mind when you're having these fights is like where the rest of the guys are going to be afterwards. So like the tether that we have is the left side of the map is our strong side, right? The rest of the map, like blue, is where they're going to be coming from. So while you're fighting this, sniper angle and like this hallway will aggress you later. So you want to like be considerate of that too. You could do a lot from this box, bro. You could like, when you watch somebody like an Eco or somebody play, like they'll freaking milk this shit, you know? Like really make it hard to kill in that corner.
Incoming.
You were thinking he was flying, yeah. Yeah, that's what I think. It looked like that. But I think your positioning was solid enough that even if he was flying, you can, during the nade animation, cut the angle and avoid taking free damage from the positioning, you know? Just a disciplined nade. And then, yeah, maybe not the jump, you know, just like focus on peaks over jumping out just because peak shotting is so powerful. Getting caught in scope. This is like kind of what we talked about with the other students where it's like, if we come in and like, this is good as far as like, I know you're anticipating angles, but maybe that also like limited our awareness for the left side. As you spawn here, you're left perimeter player, you got a teammate in A, your objective is lock down this lane. Like these fights, as much as it would be nice to chip in and like assist this, it's like almost lower priority than anybody that comes out your immediate lane, right? You want to make sure that you're defending that. So like walking forward here scares me, like going here and looking for anything here when we know that blue is their spawn versus like just staying in the doorway so that you keep the maximum number of options and you can back off anybody on your left-hand side. I think maybe I'm just like, I know I'm nitpicking, but take a lot of damage to this guy on the left-hand side when that's like our lane that we're covering. I like your back down. Oh, the reload.
Quantum translocator.
You have how many? You have 11 bullets. No need for a reload here. I wouldn't be reloading here.
Quantum translocator.
2 dead. Just make sure he dies, yeah. I don't know if this is like an M&K thing, but a controller player, a pro, they peak, like they would finesse this with, like you'd be surprised how much like nonsense you can get away with peak shots, right? Like in the moment that he throws the nade is the moment that you can reposition. But before that, I'd be taking advantage of the peak shot opportunity that you have a little bit more here. Yeah, I feel like on M&K it's hard to peak efficiently, bro. I feel like on controller I could really expose nothing and get damage out. At least he got traded. Teammate's gonna get destroyed. Yeah, he's just getting overwhelmed on all sides here. Good G-slide. That was sick out of Nulls right there. He played it forward, and he's making them work hard to kill him. That was actually really good. Dies later. He should have kept going. Like, always notice the spawn of your team. So when Nulls does that, he actually got his out. Like, that was goated. He went here and, like, killed a guy. Now just keep going this way, because this is where your team is. That's where your safety is, right? So he should have just kept it going. Sort of, but... Like, I've been doing some for subs, some for viewers. I'm just kind of just doing what I can. Just getting the first name that, like, comes out. You know, I got some people that were sort of on, like, in, like, a line, and like, Fracture just dropped a 20 bomb, so I kind of sped it up and jumped over to him.
You are a portrait of accuracy.
It's very informal. Anyway, hold on a second. So we spawned blue here. One thing I don't like about... So, like, with this map, the blue spawn is, like, so pesky. I kind of want people being disciplined and, like, playing all the way through the lane and somebody sitting here. And if that's not the case, like, and you guys pour through mid, then, like, you give them an opportunity to just have a perimeter around you later, right? So, I know ball's, like, sitting in ice, and maybe you're thinking, we just got to get involved.
Enemy has the ball.
Good shots, though.
Infiltrator active.
But yeah, now they're spawning behind you, which I guess eventually would happen, but like in every scenario, it's like it happens in recharge a lot. If somebody plays out this lane, then your lane here becomes more powerful. But if both of us force it mid and somebody happened to have been lingering here on A, then all of a sudden the whole play falls apart because like we're in the middle of multiple, right? So it's like, I don't know, in my mind, I'm thinking maybe we do a couple fast G slides and we come out and we fight the play from A boxes. And this is our zone that we play to bait the ball, right? The ball is like where, I don't know, sitting somewhere in the ice, right? So I'm trying to get to A boxes as fast as possible and secure this zone and live here as long as possible so that my teammates in the center of the map have the flexibility to run at ball and to live longer, you know? And then I know when I'm here what is happening with the spawns. They're going to spawn, they could spawn behind me in blue, so I'm on like a timer, and they could still spawn in C. It's like one or the other. I'm in a pivot position. Yeah, I think that would give you guys more confidence in this situation versus playing out mid. But good shots, like good, you know, you try to had a good like back down there. And then here's the split spawner, you know, like this is something that will eventually sort of inevitably happen as you put pressure on C. The spawns have a tendency to flip very easily. So yeah, anything that we can do to like play far, that's why the perimeter is great, right? Because it just like limits the amount of fights you have to deal with. And if we exited and we went this way, then now I'm sitting here and I can address it, you know, like from a better, safer position. It just makes the whole game easier. Your team is pushing heavy, so I'm coming in fast through the right side right now. When I see this, they're like all committing. I'm coming in, making sure we get this full pinch, and then turning and addressing the spawners who I know are in blue. Yeah, like they're also spawning in blue. When I see this, I'm thinking like we're putting pressure on C. I guess depending on the kill feed, we gotta be watching the kill feed when you die. 1, and then about to be 2 dead, and then they're gonna be in blue behind you in a second. So you don't actually have to like leave this zone. I would just make sure that we do what's necessary to contribute from this zone, and then also cut off the spawners. You're in a good spot right now. So he's like hiding on the pipe. He's going to kill Nulls. But like we're coming back very far, right? When we come back this far, we're giving our opponents time and space. Like you're perimeter player, right? So like I want you to like keep the control of this zone right now. So like come back and try to address it. But also I would try to have faith in my team. Like this is where I'm lingering. I'm like shooting here, but I'm also sort of timing their spawns in my head and like making sure that they don't just like get through for free without taking some damage or without some pings, you know? Because now we're sort of like, all this time spent focused here is time where they could be on your ass. Like, bound would be like right here now, shooting you in the side, you know?
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
But cool, we still have the perimeter. They didn't chow it directly. They're taking different routes. Like, this still looks good. That's just kind of my thought process.
S7 sniper inbound.
Nice, good work.
Ball dropped.
Sort of like committed ourselves when we dropped, but good back out here. Teammate just split spawned in blue. C is no longer your safety. So like when you back out, watch your teammate spawn. Mom Stinky just spawned in blue. Now blue is your safety, right? Like actually you have a guy in C too, so it's kind of a weird scenario, but yeah, so Null's died. Maybe you pick up off the damage. Ooh, 2-shot. You got to 2-shot him. That was good. You lost your positioning there, too. Try to... I mean, I kick myself for this, too, is like capitalizing on somebody clamoring. Like, take the full amount of time to 2-shot him, because you put one in. Maybe you're thinking the nade hurt him. That little extra bit of time would have guaranteed your kill. Nice cleanup, nice cleanup.
Today, friend.
Nice, okay. They're letting you get away with it. Cool. We have C. Cool. We have ball. No, that fucking sucks. Just like took us too long. And I don't think this is maybe you specifically, but like the ball's just been sitting there. If it sits there for 30 seconds, it resets. That's brutal, right? Because this is just such a good scenario for you guys. I think it's on him. He's got to be fast. I don't know if he's just like not. I don't know. This sucks. Literally, look how close he is. It just disappeared the moment he got there. Or is he not even playing for it? Because that's a huge misplay. Bro, he's not. Yeah, this is a huge misplay by this guy, right? Like, you guys are here. Like, you have this locked. The spawns are behind them. The fact that he's not just grabbing ball immediately is... That's so brutal, bro. He could have got it.
Ball incoming.
So now we got to do extra work to get the ball again. Nice movement. Make sure that, like, I feel like if you... I guess you backed him off. This is fine. I don't know. I just think, like, if I see this guy, I'm going to walk it a step forward and take the fight here, and then walk it back when I'm ready to rechow him, but he was a one-shot.
Enemy has the ball.
Oh my god. Oh, nice. That worked out.
Enemy has the
Good
ball.
patience. Nice try. Nice try. That sucks, man. That just getting the touch on the ball would have been like your ticket right there. I'm gonna just try to speed to the end of the round here.
Ball dropped.
Sneaky has snipe, got a
Enemy has
kill.
the ball.
They didn't play it yet. I want to be fast. We want to be fast, I think, here, just as we're collapsing. I want to be involved in this as much as I can be. So, like, it's like as we spawn, you're spawning in C, but like we have one dead, so it's a 4v3 in this moment. I'd be putting my Nikes on and going as fast as possible into engagements right now, so we can pick up off any potential damage and prevent the play ball and just win the team fight, right? So don't take your time with this.
Ball.
G slide, keep going, keep going, right? Like only moving forward. I want you just walking it forward, cleaning up damage, and then backing up after the fact, you know? As long as you have that perimeter around you. You're thinking about, I don't know if you're thinking about a spawner behind you. We'll see. Because like while you do that, the fights are still going down. Your teammate just killed one. Now it's a 3v2. Now we still have a numbers advantage, right? Or I guess he might have just spawned in A boxes, but I don't know. I'd want to be fast here. I want to get in their business, like underneath them, and cause enough chaos. Because especially because the this person has a sniper, and I want to be in front of them in my mind. Like I want the sniper guy to have an easier time sniping. So I'm going to cause as much chaos and draw them out to the front into my teammate sniper reticle as I can. So like this is kind of like a worthless fight in my mind, right? Like this guy's not in the fight. These guys are in the fight. That's what your team is focused on. This guy's like secondary, right? So this is a big thing I think in high level play where we want to be shooting the same things, focus on the same things at the same times, and then addressing the split spawners with confidence, like together later, and not worrying about them in the moment they don't matter, right? So like maybe you get this kill, but they still have ball control and they still have team spawns in blue. So they're just going to keep spawning here and just keep control in the end.
Ball dropped. Lost the lead.
So he didn't accomplish anything with that. So the only thing that gives me confidence to know that that's not going to happen immediately is Nulls is in blue and Nirvana is pushing into the left-hand side and then Mom's Sticky's on, or it's the right-hand side and then Mom's on your left. So that's why I would like G-slide and go this way, like in there, get up in their business, like underneath or something. And then that cuts out the possibility of the flanker getting to you immediately and maybe flips it on its head. That's kind of what it looks like in my mind, at least. I don't know. There's no like, I feel like perfect way to do everything, but I feel like that gives you guys the most opportunity to like work off of your sniper teammate and capitalize on the damage that's being done here. So it's like you're playing exact same way you play it. You just keep moving forward to take advantage of these angles. I think you're worried about getting flanked, but I guess like you got to like process of elimination where targets could be based off of the kill feed. So one dead, 4v3, and then off of what you see as you come through here. I see one, I see two. So that means that there's only, I think a third guy, or he hasn't died yet. But like the maximum amount of opponents that could be on your right is one guy, right? So if only one guy can be on your right, then I'm not that worried. I can finesse him. I can play bottom. I can, you know what I mean? Do things to like avoid him is how I see it. But yeah. It's a lot of good damage output, but like because of the way the spawns work on this map, they're continually spawning like in a position to, it's like it's called fire ant or whatever, what Mick would call it, where like until somebody like actually like flanks and flips the spawn, they just kind of keep spawning here and it becomes like an endless tug of war over the ball. So you have to like kill like 6 of them to actually get in the base, right? Oh, now it's getting weird. Yeah, and in the end, they ended up getting the ball again with the setup here. So really want to pay hyper attention to like how our teammates are playing out on the perimeter so we can work off them. Did Mom Stinky never die? Because like that's big to keep in mind.
Enemy has the
Or he
ball.
just goes back out and grabs the sniper again.
Ball drop.
Okay, dies. You spawn.
Enemy has
Nirvana's
the
playing up
ball.
the left side. So I'm trying to work with him. Is how I guess I think I would see this, right? Like he's my immediate pair on my left-hand side. The other guy who's on the right, he's already played up and I can't like work off him. So I'm thinking like because I have a guy on my left-hand side and he's like pushed up farther than me, then I'm going to like try to support him with my angle off of whatever fights he's taking and start there. Oh, I think you meant to. You just missed the jump. I think that's what happened. And then you pivoted and okay, I get it.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
You see how we're like very split from each other and it makes it harder for you to pick up off Nirvana. I would say, yeah, let's try to get into blue together. So you and your teammate here. Oh, he's lingering. But yeah, can we like wrap and flip the setup like through blue or something? And then you'll team spawn your team here probably. Oh, you caught one. Cool. Nice.
We have the ball.
Ooh.
Ball drop.
Somebody's above you and it tripped you up.
We've lost
I feel like you could have killed that guy though across the map. You got like an audio cue from the guy above you. There, as he landed, that's like when you hear him when he drops from the jump, right? It tells you that he's like right above you. I think that tripped you up, maybe. I don't know. He's like jumping around above you. Oh, bro, I think you had that. Like, I think if you just kept your reticle trained on him, you had that. He also thrusted, and now he went back in your angle. Oh, shit. Yeah, I think you had that.
Ball drop.
Yeah, the footsteps, but just because you hear them doesn't mean you gotta, like, respond to them immediately, right? Nice kill. That was pretty nice.
shooting, Spartan.
Good confident reach out. Sure. I like, okay, your teammate's on the right already. Cool, that's fine. Just got a tower spawn.
We have the ball.
See how Nirvana's in C, so this is like a weird scenario where like the tower spawn is a thing. Or just like a moment where that actually happens. Bam, right? Kind of cool. As your team like comes in from C here, the only available spawn for this moment is tower, and then it's going to flip to A boxes in a second. So you can like keep them contained right here. And just like walk this out and shoot this guy off the tower spawn and hold these lanes. Tower spawner dies. They're back in blue. Oh, how is the ball there? Like, did the teammate... So, like... Okay, what? So Mom Stinky picks up the ball and then brings the ball away from his... I don't know. Or I guess he's just trying to, like, live with it. I don't really think we need to be thinking about... like, you can touch ball to keep it in play, but... To work off your teammate here. Generally speaking, like, the ball should be in the center of the team, right? So, like, maybe if Mom Stinky took the ball and, like, threw it into mid-map and, like, rotated this way... I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of... Oh, we didn't need to give that up.
Power item.
You got reload, you got a thrust.
Power items have arrived.
Ball drop.
Tell me we clutch this up. 12 seconds left.
10 seconds.
Hey, why are we not
We
touching
have the
ball? Oh no, this is ugly. Nice.
Good shooting, Spartan.
Thank you, Ace. Appreciate the follow, man. Welcome.
Ball drop. Gain the lead.
You guys got it? Nice.
Another one put
That
down.
actually worked.
Round.
Okay, I think I'm going to end it there. We ended on a W for the round, even though I know the game. Wait, you guys won the game, right? You won the game. You just had to work really hard. The big question, I've seen you've been very informative, which is awesome. What you got? Yeah, no problem, Fracture. hopefully some helpful insight. I know I'm just freaking yapping. And hopefully you guys don't mind. I know I'm kind of just like tearing into it. I'm not really thinking too much about, you know what I mean? Just try to give straight thoughts. Got a Destiny creator grudge match. It's a best of 5 in the MCC, but I'm washed. What's the best way to practice and get better? Oh, shit. I mean, I don't really play MCC. I don't know. I haven't gone on MCC in a long time. Is there a custom browser in MCC? Like, if you just play the game in the competitive playlists and whatnot and familiarize yourself with it, that's probably a good intro. If there's a custom browser, which I'm not sure if there is, it'd be a nice way to get into like an FFA lobby. You're playing a 4v4. If you have like friends or a community that you can like get a 4v4 going to practice, that'd be the best. Like, comp playlist is dead. Nobody's in the queue. Play social, competitive, like BR starts, social, something like that. Nick is hollow. Thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. Custom browser does work or doesn't work? Maybe, maybe like go to the social playlist selection where you can choose like BR start, like choose the settings that are most competitive, but in the social playlist or whatever, and then just keep running that. That would be probably the best you could get then, if that's just, yeah, 4v4 Precision Slayer, something like that. Precision Slayer, but is there OBJ? Can you play 4v4, both Precision Slayer and like objective, social? Something like that would be like a good practice. Okay, sounds good, Fracture. Yeah. Alrighty. Bro, we kind of just went like non-stop. Holy, lost 400 subs today. That sucks. All good though. Fun stream. Kind of just went like non-stop with the VOD review today. Hopefully some of it was helpful for you guys. I'm going to send you over to Elamite. That's going to be it for me. Elamite's playing a lot later than I'm used to seeing him play. Just like throwback Shy? Trying to break down gameplay? Kinda, yeah. I appreciate it, Ace. No problem, Thread. Elamite's a long time go. Go give him some love. If you don't follow him, you should. He's playing on Lattice right now. It'd be cool to get some games in with him sometime. Maybe we do that in a future stream. Anyway, 66 viewers over to Elam. Good night, guys. Same with YouTube. Nintendo. Off-topic PSA. Make sure your knives are sharp in the kitchen. I will keep that in mind, brother. Jack, Josie, Romo. New champion H5. Can't get past D6. Low Onyx. Trying to get some tips. Okay. Oh, you meant ranked infinite. Romo, I'm sorry. I didn't see that till now. But yeah, at some point, you know, whether you go through coaching with me one-on-one or if we do another one of these, hopefully I'll get a chance to look at your gameplay. Anyway.